What's going on, guys? Oh god, that's what I look like? How rude. Wait, that one's not doing its thing. Oh. Dude. Banana! Dana! Na na na. I was looking for stuff to react to today. I wish you could watch Jon Stewart on stream. No, you can't. Live chat. It's not letting me increase the size of my chat. That's so strange. Oh, now it is. Wild. You have to be full screen for it to do it. What? What? All right. Why everyone hates Jordan Peterson. That's going to be a rough one for me, man. Full disclosure, Jordan Peterson was my spiritual daddy for a few years. I bought this man's books. He was my personal guru, bro. Alright, let's see why people hate him. Watch this guy say a bunch of slop shit that's not true, though, and I'm gonna have to defend Jordan Peterson. Don't make me do it, bro. Don't make me.
To be one of the most articulate, respected, and influential academics in the online space. While he always had his detractors, he possessed a hardcore fan base who looked up to him as sort of a father figure. Nowadays, it seems Jordan Peterson's fan base has imploded on itself, with him barely clinging on to his last bit of online respect. He's constantly being...
Damn, bro. People hate Jordan Peterson. Like, can you imagine going from, like, a video releasing 12 million views to like 64,000? Like, that is a clear, stark difference. That's like an order of magnitudes different. Like, Jordan, you fell. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who like jumped off the Jordan bandwagon. Holy fuck.
Clown for clips like this.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
People have...
God damn it. The worst part is, like, Jordan Peterson was working towards something, but he's so fucking incompetent, he couldn't even get there.
You believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
People have accused him of being divisive, a pseudo-intellectual, and a fence-sitter, while others say he doesn't actually believe anything he's saying. He has an increasing community of detractors that seem to get louder and louder with each new viral clip of him. Today, we're going to try and get to the bottom of what the hell happened here. How did we go from this?
Get yourself together, for Christ's sake, so that when your father dies, you're not whining away in a corner and you can help plan the funeral and you can stand up solidly so that people can rely on you. Don't be a
Fuck, man. They used to say some beautiful shit.
damn victim. Of course you're a victim. Put yourself together.
To this.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
But first, I want to explain.
The irony is he's canceling himself with his stupidity. Holy fuck. The woke moralist won, dude.
Why this topic hits close to home with me. I'm 17 years old in high school. In my first period history class, my teacher would do this thing called banter, where anyone in class could bring up topics they wanted to discuss for the first 15 minutes of class. So somebody mentions a professor at the University of Toronto. Apparently, this guy won't use anybody's preferred pronouns, a girl in my class said. I couldn't believe it. So after this, I went to do a bit of research on this hateful professor. But what I found out was this girl wasn't exactly telling the whole truth.
Oh, come on, man. Thank God this guy might be spitting bars.
She was talking about Jordan Peterson, who was protesting a bill in Canada, Bill C-16, which, according to him, would criminalize misgendering people, which to me was insane. Now, despite him kind of misrepresenting the bill,
I'm not gonna lie though, this moment right here, this debate where he had to go outside, I swear to God, it was like a hero moment for me, bro. This was such a beautiful moment. This man was standing against political correctness, fucking freedom of speech. Now he wasn't, like you said, it wasn't 100% honest, but bro, this was such a fire moment, dude.
And what it said, which I didn't realize at the time, I saw this guy as fighting for free speech. And I think a lot of other people saw it the same way. This was Jordan Peterson's first cultural lightning rod moment, something that shifted public attention to him. He appealed to kids like myself. I was an edgy counterculture teenage boy.
I still am, bro, and I'm 36.
On the verge of adulthood, who went to a liberal arts high school and was constantly lectured about privilege and whiteness and patriarchy. When I hear about
God, bro, I hate all of those trigger words, bro. I feel so bad too, because like my girlfriend is like a, what's up, bitchy? My girlfriend is like a typical like feminist. So when I'm talking bad about these things, she was like, so you hate feminism? And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. You just don't understand how oppressive this shit was, dude.
About this Jordan Peterson guy, it seems like his advice is made for me. I start watching his lectures. I listen to it.
God, his lectures were so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. Typical feminist? Yeah, like a modern feminist. You know what I mean? Well, not modern. You know, like, typical feminism is like, what do I mean by that? Like, what everyone believes a feminist is. You know what I mean? Like, are you fighting for women's rights to be equal? Yeah, that's a typical feminist. But then you meet the crazy feminist that poison all, yeah, old school feminists. Typical feminists. Like the ones, like, hold on, dude, so I don't say anything too crazy. Like the typical feminist that just believes in like all of the basic human equities and, you know, equality for women. But then you get the crazy ones that are like, if you don't date me specifically, you're a rapist or a sexist. And you're like, hold on. Typical feminist rants are good? No, dude. Look, the typical feminist is like the one that I can get behind, all right? I agree with their messaging. Like, women should get paid better in the positions they work. Women should be treated with respect. Women shouldn't be ashamed or feel scared in public settings. But then when they're like, that doesn't sound typical anymore. What? I'm pulling your leg. Nah, bro. Yo, I'm getting triple teamed right here. This is crazy right now. Brother, look, listen. The typical feminist has beautiful sentiments behind them, okay? I agree wholeheartedly with their movement. When you get with like the Twitter feminist, or the Tumblr feminist, that's what they used to be called, Tumblr feminism. That shit was scary, bro. Where like it's okay, like they just come out and be, I'm not awaking up. Yeah, dude, look at that, dude. I did 3 fat dabs before starting this stream, bro. I'm gonna walk myself into a trap to where I'm gonna get my balls kicked tonight, dude. Look, I'm not a tweeter. Exactly. See, you never got radicalized by Tumblr and Twitter. You didn't even know what Tumblr was. Like, there was hope. You know what I mean? 'Cause, oh my God, what would have happened if you become... I'm sucking on a magic gummy right now. Look, dude, look. Okay, so this guy might have like a nuanced opinion about Jordan Peterson, much like myself. I see you, Ghost Gum. I felt like that. I'd be in chat rooms, Discord areas. Jordan Peterson is the next coming of Christ. We're fighting for freedom of speech, brother.
Guy, it seems like his advice is made for me. I start watching his lectures. I listen to his podcasts. I even read his book. I would dare to say I looked up to Jordan Peterson at the time, and I certainly wasn't alone. There was a whole group of young men like myself who looked up to Jordan Peterson at the time. I'm sure some of you are watching this right now.
Hell, that's the reason I'm watching right now.
Maybe you were in your teens or early 20s, probably played too many video games.
Hell yeah, dude! I was playing 12 hours a day League of Legends, bro.
Maybe had a few other bad habits,
An atypical feminist? Yeah, like, dude, I consider myself an atypical feminist. You know what I mean? Or just at the very least, a classical feminist. Yeah. Look, me and feminism are homies. Me and like the crazy feminism, where like we need to start subjugating men, like kill all men. Nah, dog, I'm out of that. I'm not going down that route. I'm not gonna help people genocide my people, bro. That's crazy. Now, do I think men suck ass? I totally do. My criticisms of the men's rights movements are quite large. To be honest, I hate all identity politics, to be honest.
Your teens or early 20s, probably played too many video games, maybe had a few other bad habits ranging from corn to weed. A message like
Hell yeah, dude. Wait, he never cured my porn or weed habits. How come he didn't work on me?
Peterson's absolutely resonated with you more than somebody talking about white male privilege or toxic masculinity. Peterson's message was about personal responsibility. Why it's important to chase meaning over happiness, and the importance of free speech. When you put these ideas in a vacuum, not only are they pretty good, but they appeal to young men who feel lost in an adult world that they've just entered.
True.
Peterson was also able to take complex ideas regarding psychology and philosophy and break them down into a digestible format so people could understand them better, which to me is the sign of a good educator. This made Peterson wildly popular amongst young men, allowing him.
I miss the days when, like, 4 or 5 years ago, where men were starving to be lectured by a fucking educator from a college campus, scouring the internet for his old videos so they can glean any more form of intelligence. And what it birthed was the fucking ridiculous MAGA dipshits that now use pseudo-intellectual arguments all the time. Holy fuck, man.
Him to explode in the online space. Fortunately or unfortunately for Peterson, depending on how you look at it, he blew up at a time when SJW owned compilations were all over.
Yeah, I was part of that.
For YouTube. If you want to feel old, by the way, some of these videos are from 10 years ago. Feminists destroyed by facts and logic. These.
Yeah. I also really like that debate. Oh, God. Oh, dude, they're attacking me personally now, bro. Fuck! Get me out of here!
Would do insanely well, numbers-wise, but they didn't really have intellectual depth to them. It just so happened that Peterson ended up on a couple of these. Probably the most famous of which was when he
God damn, this conversation was wild, bro. Holy fuck.
Debated Kathy Newman, where Jordan Peterson calmly dismantled her on TV for an audience of over 50 million people on YouTube alone.
That was so wild, dude. Debate, dude. It's like the ultimate fucking power, dude. Always make people defend their ideas. Holy shit.
As of time of writing. It's still arguably his most famous interview to date and was his second cultural lightning rod. This was in every Wrecked Feminist compilation of 2016, alongside figures like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder.
God, dude, back when like the left and right could team up, back when Peterson was considered on the left, holy fuck.
Despite them being.
Hey, I will say, I never cared much for Ben Shapiro. He was my favorite Republican, but I didn't care much for him. And I hated Steven Crowder.
Very different from each other, people associated them as guys.
I fucking hate this guy, dude. Holy fuck. This guy is such a subhuman piece of shit. He treats I think his ex-wife, he treated her so poorly, and then he rants and raves about traditional family values and being like a good husband, and he treats his wife like absolute shit. That's so crazy to me.
To own the libs, even though that's not really what made Jordan Peterson so compelling. He was certainly more intellectual than Steven Crowder, but it didn't matter, he was put in the same box. People like Crowder, Shapiro, and Milo were outwardly and
fuck Milo Yiannopoulos.
Proudly conservative, unlike Peterson, who declared himself neutral on politics. Now, figures in the conservative media space at the time were making generational wealth, covering topics that people knew Jordan Peterson from, like feminism. So this left him with two options: go back to his professor job, leave all this behind, or do what these guys were doing and make millions of dollars. Having a clinical practice is cool and all that, but would you rather have that or life-changing money, not to mention hundreds of thousands of adoring fans around the world. So Peterson made the decision to go from a
I feel like he just got caught in an echo chamber. Like his audience became more and more MAGA and more right-leaning, and like just because like that's what also people like Milo Yiannopoulos, Ben Shapiro, and all these thought leaders of the Republican Party were doing. Like they were just pushing in that general direction. And believe it or not, one of the best things that the right does is they're really willing to work with anyone. One of the big criticisms that people like I have for the left, I missed all this 10 years ago. It was not that long ago. I must have a wee look. Go ahead. Yeah, it is crazy. Believe it or not, one of the best powers that the Republican Party or the Republican apparatus has is its ability to work with anyone. Like Republicans will like go team up with gays and like make a whole new gay LGBT without the Q and the T or whatever the fuck. They just want to do the gay and lesbian. Like that's all they want. And they're going to go door to door with all the gay people and be like, "Hey man, we're cool with you guys, but fuck them transes." And like that's what they do. They'll widen their net, even though like this group of people, these gay people over here, are antithetical to their belief system and everything that they want. They're going to work with them if it means they can take out the T's. Right? Now, meanwhile, the Democratic Party does the opposite. We're having a civil war right now in the Democratic Party because Democrats can barely get along with Social Democrats. Social Democrats can barely get along with socialists, and then you have the socialists, and like there's like all these branches things, and they're always at war with each other. There's always purity testing going on the left. Meanwhile, the right's like, "Yo, you're gay and you like to get butt fucked? Come on over, homie. We'll just go make fun of trans people together. Oh, you're a fucking racist? We don't give a shit. Come on over, dude. We'll make fun of trans people together. Oh shit, you're from the South and like, come on over, dude." Like, dude, they don't call each other out. They work together. And because of that, it's really easy for centrist people to get sucked into their bullshit because they're the ones that seem reasonable. Because they're the one that comes into your chat and goes, "Hey man, we're friends. I just like having conversations." Meanwhile, they're going to vote against your interest every time. So the reason why Jordan Peterson can fall into this circle is the centrists got sucked in through the kindness and they saw the constant veil of attack from the left. And they're like, "Well, fuck that. I'm going to go over here and play with all these people that make me feel nice and warm and fuzzy." And then over time, they just got sucked into the apparatus. And now they're having to defend things like, deporting people without due process. Like, I don't think he did it just for money. I think that, like, it was a natural occurrence that happened due to the constant pushback he got from the left. And then the constant support that he got from the right. It just naturally gravitated his audience that way, which naturally gravitated him that way. Because as much as your entertainer can influence your opinions, your audience influences your opinions. Because, like, the bigger your audience is, the more beholden you become, and the more powerful they become. Which is why I'm kind of okay with a smaller audience. Exactly. Like, Nina's spitting bars right here. You should be able to debate both sides of it. If you are unable to do that, then that means you can't even consider what the other side is talking about. If you think the other side is evil, you're already on the wrong. It's a difference of opinion. Matter of fact, you probably even agree on how the solution. You just disagree on like, the calculation to come about the solution.
To mention hundreds of thousands of adoring fans around the world. So Peterson made the decision to go from a college professor's salary to a college donor's salary. This was the time when it was cool to speak out against institutions, academia, the government, the police, whatever it may be. Lucky for Peterson, he got famous for...
God, that conversation was... Like, Kathy Newman was cool, but watching this 60-something-year-old man being surrounded by an entire group of young men hungry for a message that they literally got kicked out of the building because a bunch of leftist fucking insane freaks were pulling fire alarms because how dare this guy talk about responsibility. Holy fuck, dude, that was so crazy.
speaking out against the Canadian government and the University of Toronto, so it fit perfectly. He started hanging out with more right-wing podcasters, which is fine in and of itself. We can do what we want. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But the problem people had was Peterson kept calling himself a neutral figure when he clearly wasn't. Politics also doesn't happen to be Jordan Peterson's specialty.
No.
He's definitely more of a psychologist. I mean, he's literally trained in that. And it was around this time he attracted a ton of new fans just by mere exposure. But at the same time, this came with a lot of new detractors. Typically, politics is a bad thing to dip your toes into if you can't handle it. Trust me, as a random guy with a YouTube channel, that's the last thing I want to do. Typically, unless you make political content, it's not wise to get into politics for no reason. Unfortunately,
as someone who now makes a few political videos here or there, I fully agree. Bro, it ruins your day sometimes. Like hearing some of the stupid arguments when you're watching this shit from the other side, watching just the sheer lack of humanity. Brother.
for Jordan Peterson, that's where most of the money and exposure was. Despite him claiming to be politically neutral or classically liberal or however he wants to define it, he was given
Taking offense means you lost the argument. There is no left, there is no right. In the middle, we sleep. A wise man and a feminist once said exactly.
most of his exposure after these viral moments via podcasts and social media. He made appearances on huge podcasts and integrated himself to a group of online intellectuals. Peterson
Don't make fun of me, bro, but it's so true. An online intellectual, dude. What could you call me? An armchair politician, yeah.
joined what was now known as the
Intellectual dark web, baby. I was so huge into this shit for a minute, bro. And then I realized every time Eric Weinstein talked, he was just bragging about how smart he was. I was like, wait, there's nothing intellectual about this. These people are just full of shit. And then I got the fuck out.
intellectual dark web, which is about as lame as it sounds, including JP, Brett, and Eric Weinstein.
Fuck these guys. I can't believe I respected this man, dude. Oh my god. Holy fuck, dude.
Ben
I mean, they still had Sam Harris, though, so why Hero was still in there.
Shapiro, and a few others. It was all these people.
A few others. Dude, Sam Harris is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, bro. Oh my god. Disrespectful.
People who claim to be truth seekers when most of them were just Elon Musk simps who were addicted to Twitter. Peterson.
Whoa! I didn't even use Twitter back then, bro. I didn't care about Peterson spewing obvious enforcements if they were wisdom until he started blatantly lying about gender. Yeah, exactly, dude. Well, wait, I kind of was with him on Bill C-16. I don't think that like people should be able to tell you. I don't think the government should be able to tell you what to think or say. You know, I don't think you should be able to go to jail if I accidentally misgender somebody. I feel like that's a little crazy.
Absolutely included. This was kind of the beginning of the end. Things would start to trend downwards really quick. Now, there's a saying I absolutely love, and I think it's something to live life by. I see better than I hear, aka actions.
That was his lie? Well, yeah, but I'm in Canada now. I know people who are literally cops here. People get fined all the time if they don't do it. Like, 2 of my best friends, one of the main reasons I moved up here, other than my girlfriend, was 2 of my best friends are Canadian police officers. They're part of the Royal Canadian Police Force or whatever. And they've already told me they've had to, like, fine people for misgendering people. Like, it's crazy. They said they keep refusing, but that's crazy.
Speak louder than words. If you heard Jordan Peterson speak, especially on his philosophy for life, you'd think he was the last guy to be addicted to Twitter, right? Surely a man with a PhD, former professor, psychiatrist, deep thinker wouldn't stoop to the same level as a guy with an anime profile picture on Twitter. But you'd be wrong to assume that because Jordan Peterson would melt down.
Bill C-16 says that misgendering can be a form of harassment, not that you can accidentally misgender someone. The fines are not for misgendering, but for harassment. Yeah, I know, but like, people don't have to play along with your game if that's what I mean, like, you don't get to force them. It's not even about the misgendering. If someone is transgender and want to be called a woman, I will call them a woman. I fully appreciate them as a woman, and I believe that they're a woman. Okay, but that doesn't mean I think that someone who comes up and be like, "No, you're a man," should like go to jail or get fined. That's words. I don't believe in hate speech laws. I'm an American. I don't think there's such a thing, and our Supreme Court has already decided that. So, I mean, from my American viewpoint, I don't think any words are an incitement to violence other than I'm going to kill you or I'm going to hurt you or, an actual direct form of violent speech. I don't think calling someone the N-word is violence. Now, I don't use the word, and I will never do that. If someone wants to be some bigoted asshole and do that shit, the whole rest of society should just we're not gonna opt into having the guy as a member of our community, and they should just not fuck with him. But someone who harasses someone can be fined for it. Yeah, see, I'm gonna disagree. I would just say put your big boy panties on or big girl panties and put harassment. That's fine as long as it's just words. I don't care. That's my disagreement with Bill C-16 is the thing that is about freedom of speech. I am not someone who defends hate speech laws or anything like that. I don't think the government should be able to compel you what to say. So, I mean, Jordan Peterson's criticisms of the bill were not a lie. We're in the weeds of it right now, and I still think that Jordan Peterson was correct. And I've heard him say that numerous times. This man was my personal guru for a bunch of years.
Down on Twitter non-stop. Because he had such a growing community of detractors through his association via politics.
Canada has hate speech laws. Canada does. If 100 people are outside your house calling you a sex offender, should that be okay? Should someone have assistance from the law? I mean, it depends on why they're calling me a sex offender. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, if people want to fucking... Also, that's different. You're talking about assembling an entire mass of 100 people right outside your door, probably blocking and barring your ability to do your job. If all they were doing was sitting outside your door calling you that, and not on your private property, yeah, they have the right to do that, yes. Words are words. There's a reason why we have the age-old proverb? Sticks and stones may... Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I will never defend anyone telling another person what they can and cannot say. Now, society should be able to we don't need laws about it. We have society for that. We have our culture for that. We're supposed to reinforce positive ideas. So when we see someone going around saying a bunch of racial slurs, society should look down on them. But we shouldn't have laws dictating what they can and cannot do. It should just be that guy's disgusting. And then everyone moves on. Because what happens is when you make them laws, people don't say them. Yeah, and I disagree with the Canadian law. I'm an American, and I believe in freedom of speech. Full send. I don't give a fuck if what you say is vile. I don't like that line of logic. I disagree. I will never get behind the idea that words are so dangerous that we need to lock people up. I don't agree with that. Again, freedom of speech, absolutionist almost. There's 5 instances where I won't defend freedom of speech. Whole send.
People would tweet stuff at him, and he would respond basically every single time. He'd frequently make posts about how platforms like Twitter would enable anonymous troll demons, yes, this is a real term he used, that would ravage society, aka some dude shitposting on Twitter is the downfall of the West. It seemed the more active Peterson was on Twitter, the more maybe unstable is the right word he seemed, not just on Twitter but also in interviews, breaking down into tears over very odd things.
Yeah, dude, every time this guy just start crying, I'd be like, oh, it's a little performative.
Now, I've spoke about 2 cultural lightning rod moments for Peterson, both of which have been very positive for his career. This next one would not be that. It all started when he
Oh, God, dude, this was so cringe. It was at this moment where I was like, yeah, Jordan Peterson fell off.
Replied to the now Elliot page about her transitioning, saying, "Remember when pride was a sin and Ellen Page just had her breasts removed by a criminal physician?" This
That was so fucking cringe, bro.
landed him a suspension from a pre-Elon extremely left-wing Twitter. Shock.
Not about danger, it's about harassment. If someone stood next to you, shouting your fears and go away, that is harassment. You can act yourself to peace to the right, or the law can step in. I mean, you're crossing two different thresholds with your things that are not analogous. Okay? If I go to a bar and there's a transgender person there and I want to refer to them as their biological birth, which is also still bared out in science, that's different than someone screaming in my ear or gathering 100 people outside of my door on my personal property. These things already have rules and laws that protect you in these situations. People aren't allowed to get into like an inch from your ear and start screaming. Like, and that's not against her the law. The harassment, no, because one of them is breaking private property laws. So we already have laws that cover that. People can't amass an assembly on your personal property. That's why, you know, we have laws that defend private property. And then someone getting within a certain level of closeness to you, in like your own individual self-defense bubble, you're allowed to defend yourself if someone gets that close to you, because you don't get to determine intent. And intent is something that's based off of 1,000 of different parameters. But someone giving you the wrong gender is not harassment, unless they're going out of their way every day to hunt you down and call you the wrong gender. Like they're following you home to call you the wrong gender. Or they're like showing up at the supermarket, like, and there's like a pattern of stalking, harassment, or whatever. That's harassment. You seeing someone like once or twice a week and they giving you the wrong gender is not harassment. Nah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm not gonna buy any of it, dude. I'm not. It just doesn't track for me, because we already have laws that already deal with those other surrounding situations. Exactly. That's what's illegal in C-16, bro. And also, Jordan Peterson also never said that he wouldn't call these individuals the gender they preferred. He would just wonder what their motivation was, and if it was coming from a position of authority, then he wouldn't do it. The law is harassment. It was just made misgendering can be part of harassment. Yeah. I think it's ridiculous.
Shocker. And regardless of how you feel about what's being discussed in this tweet, it's really strange to me. Like, why do you care, bro?
Yeah, dude. That's a really good question. This is where like Republicans lose it all. Like, why do we care what other people are doing with their body? You can make the argument for children if you really wanted to. No, it doesn't. It stops you harassing someone by deliberately misgendering them. Yeah, but then like, where does the line of harassment come? Like, he's a teacher, right? So if someone comes into his office or his class and they're like, "I want you to call me Z today," and he was like, "I'm not fucking doing that. I'm gonna call you her or him," and he does it every day because he has to work with her. Now it's considered harassment. Now he can go to jail because she's trying to compel his speech. The argument still stands. There are situations in your life where it can be construed as harassment, even though I wouldn't consider it harassment. Some people don't get to tell you what to say. People don't get to tell you what to call them. Bottom line. Now, if they ask you and they make a request, you can honor that as a sensible and reasonable person. But if you make a demand of me, it ends. I'm not going to give in to any demand by anybody. Now, if you ask me kindly to do something, I will happily do it. Harassment would be taking the pee out of someone by misgendering. It's a judgment call, but all harassment is. Right, which means it shouldn't be left up to law because it's judgment. Like, it just depends on like the political sensitivity at the time, or who knows. Like, that's how bad things happen. Law should be concise, direct. There's the quote, justice bends or breaks when it bends, needs to be true. Like, justice needs to be blind. It's a matter of fact. A lot of lies rely on judgment. Yeah, by judges. Like, bro, no. You should be able to read something plain as day and know right from wrong. Intent is judgment, etc. Yeah. But intent is just how we try to find out the mens rea, or like the intent behind a crime. Where that is a form of judgment, but the law itself isn't. Like, the law is do not kill. And then once we kill someone and we have to find out why, then we have to break down, like, that's not how a lot of laws work, even copyright. Well, no, copyright is a matter of fact law. There is no intent behind copyright. Your intent behind copyright is meaningless. If you commit copyright, even if you have a good intent, copyright law is done. So, like, there's nothing to move on. But there's justifiable homicide? Yeah, but the death isn't. The death is the law, and then after that we have to determine what the intent is. But, like, the law itself is set in stone. There's a reason why you're going to court. The law has brought you here. You committed some kind of sin. Now we need to determine what level of copyright. I meant fair use is judgment. Not really. No, that falls into copyright law. Copyright law in America. Copyright law is matter of fact crimes. Doesn't matter. It's like the same thing as what's the thing? Statutory rape. If you have sex with a minor, it doesn't matter if you knew, doesn't matter if you didn't know, doesn't matter if you had consent from the parents. All that matters is that you did it. And then that means technically you can be charged regardless. People don't even have to press charges, I think, in that matter of fact. All it has to happen is the crime happens. We have matter of fact crimes in America where your justification and your intent are meaningless by what's happening. Now typically it's up to the individual to press charges, but if they want, like, so as someone who has been trained in copyright, I can show you that there is judgment involved. There is no, there's none. Some people, feminists, consider what's justifiable homicide. Why is I need to refresh chat. None of this is coming up in chat. Oh, there it is. No, it's considered a matter of fact crime. We'll just do this real quick. Because like the judgment comes from the person that wants to issue copyright matter of fact crime. Copyright infringement can be a criminal offense when it's a matter of fact. It involves specific legal activities, such as knowingly making infringement. No, hold on, there's other ones. So wait, does intent matter with copyright? With No, for direct copyright infringement, intent generally does not matter because it is a strict liability offense. The act of copying is what matters, regardless of whether there was intention to infringe. However, if a court determines the infringement was willful, I mean the user knew their actions were wrong, the penalties can be harsher. But for some defenses, such as fair use or license, intent and knowledge may become relevant in asserting the overall situation. Why intent doesn't matter for act infringement. Strict liability. Copyright infringement is a strict liability tort, meaning the focus is on the act of the unauthorized copying, not the use of their intent. Yes, the intent of the person does not matter. Innocent infringing is misleading. While you might hear the term innocent infringing, it has limited value in determining liability for direct infringement. Examples of intent not mattering. The statement, no copyright infringement is intended, does not absolve you of liability as the focus of the fact of infringement, not the intent. Even if the mistake, you ignored fair use part I referenced. If you want black and white, then don't do it. Gray areas, like stalking, when does it go from innocent to illegal? Same with speech. If willful, then too far by AI answers? No. So with copyright law, there is no intent. Now, with fair use, there is intent, because fair use is you're trying to It's within the name, fair use. When intent does matter. Willful infringement. So like if you like knowingly commit copyright fraud, you can like get double the fines or whatever the fuck it is. If you knowingly copy, look at fair use, which is part of copyright law. Okay. Require, not permission. No, fair use does not require the specific to have intent to infringe, so it still doesn't. Rather, intent is a factor in asserting the purpose and character of the use, and whether it's fair, not, or prerequisite for the entire doctrine. Copyright infringement is often a strict liability offense, meaning that innocent or unintentional acts can still be infringement, but the intent behind the use is crucial when analyzing if it falls under the fair use exception. So you use intent to discuss. You use intent to determine if it's under fair use, but fair use doesn't give you the right to copy the content. If they put a copyright claim on something at any time, this is why, yes, they're not going to say 100%, but often, yes, because there are, circumstances outside of that that can change. You were reading but not listening? Oh, okay, bud. Okay. Like, at the end of the day, like if you commit a fair use, you can do fair use and still be considered in copyright. So your intent is meaningless. So when it comes down to the concept of the crime, it's almost a matter of fact. It's not matter. What do they call it? They call it a copyright fair use is a judgment issue, but not the crime itself. Even if you do the judgment issue and you use fair use, you could still be fined and held like for copyright. Like the judgment has nothing to do with the law being in place. The judgment is it's on a different parameter. At the end of the day, whether you have committed fair use or not is irrelevant from copyright, because if they still, it's not a crime if you copy something under fair use, bro. So right now I can go watch H3's content nuke on Hassan. I can do that. And I can actually do all of the things through it that would make it fair use. But the work has been considered copyrighted by like the actual there's like a board or something of the government. I don't remember what it is. But if I'm not falling within the if I go and do that, I can be hit with a copyright strike. Or I mean he can even sue me for copyright infringement. Fair use is not a blanket protection against copyright. That's why when we as YouTubers make our claim for fair use, it has to be our rationale in case it goes to court. But like copyright, when it boils down to it, is a matter-of-fact crime. What if you independently work without having to see the artwork you create from your own mind? For example, I designed artwork in my lost tribe in the middle of nowhere, exposed to the... It's not a crime if you copy fair use. The rest of the world, after we're all human with similar creative process, lots of arts are repeated. Yes, but the judgment isn't a judgment. They're addressing it. Judges aren't... They're comparing the acts to how it's written in law. The judgment is on a matter of like morally good or morally wrong. And they're judging it on whether or not it falls within the parameters written in law. That's what they're judging. That's why we have a Supreme Court. They're not judging it like on the merit. Like if it falls within the parameters of the law, they will fucking issue whatever they can. Like it's not that complicated, bro. Just because they're doing judgment doesn't mean they're like judging the what am I trying to say here? They're not necessarily judging. Sorry, G, I know the issue well. I have to give advice on copyright law. It's kind of my bar. I can keep telling you the facts so we can move on. All right, man.
Why does this affect you at all? And trust me, somebody whose childhood crush was Ellen Page in Juno can have an opinion on this, like myself, but not you, pal. Most people would say this and say, oh shoot, I got banned from Twitter. That sucks. But not for Peterson, because at the time, he was fully addicted to Twitter. It seemed like he would
And thank yous. I love to see him try this on someone other than me. Try this? What do you mean? I literally just pulled up AI and it just straight up said that intent is meaningless when it comes to copyright. Intent is used to determine fair use, but that's it. It's a matter-of-fact crime. They don't give a fuck about anything other than whether or not copyright has been done. Like, you can't argue that. There's nothing to argue. There's nothing there. It's already like, now we're also living in two different countries. I'm talking about America copyright. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the world's copyright because all my stuff is based in America. And I think America has the best system. Like, what?
spend all day just on Twitter. So I
was talking about copyright.
After he was banned, he took to Instagram and made one of the most painfully cringe videos I've ever seen in my entire life, and I will play you some.
That's the issue? You were not listening to what Jay was saying? No, because we're using that as an example of that crime should be matter of fact. Don't kill. It's crazy. Laws should be matter of fact. We shouldn't have too much of a gray area. Like, a law should be cut in stone, and then we can use judgments to determine intent so we can find out if this falls within the parameters of the law. Like, that's all we do. We're just checking to see if it still falls within the parameter of the original law that we're writing. Like, laws are supposed to be blind. Like, our justice system is supposed to be blind. It's designed that way. We're not supposed to see race, color. We're not supposed to see how much money you have. We're not supposed to see what your political ideology is. None of those things should be included in determining whether or not someone is guilty of a crime. Now, sometimes they do, which is bullshit.
Some clips right here, but I'm warning you, it is super cringy.
I say banned, although technically I have been suspended. But the suspension will not be lifted unless I delete the hateful tweet in question, and I would rather die than do that. And I'm not taking down that tweet or acknowledging.
I mean, to be fair, I disagree with what he's saying here. But again, why would you expect someone who's a free speech advocate to like censor himself to appeal to other people? Now, maybe he shouldn't give a fuck about Elliot Page's transition. And no, he shouldn't, because Elliot Page is another adult. He's another adult. Bygones be like, let bygones be bygones. But, bro, I even stand with him on this one. You shouldn't have to censor your shit. People don't have to like it. You can just block him. I don't get it.
That my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Jordan Peterson stood, or sat, head held high, and produced a 15-minute speech about his Twitter ban. If you wanted to write a parody of Jordan Peterson, you couldn't have done much.
Jay was supposed to be laws are rarely matter of fact because there's almost always factors which require judgment. No one's asking JP to censor themselves. Just don't deliberately I don't consider what he did as harassment. He made one post about someone cutting off their tits. Like, that's not harassment. That's his opinion.
Much better than this. He claimed he would rather die than take the post down. Bro, it's a tweet.
It's not. I don't understand how you're not seeing the point. They're compelling his speech, and they're using. How is this? I don't know how. This guy was defending him as a free speech guy. What? He was banned. He was banned from yeah, I agree that a private platform can ban him, but I also agree that like maybe these people shouldn't have been trying to like do a giant cancel culture campaign against someone for his opinion. Like, he didn't direct any violence. Nope, not compelling his speech, only saying that don't harass people. I don't consider harassment.
Who fucking cares? Nobody is asking you to stake your life on a tweet that probably...
He's fighting for his right of speech. Do you not understand that that's the reason we kill people in our country? If you infringe on someone's rights, you can expect to die? Like, this is what Christians and fucking the right have been saying for years. Don't tread on me, bro. I would sooner kill someone than allow them tell me to what I can and cannot say. It's that simple. My freedom of speech, to me, is more important than anything. There is not a single thing on this planet that I think is more important than freedom of speech for all people. So, like, of course, when Jordan Peterson says something like, I would die to defend my freedom of speech, I completely agree with that. That makes perfect sense.
It took you 10 seconds to write. This isn't the dark ages, bro.
Rights have responsibilities too, and the other people have the right to not be harassed, to live in peace. No, you don't. You don't have the right to live in peace. That's not promised anywhere. What are you talking about? Life is hard. Are you going to say that we should, like, start banning all bullies? What? Like, people always find themselves in these situations, and we create camps all the time. No. No. You do not have the right to tell other people what to say. You have the right to yourself. That's it. That's all you can do. You don't get to tell other people what to say. You don't get to tell people what to think. And I honestly would rather have people have their hatred out in the open instead of hiding it in deep and dark corners of their minds. I rather would like to know someone doesn't like me for a particular reason than to pretend to like me. Fuck that. Nah.
Brother. Now, there's a lot of waffling in this video, and as I've said, it's pretty hard to watch. It feels like a grown man throwing a temper tantrum because he got banned from Twitter. Maybe.
What do you think the law is? It's about the state telling people not to harass, endanger, or harm someone else? Law is force. We set rules and parameters for our society, and if you cross those rules and parameters, you'll be met with resistance. And if you do not conform, eventually you will die. Yes, laws are a way to enforce people to do things based off of the cultural edicts. But we also have a constitution, which is the basis of our entire society. And the very first fucking amendment is freedom of speech. Nowhere in there does it say you can't be mean to people, because that could be construed as harassment. I'm sorry, all of our laws are based off of our Constitution, and our Constitution is immortalized on its very first amendment, freedom of speech. And freedom of speech means that you can say whatever the fuck you want as long as you are not inciting violence to that person. And I agree with that. And I will defend that. And I've defended that for 15 fucking years on the internet. And I will argue against anyone that says that we need to put parameters and borders around people's speech. My argument is let them say whatever the fuck they want and meet them in the battlefield of minds and ideas and argue them down and show them how they're wrong. Versus like, nope, don't like that, put them in jail. Nope, that's authoritarian as fuck, and I don't play that game. That's why I'm against Trump, and that's why I was against the radical left when they were doing it.
Maybe that's what it feels like, because that's exactly what it is. And when this happened, I remember thinking, this was my GOAT? I used to look up to this guy. And of course, as you might know, he ended the video with one of the corniest, dumbest, and cringeworthy quotes of all time.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Regardless of if you think this ban was justified or not, this is probably...
I mean, yeah, Twitter could have banned him, but, you know, I'd stand my ground on that shit too. Like, I ain't fucking surrendering. Free speech is an amendment. Yes. You have the undeniable right to life. So speech isn't taking away your life. Liberty, which is your idea of justice, and the pursuit of happiness. You can pursue happiness, yes. No, it's not protected from harassment. We don't send kids to juvie for being bullies, and we shouldn't. Like, what are we talking about? The pursuit of happiness. Yes, you can pursue happiness. That doesn't mean, like, everyone has to treat you with sunflowers and rainbows. I think freedom of speech may mean something different to the USA. It probably does. Like, I even think that like if people want to donate endless amount of monies to corporations, they can. Like, that's protected speech. How you want to spend your money? Protected speech. How you want to talk? Protected speech. What your crazy beliefs are? Protected speech. You know, if people want to go around saying 47, what was it? 56, 47 or whatever the fucking or 86 or when they were essentially triggering like a bunch of Republicans to saying that, like, you know, it's a quote to say Trump can die or whatever. I think there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm also the guy that likes edgy jokes, even at the darkest of times. A celebrity dies, make a joke. Fuck yeah, have fun with it.
Probably the worst thing you could do from a public reputation.
Everyone has the right to pursue their happiness. It's in the Constitution. Someone denying that is an offense. So someone calling someone the wrong gender is denying them happiness? No.
Standpoint, as a public figure, I can't think of a worse way to handle this situation, but in a weird way, this might have been a good thing. People knew Peterson was addicted to Twitter and it was bad, but they didn't know the extent until he was unbanned after this. So maybe him being unable to access Twitter would have been the best thing for him. After he did a podcast with Netanyahu, which was an all-star softball performance, by the way. He naturally got some blowback. Actually, reading the comments, it's hard to find one that's positive. People were trolling a bit, but they were providing real criticism and feedback.
No, if you harass someone and you ate denying their pursuit of happiness is why harassment is constitutionally illegal. But life is unfair as well. You can't control the speech or actions of others for the most part. You can pursue happiness, but you're going to run into people trying to squash that happiness. Exactly, dude. Again, that's why people typically do the non-aggression principle, or we have individual autonomy. I'm sorry, I will never agree with something such as hate speech. I think it's bullshit. If people want to say some hateful shit, let society deem them disgusting. You know, I don't think it's okay to assault Nazis. I don't think it's okay to punch Nazis. I don't think it's okay to, like, and that's why we have laws to stand against those people. But we don't in my country. So, the moot point.
Feedback. But instead of ignoring this or taking some of the criticism and trying to improve, he started replying to all these anonymous troll demons. Peterson had a real issue with anonymity, people making posts without their real name, which for a guy who has spoken out so much against government overreach and the importance of freedom, it's odd that he thinks people shouldn't have the ability to post anonymously online, calling people cowards for wanting to keep themselves anonymous. He despises these.
To be fair, if you're going to make a public statement, you should make a public statement. You should, like, put your name on it. You know what I mean? You have harassment laws, you have stalking laws, you have speeding laws. Okay, man. That's not, has anything to do with speech. In America, we have free speech. Not like Canada, where it has, like, fake free speech. And in, like, UK, where, you know, you say mean things on the internet, people can show up at your door. Like, we have freedom of speech in America. It's the best quality of America. And until other countries have it, no other country would be as good as America. Because in America, you can say whatever the fuck you want to anybody. You can speak truth to power. You can call Trump a fucking pig-headed monster. Yes. Do you know how hard it is to sue people for libel or slander? Or defamation? The bar for those, it's fucking massively high. And typically those court cases are almost never settled. Like, they have to, like, or they're never actually go to court. People have to settle outside of court because nothing ever gets done. Like, it is almost unspeakably high to, like, prove that, like, oh, it's hard, but the law is there. Yes, under extreme circumstances, yes. We have safety measures. Like, if someone were to come out and, what is it? Like, we have political speech laws too. That, where a certain party, like on certain websites, you have to be neutral. Not necessarily, but like also like talking about, like, the government can't appear to be like on a side. And that has to be like, that's a speech law. We can't, like, pull the fire alarm and scream fire. That's a free against free speech, or no, doesn't fall in the parameters. I live in a heavily patched gummies. Like, come on, chat, refresh. Jesus Christ. Why did it switch to that? We're not having a conversation of whether or not that, like, I've already said in the beginning of my statement that some laws on speech need to be around, yes. But they have their own individual instances of why they exist. Inciting mass violence is illegal. Threats are illegal. Like, yes, those don't fall under free speech. These have been codified by our Supreme Court. Our Supreme Court has also come out and said that we don't have hate speech laws. If you want to go out and say something hateful, you can. And that's fine. Harassment is illegal. Not in America. You can walk up to anyone and call them the wrong gender all you want, and it doesn't matter. Perfectly fine. Now, some cities and counties are trying their hand at, creating like laws and stuff around that. And then, we'll see how that goes, because as soon as they lock someone up, it'll go to court. It'll go to the Supreme Court, and then it's up to the Supreme Court of that individual state. That's where things get a little icky, but it's all Gucci over here. That's why America's the greatest country in the world, baby. You have the freedom to say and think whatever the fuck you want. Threatening speech is illegal. Yeah, if I walk up and say, I'm gonna beat your ass, you can call the police. However, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna work, because a threat by itself also has to be matched with some form. Harassment is unlawful. It's based on protected characteristics such as race, sex, and religion, age, disability, genetic. We're just gonna disagree, dog. We're just gonna disagree. That is wrote in the U.S. harassment law. Yep, and then when they try to do it, it'll go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court shuts it down because we have precedent that those things are protected speech. We are allowed to say any hateful, bigoted thing we want to in our country. What up, Nikki? Will's feeling very American today. I mean, I'm a free speech warrior and have been for like 20 years. Why I speak out against Trump?
Faceless people with 5 followers, but at the same time gives them his massive platform by replying to them with stuff as trivial as name calling them rats, even if these guys are being assholes. Why bother responding? Like, don't you have better stuff to do? Now, Jordan Peterson has had some anonymous troll demons do some pretty awful things to him, likely because he's such a public figure. But have you ever considered that you also have a ton of information out there? It's because your data is exposed, meaning anyone from your landlord, your employer, or scammers can access it. You know how like every company is having data breaches? There's a reason that these are.
I feel like I'm in danger of radicalizing Will again. Never! I just like freedom of speech, man. I mean, just because I have the freedom doesn't mean I want to use it. You know what I mean? Like, majority of the things I defend, I would never do. I'm not going to walk down. Free speech is negatively disproportionate women throughout history. I believe in freedom, however, it's worth remembering women and minorities have had to raise their voices. And I agree. And it's because of freedom of speech that they eventually gained the, better protections in our society. In like a fucking radical, crazy, anti-free speech place like Trump is trying to build, women wouldn't have had that right. And then they would have been completely left to the wayside, dude. Free speech is what gave them that, dude. They started talking out against their husbands, and their husbands were like, "Why are you talking, bitch?" And then all of a sudden they're like, "Wait, this isn't correct." And then over time, bro, shit started growing, dude. That's how the free civil rights movement started, bro. Freedom of speech. Other countries don't have that shit, bro. And if they do, it's limited free speech. It's like limited liability, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's free speech. It's like free speech, but like, we got free speech at home. You know what I mean? Like,
really, really bad. Criminals and potential stalkers now know your name, phone number, and address. And what's even spookier for my American viewers, health.
Women weren't people, so did not have free speech. Took a long time for that right to filter through. Things take time, bro. We also don't really have a 100% understanding of how cultures were before us, man. But yeah, dude, women were left behind a lot. Yeah, I agree. I'm a free speech supporter, but recognize every right has responsibilities and are never absolute. If someone uses speech to harass, they should rightly be reason for the state to say, cut that shit out. I don't think so. I don't think the state should be involved too much unless lives are on the line.
Health insurance companies could actually raise your rates based on your online activity. You know what stops this though? Today's sponsor, Incogni. Incogni has a custom removal process. So not only does it remove your data from hundreds of data brokers through automated removals, they go a step further. Now they can scrub your data from websites exposing your personal information, such as news portals, sports publications, health apps, and others. And this is exactly what it looks like. I literally recorded this right after I created my account, and look how many takedown requests I got right away. And if you're watching this, Incogni will give you a 60% discount. If you go to
Wait, dude. Then how am I going to get my privatized ads? I want them to, like, send me, like, a mouse pad that has a bunch of naked anime girls on it. And if they don't know that I'm a pervert, like, how am I going to get that? Changing subject, YouTube allowing you to skip ad reads like this, I think will be a problem for content creators. Yeah, dude.
Incogni.com/ghostgum or use the code ghostgum at checkout.
Well, and it's such a bummer too, because like a lot of people just already skip them. I don't like that shit. I mean, trust me, I fucking hate a video being interrupted by a read, but it's better than I'd rather content creators have ads like this than the ones that get on my channel. You know what I mean? Because this way, the content creator, like, I don't like that I have no idea what the fuck appears on my videos. I don't, like, dude, you could get nothing but MAGA bullshit on my videos. And what if it, like, because my videos are usually against MAGA, what if my videos start, like, pushing people towards MAGA because, like, the ads and shit, you know what I mean? And they go click whatever that ad is and, like, nah, bro, fuck that.
Checkout. Basically, if people can't find you online, they can't harm you. That's what Incogni does. It protects you from unnecessary online harm. And as somebody who has had their identity somewhat private from YouTube, Incogni is a massive tool for me and I strongly recommend it. So use code GHOSTGUM at Incogni or go to incogni.com/GHOSTGUM for a 60% discount. Link is
Good content creators who make ad reads and entertaining are great, even though it makes them too funny to skip. Yeah, dude. I hope I never do an ad read, because that means that like I'm a sellout. But like, brother, if I ever do an ad read, I'm gonna try to make it like a dramatization, like get up all close to the microphone and like do a little ASMR with it. Maybe make a few grunt noises in there, like, yeah, Incogni, bro, buy me. No one's gonna ever give me an ad read, but I hope I never do one, bro.
is also in the description. It got so bad that his daughter was asking for him to have his Twitter time restricted. She was genuinely concerned about her dad, but don't get it twisted, Michaela is no saint. She got into some trouble when she advocated for more censorship and content moderation on Twitter, which is crazy because her enjoyment.
If you want to make this a job, you gotta embrace it. Def make it funny as fuck though, bro. I don't know if I'm necessarily, you know what? I don't know if I have to, bro. If I can make like $500 a month off of just ad revenue, that's all I would need. You know what I mean? That's good. That's $100 for buying a little weed for let's be real, like $200 for buying weed, $100 for groceries, and then the rest of the money to set aside to my girlfriend. She won't let me give her money for rent, but it'll be aside for her. Catching a stepson spying on her in the shower, and then the next morning she has a stepson try out the product they're selling her. I have to apologize to you. I fell asleep last night on the couch. I died when the dogs woke up at 5 a.m. Oh. I will say, you know what? Let's not make a joke about a woman's looks. But this, I want to so bad. And not because she's a woman, but because her and her father are so anti-trans, I just don't want to make it, dude. But we'll show some grace.
It protects you from unnecessary online harm, and as somebody who has had their identity somewhat private from YouTube, Incogni is a massive tool for me, and I strongly recommend it. So use code GHOSTGUM at Incogni or go to incogni.com/GHOSTGUM for a 60% discount. Link is also in the description. It got so bad that his daughter was asking for him to have his Twitter time restricted. She was genuinely concerned about her dad, but don't get it twisted, Michaela is no saint. She got into some trouble when she advocated for more censorship and content moderation on Twitter, which is crazy because her and Jordan have been crusaders against censorship for years.
People who use the hashtag filth or rats when referring to an entire nation of people should be censored.
People reacted appropriately.
Don't say it, Will. Be a good boy.
Calling her out for her hypocrisy, and she would retract her statements after talking to her dad. So issue resolved, I guess. Well, she didn't retract it. She just said she didn't want to see certain content on Twitter and it shouldn't be pushed towards her. Michaela also allegedly left
Don't say it.
her husband and child to sleep with Andrew Tate. If you want to
Jesus Christ, don't
hear
say
that
it, Will.
story, I have a members only video on this channel explaining that whole
How does she fucking go bang Andrew Tate, bro? No,
situation. Meanwhile, through all of this and her own drama, Jordan was still calling people rats. Yes, these were just random Twitter nobodies. Now, all this kind of coincides with the time Peterson got his own show on the Daily Wire, which for most of his hardcore fans was the beginning of the end. Unlike before when Peterson was
I'll say it, she looks trans. Thank God someone said it and I didn't have to be that guy. Holy fuck, bro.
independent, he could still be politically neutral, even if he wasn't saying neutral things.
Oh, geez, she's even in the same room as Andrew Tate. How?
He could always claim neutrality because he was fully working on his own. He was his own boss. Now he was directly being funded by billionaires via a company owned by Ben Shapiro. It was hard to deny his political leanings at this point. So his centrist and apolitical fans started turning against him. The only people
That's what's up, dude. I was a radical centrist.
left after the Daily Wire acquisition were his hardcore fans, and the people that were left were obviously pretty conservative because the Daily Wire is extremely conservative. So due to his new detractors, his Twitter meltdowns intensified more. It was around this time that Peterson went full-on Christian fundamentalist. Now
Oh my God, dude. I remember he'd go on shows and they'd be like, "Are you Christian?" He's like, "That's for me to know." And you just start crying that men are left behind, and you're like, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, dude. I use OBS. All right, he says you use OBS. Well, I use Streamlabs, which is like a ripoff of OBS, I believe. Just thinking clipping the content and moving it to the right and putting the chat above you, but a smaller would work. Oh, so you're saying, oh shit, I'm moving me now. Oh wait, hold on. I think it's, I have my display capture going right now. If I switch to reaction, I could do that, but I would have to fuck with that. Or actually, you know what? You know what? We actually was gonna do this anyway. Let's do this. Oh, baby, I know the way. All right, here we go. There we go. And then this is what I use while gaming. So then what I can do is turn off the display capture until I start playing games today. Oh, 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 oh. And then I could even move this in a little bit so people don't see all the tabs and stuff, and clean it up a little. Yeah. It might be. And then I could turn my background back on. Yeah. We got thighs and the element. Let's go. Sorry.
I'm not exactly 100% sure why, but my best guess is that it was a way to justify the things he said whilst pandering to his remaining fans. After many, many public meltdowns, most people who followed him.
Oh yeah, dude, I am not very good at it. I even tried to make a layout, and the way that I made my layout was just by adding a black image behind the thing. Need to go back just a little smaller here. Or I guess I could make my camera a little smaller. There we go. That looks so much better though. Neater though, yeah.
Him for philosophy or life advice didn't take him seriously anymore. Now he could use Christian theology to back up his takes and find a new audience, which
God, dude, I can give you some tips for fancy things if you like. Bro, that's something we should sit down and do one day, bro.
Ironically would lead him to losing the remainder of his audience. Now, if you'll remember from my Lex Fridman video,
I have some sources for borders, etc. I sleep on a couch all the time, no longer sleep in a rag bed, regular bed. Oh my god, it's horrid pain. If I do, the last time I slept in a bed, holy crap, I was screaming pain, could not move for like a bit. Bro! Whoa, I have stuff going on in the Discord. Oh god, my girlfriend is fact checking me. Alright, let's read this. Equal Rights Amendment, ERA, introduced in 1923. The ERA is proposed amendment specifically stating that equality of rights under the law shall not be denied and abridged by the United States or by the state account of sex. It was passed by Congress in 1972 and ratified by the required number of states by 2020. However, its legal status remains uncertain due to lapsed ratification deadlines and recessions by some states. Ooh, that's bad, because that means couldn't they just, like, take it down? Damn, bro. It took them until 72 to do it and then fucking finally ratified in 2020. And it took Biden's bitch ass to do it? I knew I liked that motherfucker. No, I made myself a little smaller on purpose. Not fact checking, just to show the lack of U.S. equal rights for women's. Yeah, bro. I have gotten into the habit of sleeping on the couch too. Mine is more weird psychology than physical pain. I like Lex Fridman, but like, he's like such a fence-sitting bitch at the same time as people.
you'll know there's one thing that people hate more than conservatives or liberals. It's someone pretending to be something that they're not. This is a point I really want to hammer home. There's no one more hated than frauds and grifters. Up until this point, you could argue that no matter how dumb or cringe it was, Peterson said what he really believed. At this point, that was the only thing he really had going for him. But once he started arguing Christian theology, claiming to be a Christian, this shattered. He's promoted Christian values, or excuse me, Judeo-Christian values, while
Come on, bro. That was a little anti-Semitism right there. I've never heard of Lex Fridman. One of these days, we're going to watch the 5-hour Israel-Palestine debate with Destiny, Mulia Rabbani, Benny Morrison, and fucking Norm Finkelstein. It killed my soul.
riding the fence about being a Christian, more specifically a Catholic. This means unconditional support for Israel, by the way.
The fate of the world depends on the decisions of the people of Israel.
Classic Christian value. Upon learning of Israel's intentions to bomb Gaza, Peterson told his buddy Netanyahu via Twitter to give them hell. I'm sure the Pope would agree with this.
I mean, no matter what your religious viewpoint is, people dying is bad. Yeah, Peterson, Christian, also Peterson. I'm not Christian, also Peterson. I'm not saying I am or I'm not. What do you mean, believe?
Oh, wait. The problem is, Jordan Peterson positioned himself as an extremely passionate Christian man, but at the same time, he'd get into a pattern of denying he's actually Christian. Usually he'd just avoid the question or talk around it, so nobody really knew if he was a Christian or not. But Alex O'Connor nailed him when he...
God, I love this one. I love this man. This man deserves all the cuddles in the world. I'm just saying, Alex O'Connor. Hey, what's going on, Daddy? We touched tips. Like, dude.
Asked him a question about his faith, where Peterson gave an answer that, by definition, would make him a Christian, but he won't admit that.
I went back in time with a Panasonic video camera and put
Oh my God, yes.
that camera in front of the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. Would the little LCD screen show a man walk out of that tomb?
I would suspect yes.
So that to me seems like a belief in the historical event of the resurrection, or at least of Jesus leaving the tomb, which means that when somebody says, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? It doesn't seem clear to me why you're not able to just say, it would seem to me yes.
Now, these interviews of him
God damn, bro. Here's your sign.
Kind of making a fool of himself weren't extremely popular, but the people who saw them found them odd. Then, for some reason, JP decided to do the dumbest thing possible and go on Jubilee to debate Christianity to atheists. As you may have seen or can...
Oh my God, dude. This is like a slow motion train wreck, dude. Not saying that it's totally up to you. I love sleeping on the couch. Peterson really talked himself into weird traps. Yeah, dude. Like, jeez. And like, look, I understand the theme that Jordan Peterson was trying to get at. Jordan Peterson was trying to say that, like, across religions, there's like a current of truth in religion, that like a form of spirituality can be a good thing, and it keeps you in touch with the cosmic, the divine, the universe. It doesn't really matter. We understand a few things intrinsically. We understand that death doesn't feel good when we look at it. We understand that when a person dies, it's not good. Majority of societies build their laws around these same moral concepts. We would typically call them as universal truths. However, that's too strong of a claim, because a universal truth is universally true at all times. Like, murder is not necessarily bad if murder is done in the pursuit of like self-defense or defending a nation. Now, on a moral scale, they're still bad, but we can rationalize these things. So it's not a universal truth that murder bad, but like, by and large, a majority of societies and countries all share similar network of ideas across a wide scope of things. Now, they differ in certain areas, like we saw about copyright, what we were talking about earlier. They differ from country to country, and they're just slightly different based off of like cultural settings and significance of like certain ideas and values. But by and large, most people, they have like their own form of like what they call freedom of speech and shit, or like what their own form of self-defense is, and what their own. But by and large, a lot of these things have a lot of overlap. Majority of them have overlap. And that's what he's trying to say, is that like there's like a spiritual bowl that we're all in. We just don't know what to fucking call it. And like, that's okay. Like, that's a cool thing to say. Peterson's issue was he wanted to argue that morality comes from faith only, but he tried avoiding using his own dogma, and point is he's wrong and has no actual argument. Well, I wouldn't say that. Morality can come from atheist stance with logic and at least harm. No, yeah, like the idea that morality comes from Christianity is probably wrong. but the concept of morality is probably built from a spiritual foundation of like cosmic togetherness. Now, we don't understand why or what that driving force is, but it's typically true and transcends most people. Like, we all kind of agree on a preset rules of morality, at least loosely. So I wouldn't say it's like based off Christianity. Like, I think, well, what is it? Buddhism says that like all religions are a pathway to enlightenment. That can be like kind of the same concept. Because again, isn't it just like a spiritual awakening within inside the individual in Buddhism? Like, it's the kind of cosmic thing that he's talking about, but he just wants to call it Christianity. So like I would argue that Jordan Peterson is correct in his analysis to some extent. He's just not like going far enough into it, and he's not really good at articulating himself. There's a guy I watched explain it very well, who unfortunately is a Republican, but he's a never Trumper Republican named Connor. And then he dives deep into these. I watched his 6-hour breakdown of the Jordan Peterson conversation, and it blew my mind. In fact, the majority of what I do here on this channel is kind of built around the way that I've seen him do content. What's the word I'm looking for? He'll take an hour debate and talk for 5 hours on it, you know? So I'm kind of stealing his format. Morality can come from atheist stance, but logical and least harm, etc. Exactly. Harm, exactly. Murder equal bad. Society just comes up with their own reasons to accept it. Exactly. It comes from evolution. Chimps have morality and laws enforced with force. Not just codified. Social species need to evolve and to support the whole or go extinct. To an extent, but like sometimes, so like even like in ancient civilizations and like even animals, like sometimes it's more common for like a society to cut out the weak than it is to like lift the weak up. I think it's more of a human thing that we've been doing over the years. Like, I know animals have done it for a while, but at some point I know animals, like if there's like a detriment to keeping something around, sometimes they lose it. I think the consciousness is what helps us keep because I know animals have a form of consciousness. We just don't know the difference of degree of consciousness between animals and humans.
Can guess, this interview was a train wreck. This video was initially labeled one Christian.
God damn, this was so fucking funny, dude. Dude, the one time, I saw Jordan Peterson's downfall when I saw him sit down with Destiny. Destiny is a dipshit online gamer whom I'm very fond of, and he's my boy and I love him. He'll never know I exist. He did like one of my tweets once. And it was a dope moment, but then I went and reread the tweet he liked, and I was like, maybe that was one you shouldn't have liked, homie. That was an unhinged tweet from me, bro. Don't do that. But anyway, I mean, Destiny will never know I exist, right? But knowing that Destiny, a dipshit who grew up playing StarCraft, watching that guy go up against a culturally trained psychologist that worked at, like, I think he went to like Harvard or one of those big fancy schools, and then he worked at the University of Toronto. Watching this man get dog walked on climate change and this security of like he even dog walked him on tit for tat, the VAERS data, like stuff about vaccines. Like, Jordan Peterson was an absolute curmudgeon, and he was unhinged in that entire time in the conversation. And then he openly admits that he won't have Destiny back on because he thinks Destiny just wants to win conversations. It's like, what? Cutting out the weak can be moral Sparta, or our current morality is influenced by Judeo-Christianity, though. I don't like that. I don't like that. Well, actually, you know what? Before we say that, I don't know how to spell this word. Not this. Does Christianity influence, not culture? Because I think I like to say that the Enlightenment era, but I don't know. right, Christianity significantly influenced the Enlightenment by providing educational foundation and intellectual traditions that fostered in critical thinking, science, and philosophy. Even as the Enlightenment challenged traditional religious authorities, an emphasis on reason within Christianity thought and establishment of universal laid the groundwork for the era. God damn it! Oh, okay, well, no, it laid the groundwork. This is a... Even as the Enlightenment challenged traditional religious authority, while the Protestant Reformation and Enlightenment challenges to religious ends to copium, he had also stemmed from Christian ideas. Fuck! No! Shit. I don't like that. Copium? Yes, sir. Christian thought is a basis for reason. Some historians argue that Enlightenment thinkers, though secular in their outlook, were actually building upon secularizing fundamental Christian ideas. How dare you, sir? I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this feeling. I mean, it makes me feel like a stupid though. Texas Christian University to block TPA USC from hosting a D-Trans speaker on campus. That's crazy. Oh. Watching Will learn. Oh, dude, so I'm not gonna lie, Sputnik, dude. You can even ask Kia if she's still here. Behind Ren, usual the non-song stuff. Alright, look, check it. So I was talking to my girlfriend last night while I was tripping my balls off on some edibles because I was in the clouds, buddy. And what's up, media? Where's my rock star? Anyway, so me and my girlfriend are talking, and I was like, I have a really good idea that it was like a lightning in a bottle moment for me. Because my girlfriend says she wants me to start doing some, you were in a good mood yesterday? Fuck yeah. Well, I'm talking about after I got off stream, like last night at 10 o'clock. Anyway, I have an idea for the YouTube, for the stream. One day a week, I think I'm going to dedicate a day to like learning something new. Like, for example, I have a big video that I'm working on that I really want to get out there. I'm even advertising it in my videos now leading up to this. And I want to start watching a bunch of stuff that I can do to like shortcuts that I can learn in like Sony Vegas. So like every Wednesday, you know, the day that's supposed to be about, you know, wisdom, I could really like jump in and start building up like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a new I get like one day for like a month. Every Wednesday I can work on learning how to code and doing that like in real time on stream, or like researching a particular topic for a debate. Even if I never have a debate planned or anything, just go through all of it. Doesn't matter what side the information's coming from. If there's like some crazy conspiracy theory on that day, just go down that rabbit hole. Like just whatever that day is just dedicated to like working and learning something. And then until I learn it to a degree that's good enough, keep doing it. On the Robert Crumb Stoned Again poster, what stage were you on? Okay, on the edibles, you used to measure how high you were on that poster, I think. Yeah, I mean, dude, we were only like 4. I was like, oh no, it was only like 200 milligrams. We were good, but I did a few bong rips or dabs before that, so it was it was pretty good. But let's see what Media Watch came and said. The Texan Christian University decided to block TPA USA from hosting a D-Trans speaker on campus. Why would they do that? One, they should agree with TPSUA, and of course, like they want to put up a D-Trans person. And why would the Christian University do that? It's a 4 out of 6 then. Yeah, dude. Yo, fuck. So the Enlightenment area was like significantly, okay, but like the Enlightenment area is a refutation to like the original Christian orthodoxy. So okay, just like grunge is like a refutation of hair metal. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Look, well, here's my copium, bro. Okay. In summary, the Enlightenment did not arise in a vacuum, but grew out of the intellectual and cultural landscape shaped by Christianity. While the period was marked by a challenge to a religious authority, it was deeply intertwined with Christian tradition, both in its fundamental principles, principles and the subsequent reaction against it. Grunge is hair metal? No! Grunge is a retort to hair metal. Was secularizing Christian morality while removing the dogma. Well, you just took away one of my fucking arguing points, Sputnik. Thank God we had this conversation before I end up on anyone's platform and they're like, we live in a Judeo-Christian society. I'm like, wrong, bitch! We live in an Enlightenment society. Ah, makes sense, Nirvana style? Yeah. Like, Nirvana was like the counterculture to hair metal. Like, where hair metal was about the tastiest and cleanest licks. Yeah, well, now I'm not going to walk into that one, dude. Luckily, I have the handful of people I have debated with didn't know that shit either. Like, holy fuck, bro. Like, they'll be like, Judeo-Christian values. I'm like, wrong, bitch. The founders of this country, a majority of them were deists, and they believed in the Enlightenment area principles. We are not based on Judeo-Christian values. And, like, you're like, fuck, we kind of are, bro. Fuck, dude. No! All right, let's get back to this video so I can cringe more. God damn it, bro. This has been a life journey for me. And all I wanted to do was mock Jordan Peterson. There's so many strays being fired my way today, bro. Shit.
Versus 20 atheists. Presumably, someone from Jubilee actually watched the video and realized, wait, that's not accurate. Let's change the title. And I think this video sums up why people, regardless of belief, can't stand Peterson. Because
all right, let me summarize before he does so I can see if I get it. Christians don't like Jordan Peterson because he wouldn't make the strong claim to defend their religion. Centrists don't like Jordan Peterson because he made a poor claim trying to defend the spirituality of what religion could be. Actually, JP, that's what I figured. He's like, I'm not a Christian and I don't propose to say that. I'm like, well, then why the fuck are you? Yeah, because I remember that kid gave him a lot of pushback and it was hilarious. And then anti-atheist or agnostic people are going to be against him. I was a huge Peterson fan. I'm not going to lie, dude. When Destiny dog-walked Peterson, I knew that he was cooked. Like, Peterson's done, he's cooked. Destiny dog-walked him. There's no way a nerdy e-boy that fucking goons on the internet should be able to come up to a fucking actual psychologist. And he did. Like,
because the video is an absolute disaster. There's so much to go over, and there's two things that really stood out for me. First, this guy.
Yeah, dude! This kid, bro. This guy is awesome. I mean, his argumentation is a little shitty, but I like how he made Jordan Peterson shut the fuck up. Jordan Peterson just got offended at what he said, but it was just a funny Mr. Free Speech Warrior just breaks down. Okay.
Now this guy is being an inflammatory asshole.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Yeah, he's like, his argumentation is poor, but it's funny. What have you said you liked when he was just spewing trite amorphism things that sound profound but are obvious? Well, like his information about it was most of his Jungian stuff. Like, cause like Jordan Peterson just copies a lot of Jungian shit, and then that's all he really does. But you know, the idea of hierarchical structures and like how those structures are typically tilt towards what's the word I'm looking for? They don't tilt towards corruption because power. They don't tilt towards power. They tilt to competence. That's a dope one. I like that theory, dude. That's gangster as fuck. Because when something tilts towards power, it becomes unsustainable because eventually corrupt hierarchies will fall because those that are under that hierarchy won't stick around for very long. That's why you see a lot of businesses start to go under when they get new management. Sometimes new management come in and they aren't equipped to handle like what they're doing, and because they are incompetent, but they might have received that position, you know, to do something outside of merit, it starts to make the entire structure suffer. Like, we can see this in like a real time, like it's crazy. And then also, like, he had a lot of, what was it? Like when he was talking about how Nazism rose in Germany, I thought that was really cool. His breakdown about like the reason why these people committed the atrocities they did wasn't because of a lack of culture, but because there was an abundance of it. Kind of like the same thing that we did back in America for like 200 years. We are guilty of doing that forever. We thought we were better than the blacks when we brought them over. We called them lesser than. They weren't people. They were savages. We thought women were property. They weren't allowed to vote. They weren't allowed to do things. Like, we did that with an abundance of culture. We thought we were better than them. And that's why we othered them. That's why it's really crazy to me that you see Jordan Peterson doing the same things that he complained about. Initially, when Jordan Peterson came out, he was about open dialogue and having conversations, regardless of what the opposition was. And I'm for that. I think that's a good thing. JP, kind of what America's in danger of doing now to what happened in the night. Exactly. And that's why I'm against Jordan Peterson and a lot of the MAGA movement. I think the MAGA movement, now, the left is not free of any, like, blame here. The left has used divisive rhetoric for a very long time, especially the radical left. And I fully agree with that to this day. But I'm old enough and young enough to remember that the right, my entire life, has been saying way more unhinged shit than the left has for a long time. Like, on the left, you had some forms of toxic masculinity, or femininity, sorry. But, like, by and large, the people, like, from the 70s, actually from the 1920s, the word communism was, like, a huge, massive buzzword. And the right has been calling people communist since day one. Now, in, like, the early 2000s and the 2010s, we adopted saying they're fascist. And they're like, well, that's divisive. It's like, bro, you've been calling people communists for fucking ever. Like, the fact that liberal, which a majority of Americans are, whether they're conservative or Republican or, you know, liberal or Democrat or socialist, majority of us are liberal in our characteristics. Like, majority of us agree on liberal principles and liberal ideology. Like, a majority of our country is founded on, like, liberal ideas of individualism and autonomy, and, you know, we're the consent of the governed, and we, you know, all of these things are things we agree with. That's why we participate in the democracy. But, like, bro, like, now liberal is the new slang word for fucking communist. Like, remember, the left is not the one, lots of people, some are radical nutters. Exactly, dude. Yeah. So, but the right has spent such a huge amount of time, they spent such a huge amount of time calling anyone, like, they called Obama a communist. They called Clinton a communist. Like, bro, this has been going on for years. Now, my problem is the left will come out and call out their political violence, and they'll do, like, some form of, like, self-policing. Dude, the right does not do that shit, and they haven't for about 10 years. Like, the biggest names in conservative media have always done this. They'll go after people like Rachel Maddow over saying something stupid while a pandemic is going on. But Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, like, all of these guys from way back in the day that were just going out like, the radical left is trying to, like, turn your frogs gay and trans, like what the fuck is going on, dude? Alex Jones made the Zeitgeist documentary that he pushed to children in high school. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? One side has been way worse than the other. And now they want a pearl clutch. You know what I mean? They're the ones like, well, Gavin and Newsom called Stephen Miller a fascist. Yeah, Stephen Miller is a fucking fascist. He's the scariest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. Holy fuck. I feel like Trump isn't real, and Stephen Miller just sits behind him with, like, a fucking, like, he's Dick Cheney. Like, all the things we call Dick Cheney, that's Stephen Miller, dude. I'll even say I kind of like George Bush. Like, that movie, Escape from Guantanamo Bay, where they smoked weed with, like, a fake George Bush. That was the coolest moment of my life. I was like, I wish George Bush would have done that shit. That would have been fucking gangster.
Asshole.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a Christian or you're not.
I won't talk to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression
private.
I was invited.
Wait a second. Yeah, dude. But he seemed funny, bro. That was Parker in the background. I like my boy Parker. I like Parker. I can't stand Dean Wither these days, but I like Parker. So, Then again, I haven't really listened to Parker in a while, so maybe he's been saying some shit I don't agree with lately. Wait, hold on, Sputnik. I gotta ask. You said you're a left libertarian. Why are you advocating for the government putting censorship on anyone? You should be against the government doing anything. You're a libertarian, dude. That's like one of the cornerstones of libertarianism is they want less government control. You're arguing for government control and speech. I'm confused, buddy. I love you with all my heart, but I'm fucking confused.
Invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian? I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something. You are.
He's being a smarmy fuck. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. This is not good debate etiquette. They're standing for individuals' freedoms to live in peace. Yeah, but it's from the form of government control. Libertarians don't want government power whatsoever. They want a smaller and smaller government. That's the whole point of libertarianism. Dude, you're probably just a liberal, dude. It's cool. You could advocate. I am.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
But he's kind of right. What?
Yeah, dude. He's such a smarmy fuck, but he's not wrong.
Are Peterson's beliefs? Why did he come on this show if he's not going to tell people his beliefs? It seems like at times he doesn't even know. Peterson won't even say he's an atheist. He treats religion like it's a myth whilst also acting like it's true, which if that's true, he's either a really bad Christian or a really bad atheist. Because if you are a Christian, you don't believe these things are myths. These are historical events that happen. If you see them as just myths or false, you are an atheist. It's pretty black and white. Perhaps Peterson would describe himself as culturally Christian and theistically atheist, which I can't believe I have to stress this. That's fine. Just admit it. Don't give people this runaround about not actually saying what you believe. Just say, hey,
I'm not an anarchist. Government should not interfere with liberty except where it's acting to protect individuals from exploitation, abuse, and danger. I mean, I'm a liberal, so I kind of like having government protections for people. But I don't think one of those should be, hate speech. I don't believe in hate speech, buddy.
hey, I'm an atheist, or hey, I'm a Christian, or alternatively, don't say anything. Why are you even in this video? Now, in research for making this video, watching a lot of Jordan Peterson, I think I know what he's getting at here. There's a hierarchy.
Yes! Okay, let's see if he breaks this down.
Of preferences, in which case the base of something is your highest preference, your absolute fundamental value. This is what Peterson calls
yes. Okay.
God. So when he says everyone believes in God, they just don't know it, he's saying that everyone has a fundamental value, which I guess makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. And those fundamental values can be shared amongst massive swaths of communities. Like, some countries have a fundamental undercurrent to them that makes that the rule of that country. Yes. Everything breaks down into hierarchies, including your needs.
I still have some problems with that, but if that is true, and I'm getting that right, why not just explain that to people? Maybe define that off the bat so we know how we're defining things. Don't expect people to watch all your lectures and know everything about you. Peterson has this horrible habit, which this guy, much more respectfully and polite than the last guy, pointed out.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't make that
point.
God. You did.
I
made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I think semantic.
See, again, Jordan Peterson is using the idea of Jungian here. The idea of self, or I had it written down somewhere. Where's my sticky notes? Because I had to try to remember this. I was talking with someone. I think it's called the mantra. Oh, no. Fuck, I don't remember where it is. The four principles of Jungian archetypes. There we go. The shadow, The anima, okay? The I guess a better question would be, how does it benefit you personally? So this is the one that I'm talking about here. The anima, the anima or the animus, the prototypical version of like what we call, what is it, self? Here we go. Let's just read it here. The feminine principle. The anima is the feminine principle within masculine psyche, representing relatedness, feeling, and the soul guiding aspects. The animus is the masculine principle within the feminine psyche, representing agency in the life of the mind. Yeah. Like, he's just essentially requoting Jung when he's talking about what's the underlying principle or the first order principle that we live by. I do not believe we only have to be motivated by selfish drives. If something benefits the hive, even if it harms me, I would stand for it. Well, hold on though. That's dangerous too, right? Like, because then that means you could fall into mob rule, and then you could let a mob to determine what's best for you, and that would go against individual autonomy, which is what a libertarian is supposed to solely defend. Like the reason why America is not IG is standard for fuel prices for you because it's better for all in the long. Yeah, okay, yeah, but that's like on a judgment by judgment basis. But like, let's say you're like in a radical situation where like one person thinks that by sacrificing to the gods it's going to cause rain tomorrow. Would you let them kill you to like do the best thing for humanity? That approach drives the laws of personal survival. If I'm not convinced, I wouldn't stand.
Romantic fog is the perfect way to describe Jordan Peterson. He feels either lazy or avoidant. Is he avoiding the question?
He's using that Destiny thing. All right, let's see. This is in Destiny's Discord. Even when Destiny's not present in my videos, he's always present. He's always in my heart. Opponent 1. Hey, Jordison, are you sitting in a chair? Jordison, depends on what you mean by chair. If you mean pieces of wood compromised together that I sit on it, that's one way you could define it. How if that different than a table? Does the utility of an object define the metaphysical substrate of it being? Opponent 2. Hey, Jordan, what is a woman? Peterson, a biological human female. Yeah, he'll get super into the weeds. Like, this is like the philosophy debate bro stuff. Again, so like this is why people that know philosophy know like real life jujitsu, okay? Like, philosophy is just a way of like completely breaking down any conversation into like what they call it, a semantic fog of I can't even say the word. Obfuscation? I can't even say it anymore. I'm losing my ability to speak. But like, bro, it's actually insane that like when they think they are onto something, they'll just stick to what they know as a fact. So because science dictates that a biological human is female, kind of, sort of, like, you know, like, oh, the chromosomes or whatever, like, they'll want to stick to just the biological parameters of the conversation. But they don't want to get into the abstract meaning of the words unless they don't want to get down to like the point of the matter. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one can be true, but it will decide what dictates my actions. If I think a law is an ass, I wouldn't stand for it. So like, Jordan Peterson didn't want to sign for Bill C-16?
Question, or he doesn't feel like answering it. No Christian would say, oh, well, it depends on how you define Christian and God and R, and they wouldn't say any of that. They would just say, yes, I am a Christian. Or if they're an atheist, they would say, yes, I am an atheist. Or if they're somewhere in between, they're agnostic. It comes across as lazy, not wanting to commit to a position because you might not be able to argue it. It's muddying the waters to make them.
I get it. By the same token, I would stand for the weak because they can't. I'm my brother's keeper. Yeah, but you could probably do that through like a religious allegory too, right? Can't you just use religion as like a, like, don't we have a moral responsibility through God to defend our family? I don't know enough about the religious argument, but I'm pretty sure you could even make that argument. I have an instinct to stand for the underdog. No, you don't. Challenge accepted. Who won the rap battle, MGK or Eminem? I await your answer.
Seem deep. Because of all of this, people started to realize something. This whole Christian thing that Peterson had been going on about for years at this point was a grift. You can see Christians in his comments.
Eminem? What about Sputnik? Did the underdog win that rap battle, bro? Did MGK fucking come out firing him? But that's objective. That's crazy because Eminem has 70 million subscribers and MGK finally hit 9, bro. He was an up-and-coming artist. What about the underdog, bro? What about my little underdog? You know what I'm saying? I be defending the underdog, homie. What's up? I think MGK fucking floored that motherfucker. But I also don't like Eminem, so like I have a bias here.
Comment section on Reddit, on Twitter, everywhere, talking about how bad this.
Hey, first time catching a live, not staying for long, but figured I would say something for the algorithm. Fuck yeah. If MGK's life depended on him wanted him killed for losing, I would stand for MGK. Look, I don't want to get into a giant MGK conversation here, but what I will say, and my girlfriend hates this topic because she likes Eminem. It's pretty easy when you have Dr. Dre pulling strings. Look, man, if any of the claims that MGK made are real, like the fact that he got kicked out of doing his interview with Shade 45 and shit, because technically Eminem owns the studio, and then Eminem like pretending like he knew nothing about MGK when his management team is like going after MGK saying, hey, you need to take this down. Hey, you can't say that. Fuck that. You know, all that. I don't know, bro. It felt like a big corporation like Eminem with his massive amount of lawyers and his 4 private businesses and his army of millions of fans were attacking just an up-and-coming artist that was like sitting at like 800,000 subscribers, I think. Yeah, I don't even, like he only had like 2 or 3 CDs. To be honest, I only have an opinion on the rap battle. I got you. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just like, damn, bro. Battle from watching reaction. Yeah. I got you. Like, bro, to see like, and then to see like also in the same comment where that started the whole thing when he said, holy shit, just saw a picture of Haley Williams. She's hot as fuck. No disrespect to the king, Eminem or whatever. And then like his team is like, you need to remove this tweet right now. And he's like, why, dude? That's not, I don't think it's that bad. And then they're like, all right, you can't go to Shade 45. Bro, a multi-millionaire telling an up-and-coming independent artist at the time what he can and can't do? Holy fuck, bro. The whole world should have rised up for MGK. But people like him, so they're like, nah, dude, fuck that white boy.
Really was. People who are actual Christians, not Jordan Peterson.
I don't care who won anything about that. I get the stuff what in reaction to hip-hop. So exactly, dude. Yeah.
Well, it depends what you mean by define Christians. We're pissed off at this because not only did it paint them in a bad light.
Him pissed me off when he pandered to the Kirk death. He also did like a bunch of hit pieces on fucking Donald Trump. I wouldn't be. What do you think about Jordan describing his grandma in Glorious Dreams? That's fucking wild, dude. Jordan Peterson is a fucking. I can't believe I thought this man was going to be like the second coming of like Christopher Hitchens. And then he fizzled out to being such a bitch. Like, dude, Jordan Peterson is unhinged. If he's having glorious dreams of his grandma.
But he misrepresented their arguments. He was pretending to be a Christian when he's not. And like I said, there's nothing that people hate more than that. Ironically, all these years, critics of Peterson have tried to portray him as a grumpy, dismissive, and bitter towards the world old man. Now, if you said this 5-10 years ago, I would have called you delusional. Nowadays, I would fully agree with it. Just look at the way he behaves. It's honestly embarrassing. I've never seen somebody use more words to say less. Here, he responds to hypothetical questions, intentionally missing the point.
In like Nazi Germany.
What up, Parker?
And it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them.
Example.
Would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation.
Would you?
Well, that's not answering the fucking question, dipshit. I wouldn't have put myself in that situation to begin with. That's not how hypotheticals work, dipshit.
to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
Hypotheticals?
It's like you asking me, what would you do if you woke up in the Sahara Desert? And my response was, well, I'd never put myself in that situation where I was near there, so it's a stupid question. The question is meant as a thought exercise, and I think Peterson is smart enough to know that. It's incredibly frustrating because not only does it come across as closed-minded, it seems lazy. You're a philosopher, psychologist, and you're unwilling to even engage with one philosophical challenge. How about you replace you with another person? For a guy who hates postmodernism with a burning passion, he sure likes to make the most basic concepts extremely abstract to the point where he's saying a load of nothing. There are so many examples I could go through, but I'll spare you. Ask yourself this question. If this version of Jordan Peterson was the first one people were exposed to, would he be that famous? I reckon probably not, because I've seen basically no.
I like Parker. Me and Dean Withers are not as... I thought Dean Withers was going to be the future of like liberalism, and then I saw this man literally turn his back on the Unfuck America tour like a total bitch, while like the black women that were there were being really racist to Z. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, this is unacceptable. How there's no way he's going to side with them. And then like he literally went on stream. He's like, I demand that Z be fired from her job because she said you people. While these girls were calling her cracker and a bunch of actual disgusting shit. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So I lost a fuck ton of respect for Dean and Parker because Parker was participating in that same shit. Like, what absolute cowardice, bro. Like, dude, we're going up against people that, like, are disgusting with their opinions. They, like, make basketball movies making fun of transgender women. Like, why are we gonna cannibalize our people in our debate spaces and in our movements to appeal to such a small demographic of like creators? Like, and then all of the claims they came out about Unfuck America proved to be untrue. And it's like, okay, dude, cool. Don't worry, Destiny will step in and do the job that these little punk ass kids were supposed to do. Jesus Christ.
Nobody defending him here. So we've established how Jordan Peterson is now and how he's changed, but we still don't really know why he's changed. Because I think everyone would agree he has to some extent. I mean, look at him recently on Piers Morgan. The guy is a mess. By the way, in this clip, I'm not sure who he's talking about, but it's not the billionaires that funded his show who are getting richer and richer while accumulating more and more power. There's just so many examples, and it's like, how did we get here? Well, I can point to a few things that I believe, but I want more opinions on this because I genuinely don't know. So give me your opinions in the comments because I'm really curious here. I have 3 reasons to explain this shift in Peterson. Now, number 1, this one I don't see people talking about a lot. Jordan Peterson had a very bad benzo addiction. The story is pretty sad, but I don't think it's that far-fetched. When Jordan Peterson's wife was diagnosed with cancer, he developed an addiction to benzodiazepines, which, for those of you who don't know, is one of the most difficult things to get clean from. It's one of the only substances where you can actually die from the withdrawal. Instead of opting for treatment in Canada or the US, he went to Russia for an experimental treatment, where he allegedly was put into a medically induced coma and detoxed. The procedure, according to Peterson himself, was either unknown or regarded as too dangerous in North America. This was done by his daughter's request, who had a Russian husband.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like, after that benzo thing, he came back. He was so different. He was slower. He was, he wasn't as sharp. But it's such a bummer that he fell into that. Because this was also at a time when his wife got really sick. He was under a lot of pressure. And I feel like he got mind broken by the far reaches of the left. Like, people that wouldn't actually come out. Like, he'd go on TV shows. Or, like, he'd go on, like, do interviews and stuff. And the people that would come out and ask him questions were just unequipped to have the conversation. It'd be like me trying to argue Sputnik's job to Sputnik. That motherfucker would floor my ass. You know what I mean?
Husband at the time that made it happen. Just a little side note, she had a baby with this guy and then subsequently cheated on him with known sex trafficker and pedophile Andrew Tate. Anyway.
Damn! You don't have to throw that much shade, but it's worth repeating.
Who had a Russian husband at the time that made it happen. Just a little side note, she had a baby with this guy and then subsequently cheated on him with...
Like, he's even more attractive than Andrew Tate. Like, what the fuck? Why would
that
you
made
cheat?
it happen. Just a little.
Why would you cheat on this man? He's got the good amount of stubble. He's got the nice and soft eyes. He's got stylized hair. This is a charming, attractive young man. Why would you cheat on this guy? He's a little scrawny, but like, he's a cutie. What the fuck?
Side note, she had a baby with this guy and then subsequently cheated on him with known sex.
This guy? Why this guy? This guy looks like a used goddamn condom if it was a person. Man, he could have been a worse dick than Andrew Tate. Yeah, we're just talking about physical appearances here. We just happen to know this guy was a vile sack of shit underneath it all.
Ex-trafficker and pedophile Andrew Tate. Anyway, you could say it was the benzos or the procedure. Regardless, it could be affecting his behavior now, which, if true, is incredibly sad. Benzo withdrawal is no joke. It's something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. It might explain these emotional outbursts by Peterson.
Well, to be fair, he was doing these emotional outbursts before. Like, every interview he went on, he was known for having one moment where he was like, the boys, like, the men come up to me and they talk so sad about life because no one taught them about responsibilities. Meanwhile, those guys had people teaching them about responsibilities their entire lives. They just played video games and didn't give a shit. Yeah, he went through some shit, man. And he came out a different person.
Another possibility is a bit more straightforward. Money. Jordan Peterson went from a relative unknown academic to selling out world tours in just over a year. He didn't do this by talking about interpretations of Jungian psychology. He did it by using self-help speak. That's what people came to him for.
Yes, the self-help stuff was good. That's also what made Andrew Tate blow up initially. He was telling young men to be men. Like, how my instinct for sticking up for the underdog is in? Yeah.
Sort of pop psychology, if you will. Combine this with him declaring war on neo-Marxist woke postmodernists or whatever would attract him a very large conservative fan base, which led to a lot of money being thrown at him by right-wing outlets like the Daily Wire. It also led to a shitload of blowback on the things he said, as is going to happen if you talk about politics, regardless of what side you're on. From being a well-respected academic to being despised by a lot of people, regardless of if it's justified or not, must be difficult. I don't think money really changes that, but it is
okay, cool.
Possible. Which brings me to my last reason for Peterson's change, his social media addiction. This might pair with the last one, but hear me out. As I've shown, Jordan Peterson is addicted to social media. I know it's his job, kind of, but he spends so much time on there, like way more than necessary. Responding to randoms on Twitter is not good for business. In fact, I'd argue it's not only bad for business, but it's...
What's up, daddy? I'm the same to agree. I stand for the weak and mentally challenged. I would defend Ricardo 420 in a second. Bro! Ricardo's not even here, I don't think, bro. Have you ever watched Jimmy the Giant content? He was on the edge of being radicalized by AT and avoided. He makes excellent political content. Bro, I have not. Maybe I should. Like, bro, I was on the MAGA pipeline, dude. Like... I was against Atheism Plus. I was pro Gamergate. I was anti SJW. I was anti BLM on the college campuses when that happened. I was anti woke, and I was anti BLM the second time it happened. I was for Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, all of these things in conjunction, I was on the MAGA pipeline. I was part of the intellectual dark web. You know, all these things back to back to back. I was on MAGA's side, and then MAGA's like Trump, and I'm like, nah. He has a video of his path. I should probably do one of those too, bro, instead of having to bring it up all the time. Yeah, I should check him out. That's crazy.
It's bad for your mental health. Anyone with a brain knows it's not healthy. For the average person who's not a big figure like Peterson, social media overconsumption is an easy way to make yourself miserable. Now try that, but add in thousands of people critiquing.
I got to get ready for the Jeff Mack live, bro. Feel free to drop in anytime. Let's see here. Let's go here. Let's see who Jeff Mack is. Because if he's ever willing to... It's way bigger than I am. Oh, he's fucking live now. Oh yeah, dude. Me and this guy would have a lot to disagree with. Judge gives housing and guns to calling out Hamas and more. What? Because like I can always check out a stream when I'm not streaming. You know what I mean? Or like when I end mine around 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. He's also a musician. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at. Oh, he doesn't upload videos anymore. Does he just do lives? Oh, okay. Oh. I'll hit him with subscribe and I'll look into some stuff. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Critiquing you, getting angry at you, or being downright nasty. Imagine what that does to someone. Also, now imagine you have no impulse control and can't just log off. Alternatively, which could be the most likely option, it's a combination of these three things I mentioned. Jordan dug so deep into this public figure.
Well, let me ask you this question, Sputnik, because I kind of want to know your opinion, because this is also one of the things that I kind of paid attention to across the sea. What about that one guy, Count Dankula, who taught his pug how to do a Nazi salute? Like, he would say, like, something, one of the quotes from the thing, I think it was Zeke Hale or something like that, was really disgusting statement. And his dog would raise its hand and be like, "What's up?" And then didn't they put that guy in jail? Because they said it was hate speech or something like that. Like we saw the radical side of that hate speech stuff that was not 100% dope. And I also know that Count Dankula, yep, teaching his pug was up to him. Using the abuse of the people was his issue. So you defend that guy going to jail for teaching his pug to raise his hand to a stupid quote? Like, oh no, we're gonna disagree here, and I'm Jewish. Those are literally my people. Like, I think that was perfectly fine. I remember that. Now I know Count Dankula is like some hardcore MAGA dipshit now on Twitter, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna defend his right to sit. Like, you know, it's crazy, dude. A lot of the people that I defended have just become super magoids. He was locked up for abuse and harassment. It wasn't for teaching his pug. It was what he was doing to people. Made a video that he was on a small channel, like when he was getting like what 30,000 subscribers or whatever. Made a video making fun of his dog. Yeah. So you think that's okay? Oh yeah, we do not agree, buddy. We do not agree at all. I think it's just a joke against his girlfriend because he hated the dog and it was his girlfriend loved the dog. So he taught his dog something gross. Like, and then he made a funny video on the internet and then he literally went to jail. That's crazy. Because he wasn't condoning the acts. He wasn't condoning, have a great day, everyone, make your beds. Hell yeah, dude, classic Jordan Peterson. Did I make the bed today? I don't remember.
Your lifestyle that he couldn't go back to being a professor. And now look where he is. Old, bitter, has to go to bed knowing his daughter slept with Andrew.
Locking someone up for making other people's lives hell, that was the issue. Had it just been what you're saying, it would, what lives did he make hell by making a joke on the internet? How is that even a form of harassment? No one forces you to click on the video. It's not like it's showing up on every Jewish person's thing going, Zeke Hale, like, it's not happening, dude. There's no harassment there. He made a video that his subscribers can watch, and then a bunch of people went out of their way to go watch it to get offended by it and then call the police. Hold on. There was a guy, BBC, was it BBC? I think his name is Jonathan something. BBC, Count Dankula.
This video's been a long time.
No, okay. There's like, what, Jonathan? I don't know anything about this guy. Jonathan Count Dankula. I don't know, he's popped up a few times, and I saw that he did a video against Trump. Not very recently, but he looks like a reporter. I can't remember. And he's just like screaming in the microphone, and he was like outside of the jail that he was in. I don't remember his name. Okay, the UK law was grossly offensive for that one. He got a fine, no prison sentence. I can't remember. Is it Jonathan Day? Is it Jonathan Day? I swear to God. No. BBC reporter? Like, who the fuck? I saw this guy before. Okay. Whatever, fuck it. I don't know. I don't understand you guys. Like, anyway, I saw him do a video against Trump that I thought was really good. And
I do want to start.
Whoa.
Tate. Oof. In conclusion, I will always hold some respect for Jordan Peterson regarding his takes in psychology and him getting me interested in psychology and philosophy. However, I just can't stand to hear him speak anymore, especially when he's talking about the woke mind virus or waffling about some topic, making it 10 times harder to understand.
What that person on your tape has is a medical disorder.
He's an intellectual who stepped out of his expertise, therefore opening himself up to an insane level of backlash. It seems
which is also like a total bummer, because now that means all of the good work he did just goes out the window. Like, Jesus Christ.
Liberals, conservatives, centrists, atheists, Christians all have issues with him for different reasons that all come back to the same point. He's a man who says a lot whilst saying nothing. I said something at the beginning of this video that I'm not sure if you caught. I think the sign of a good educator is the ability to break down complex things and make them digestible. Now,
which is not something that I can do.
If you flip that, the sign of a bad educator is to take simple things and overcomplicate them. I'm sure if you guys had shitty teachers in school or good teachers in school, you know what I mean. On this channel, we talk about a lot of people where it's kind of cathartic, admittedly, to revel in their downfall. And honestly, I thought this video would be the same. But as I'm writing it and recording it and presenting it to you now, I don't feel cathartic. I feel sad, especially in a world now where men are lacking serious role models. Jordan Peterson could have been that guy.
He was that guy for so long.
Better than half the retards we have now.
I wasn't teaching the dog was illegal either. It was under the Communication Act as being grossly offensive. Same law that covers child pornography, etc. Yeah. I think the Supreme Court in America just ruled that someone who makes child porn through AI is not breaking a crime. That was a weird one to read. I didn't read the actual article, though. I just saw the headline. I didn't want to click it to be disappointed. But maybe one of these days I should read into that, because I understand the legal argument they're making. But I mean, that one's rough, dude. That one is going to have a lot of trigger words in that one. Yeah, in US, he would have had a defense as art, but not in the UK. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Freedom of speech in America. But again, freedom of speech in America seems to go a little far. I think the argument is that if you use AI to generate images of children or something, I didn't read it, I don't know what their argument is, that it was protected by free speech because no harm is being done to anybody. Because the reason why we have CP laws or something like that is because you're doing harm to an actual child that can't consent to these things. I don't know if I like that. An argument? Yeah. Is explicitly still illegal. Yeah. Well, yeah, but then at that point, this is where people like Andrew Wilson get to reign supreme, because at some point we have to make a moral ought for our society. Because normally, like, so if you were like a libertarian, we would say that incest is wrong because a brother and sister could create an offspring that could be unfortunately harmed by the product of their incestuous relationship, right? But let's say that the brother and sister couldn't have children. Let's say that it just wasn't an option, and we knew that 100% verifiable. Then through the non-aggression principle, which is a way that libertarians espouse themselves in the world, you can have no say on whether or not that brother and sister fuck, because like their potential union can't create an offspring that's going to suffer because of their actions. You have to let that happen. Even drawing of CP is illegal in the UK. The argument is encouraging. It represents the risk of danger later. Yeah, but I mean, even I think that's one of the ways they help people get over what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even want to like phrase this question this way because like I do not know enough about the topic, but it is a scary concept to have out there, because I've seen a debate on it where I think at one point even Destiny was talking about it in a debate with an actual person who got found out to be like an actual abusive person with children. Was they can make an argument for ethical CP. They can get adults that have had gone through it before or something like that, and if you could create a study, or maybe there was one done, I can't remember the stuff about it, and I don't want to go looking into it because I don't want the FBI to show up on my door. Like, why are you looking this up? Do you want to like, no. But I think the argument is that it can be used to help people from like committing the crime. Like if there are people that are like, because I don't know what causes people to be pedophilic in nature. I know that at one point we are all kind of that way because we're kids. We're born to like the girls of the same age as we are. But as our tastes grow and we mature, they're supposed to grow with us. You know what I mean? Like you're not supposed to get stuck. Yeah, this is a difficult discussion that is a tightrope to walk. Treatment and what works, etc., is controversial and so hard to discuss without emotions. Exactly. But like the damage that someone has gone through is like way too massive. So I can understand why people get emotional about the topic, especially because, you know, people are parents, people have brothers and sisters, you know, like people that have gone through so many terrible situations. But it's weird that in the US, again, freedom of speech is such a high bar that as long as there are no victims of this particular thing, then apparently it's been codified as okay. I don't know. I'm gonna have to read into that. I just don't want to, because I don't know what I personally think about the subject. Like I would have to be shown data that it's okay. This is a topic I will happily leave to the experts, as I know my own emotions could cloud my judgment on it. I just have to wait to interact with her on these days, but she will follow me around and even to the bathroom. I'm gonna BFK again for a while. Be careful, Nikki. We love you. It's a rough one, bro. I don't know how, like, this is why you have courts and laws and stuff, so that like we don't have to determine these things. But I don't know what it says about a society. Like again, people like Andrew Wilson can use these as really good talking points, that you can't stick solely to like a libertarian view. We can't really let bygones be bygones, because at some point, at so many instances of our life, we're gonna have to make a moral decision that may not be justified through like rationality. Like, even though like, because like it's the same logic, right? So like people used to come out and say video games or music makes you violent. There's not really any evidence to suggest by and large that music makes people violent. There are no evidence to suggest that video games well, no, I'm not just saying your libertarianism, my guy, because I also agree with the NAP. Like, I'm a liberal. I think that liberals and libertarians are like the same thing. They just have slightly different things, like slightly different parameters in which they view the world. There's a weakness to both of our ideologies, because I'm a liberal, you're a libertarian, and we get into a conversation with someone like Andrew Wilson, who's like a debate bro, philosophy bro, that wants to stick to like he believes that his Bible would give him the moral ought that can then be applied to law. Like, so he believes in, what is it, Paleo-Christian ethics or whatever, divine command theory. So like his divine command theory can punch a hole in one of our weaknesses in our arguments, and then therefore his divine command theory is justified. Even though me and you know that he's coming up to this information no differently than you and I. Because he says, like, it's in the book. It's like, yeah, but you're interpreting that. Like, does it explicitly say that, like, man can't do this? Or are you going to have to put, like, inference on that? Or are you going to have to, like, quantify this through your own metric? Yeah. I think my book, The Happy Caterpillar, should define laws. Yeah, exactly. But in a debate and a conversation, me and you are going to look a little silly because, like, he's like, bro, it's just wrong. And then because people already have an intrinsic value system that people shouldn't, like, diddle kids, where they just naturally agree with that, and then it gives him brownie points, and we just look like, well, no, like, we can ethically decide these things without, you know, it's fuck, man.
Still think his core teachings of taking responsibility, looking after your family, and improving yourself a little bit every day are good things for young men to strive for. It's just, this doesn't seem to be important to Peterson anymore. What's more important is intellectual muscle flexing and dumbass
I so miss caterpillars. Yeah, dude.
gotcha sound bites on debates, talking about how the real reason people can't afford houses, birth rates are going down, and everyone is depressed is not because of the massive wealth transfer from the middle and lower class to the ultra wealthy, because that would paint the people who fund his stuff in a bad light. He claims instead of that, which I think is pretty obvious, and this is a quote, it's 60 years of radically demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic leftist propaganda.
So fucking
demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic leftist
like, it's 60 years of radicalizing, demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic leftist propaganda. How the fuck can you even say that? Then how is Jordan Peterson the guy that's going to say that? The guy that said that the reason why the Nazis did what they did is because they othered the people around them because they thought they were superior to them. Does he not see how this is the same language that they would use to, like, other Jews in Nazi Germany? Like, I don't understand, like, why he's so brain dead here.
Propaganda. Do you see what I mean when I said saying a lot to say nothing? His old lectures are still engaging. His book still holds up pretty well in my opinion. Even his old podcast appearances are great. And honestly, making this video is difficult because I can't stand to hear this guy talk anymore. He's a shell of what he used to be. And
I had a debate with Grok about this same topic 8 months ago.
Corny as it is, I really believe that new Jordan Peterson could benefit from the advice of old Jordan Peterson. So that leaves me here. My question when making this video was, have I changed or has Jordan Peterson changed? The answer, probably both, and maybe you guys can relate to that, but either way, it's been depressing to watch this guy spiral. So on that note, if you want to see me get angry at someone, check out this video on screen about Lex Friedman. I guess. Thanks for watching, guys.
I might have to watch that, dude. I might have to watch that. Is this guy a secret DGGer? Hold on, let's go take a look. I'm gonna hit this with a like, though, obviously. I feel like he's probably made a video making fun of my boy. I just feel it. Or he's about to. Oh, apparently I've watched one of his videos before, making fun of Brett Weinstein, the death of cringe. Oh, see, I can't probably subscribe to this guy. He talks about a bunch of shit I don't care about. Like, Jesus Christ. Is that IRA? I was ill this week and missed a lot. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. I'm always sad when you don't show up, Spud. Though I don't know if Lou and them showed up today. No, I think Lou's here. Actually, I don't think he said anything in the chat today. Usually Lou is one of the first persons here. And Ricardo didn't throw shade at Media Watch. I don't think he's here either. It's all right. They can't be here every day, bro. They got lives to live, homie. Yeah, dude. I'm glad you're not. I'm glad you're feeling better, Spud. Again, always give me pushback, dog. It's gonna make me better at like articulating myself over time. Maybe not immediately. Spud's like, well, you guys don't know. Like, when I get off this call, and if I feel like I didn't articulate a thing right, or I feel like I looked like a fucking moron while I was doing it, like, fuck! Haha! Well, we were about to watch, Max Marrow did a video called, Trump, Asmongold, and the Danger of Common Sense Politics. But we'll go do a quick, you know what, I'll do this other Gavin Newsom one on Monday if I feel like it. Let's go take a look at Jimmy the Giant real quick. I'm thank you for the thing. Jimmy the Giant. Let's see what we're working with here.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
Damn, he's a lot bigger than I thought he was going to be. He's not very giant, bro. I was expecting a big hungus. Let's see if there's anything on here that jumps out to me. I don't know why it shows me the members only stuff. I guess that's like a form of, did I escape the alt-right just to be brainwashed? Okay. I see a Hassan here.
This video is brought to you.
Please do not say you're happy with Hassan and you like him and he's your boy. Please, 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 for the love of God.
By Squarespace.
Welcome to the alt-left pipeline. You didn't escape the alt-right, you simply got sucked into the lies of the left. When are you dropping How I Escaped the Alt-Left Pipeline? Woke crap. Since I made that video escaping the alt-right pipeline, there has been a claim that's kicking around.
Wait, I guess I should just watch the... I should watch his escape from the alt-right is what I probably should do, right?
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. Yes, my brothers, my brodies, my woadies. I'm going to do another one of these little talk to cams. You might have noticed, you know, through some of my videos, I officially joined the woke brigade. It's unfortunate. I didn't really want to, but I'm going to talk how...
Bro, the same shit happens to me. Like, all my homies are like, I thought you were freedom of speech. And I'm like, yeah, but dude, you shouldn't be able to lie during, like, campaign rallies and, like, we have laws for that. I'm free speech, but we can at least be honest in our reporting or like the things that we're telling to the electorate. Like, Jesus Christ.
How we got here. My political arc has been pretty insane. At one point, I was in a Nico Malama video supporting Trump. That's me. I'll admit.
That's crazy, dude. How the fuck? I never, like, I will admit I defended Trump, but I did it through, like, I did it because I didn't really care much about rhetoric, because I believed rhetoric was like based off of your inference. Like you were like inferring what you thought they meant based off of like you would fill in the gaps yourself. Like, hold on. I'll give you an example real quick before we get too deep into this. Trump's statement about the Mexico. Like it's like the worst one. Yeah, so this one. Give me the cookies, bro. All right, so he says, when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us, which doesn't make sense. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. I used to defend this statement because here there's no actual declarative statement. There's no There's nothing that he's declaring as an absolute fact. He's not saying anything. When like a politician comes out and says something, a politician will typically try and say, if you ask them a direct question, like, how are you going to help our lives? Because I'm going to fight like hell. They're famous for saying nothing at all. This statement is the same thing. When Mexico sends its people, so that part is just not true, they're not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing them problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people. There is no quantifiable statement here. There's nothing. He didn't give like an actual breakdown of what he's saying. This means nothing. This only means what you infer it to mean. This is a blank statement. Now, in Trump 2, we know that his rhetoric actually meant that he wanted to stop all immigration and he wants to get rid of brown people, because now that it's what he's trying to do. But like, we have history to refer off of now instead of like our own like interpretation of what he's saying. There's nothing here that is a declarative claim. So I used to defend this statement going, well, Trump's not saying all immigration is bad. He's not saying anything at all. So like that was like my way of defending Trump. I didn't like defend Trump like I was at his rallies going, yeah, man, hang Mike Pence. But, you know, Trump does walk that line of blowing the dog whistle without actually saying the bad part explicitly. Yeah. And so since I used to not care about his rhetoric because I didn't know what his rhetoric was, like I used to say things in defense of like Tucker Carlson when they would talk about legal immigration and this and that. I'd be like, this doesn't mean that he wants to deport all Mexicans. And then, of course, as soon as they get in power and start doing it, I'm like, fuck, I was wrong. How could I have been so fucking wrong? How did I run defense for so long? Like, I literally convinced people to become Republicans over my argumentation. Like, I got a buddy, Mike, that, like, is literally a hardcore, like, he's like a fucking neo-Nazi now, bro. Because I would defend Trump over this shit. And now I gotta talk to Mike, and he was like, yeah, man, we gotta get rid of the Mexicans. I'm like, dude, you're Mexican. What are you talking about? What is happening? Oh. I think he says the bad part are a lot, but he's not, though. That's the problem. What he said, without any quantifiables, is true. When people come to our country, they're not always going to be the best. Some of them are drug addicts. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are criminals. But we don't know. Like, if you would have said 10% of them are rapists, hey, I convince people aspartame is really good based on bad science. I feel guilty of that. I don't mean there. I mean in general. He was a lot more careful with his verbiage in his first term when he finally realized that being president doesn't mean you get to be God. Mainly because he didn't pick the staff correctly. Now, this time, he did a litmus test. He was like, if I try to coup the government, will you back me? Yeah, you know? Fuck, dude, I feel like such a goddamn moron.
Admit it, blurry boy.
Trauma Reporters UK. I'm here. Look at my hat. I love Donald Trump.
So today we're going to talk about how I managed to escape the alt-right pipeline.
Up yours, woke moralists.
How big is Luton? It's 200,000 population.
And how many mosques?
45.
There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book.
Attacks on mosques. Other minority communities singled out. Wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric.
When I was a young gangster, a YG, I was a little bruh, right? A little bruh. I'm about 13 years old. And we're invited into school. It was mandatory, we weren't invited. And we had to do a speech. So, you know, my mate goes up and he does the history of Chelsea Football Club. A girl goes up and she does about horse riding. I go up with my little thumb drive, plug it in, 9/11. So I basically proceed to radicalise a classroom of young, impressionable 13-year-olds as to why the American government did 9/11.
Who do you believe was behind?
Oh my God. This is how Alex Jones got started. Dude, I have that DVD, by the way. The Zeitgeist DVD that was from InfoWars, I have it. And I got that in school from my classmates. But I never fell for it. and I still always believe the official narrative. I got so fucking lucky that some part of my brain was like, this seems like bullshit on the information they're trying to give me. I don't know what it was. Maybe because my parents were super hardcore Republican and I didn't feel like resisting them at the time I watched it. But I mean, I believed in that shit all the way up until like 20. I still believe that the Zeitgeist shit is bullshit. I do not think 9/11 was an inside job.
9/11. Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged...
You know what, guys? You know what? I'm kind of retarded. Fucking Alex Jones.
The mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh,
I was in this kind of like early conspiracy theory bubble, but what I want to say is it was interesting, right? Because at that time, being a conspiracy theorist wasn't left and right. It was just anti-establishment.
Yeah. So like Alex Jones wasn't like considered part of like, I mean, he was Republican, but like Republicans used to mock Alex Jones.
So whilst I was listening to Alex Jones, I'd also be listening to the Young Turks. And
I did too, bro. The Young Turks, man. Oh, they almost brainwashed me into being a socialist. They were so fucking close.
Listening about Occupy Wall Street. So when I was young, I was just a sort of contrarian hipster. I'm not like a communist, but I'm definitely...
Yo, whoa. Dude, people have been calling me a contrarian hipster my whole life. Whoa. Enough with the friendly fire, man. Sputnik wanted revenge from earlier.
I'm not a capitalist, and I'm definitely left-wing, and I definitely voted to remain in the EU referendum. And so time goes by, I grow up, and I remember I got, I had a few jobs working like fucking Sainsbury's or B&Q, and that was further fueling my sort of anti-capitalist feelings. But I remember I got one job, and I met this geezer, and he was a proper right-winger.
Capitalism is good because capitalism is freedom. Socialism is bad because...
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I do have a few videos that Ben Shapiro saved on my phone that I was like, fuck, he really owned that lib. Oh my god, bro. Oh, it's like holding a mirror up to my face.
Because socialism is tyranny.
It was like a right...
Socialism to me is like a form of tyranny. Oh, fuck, man.
Wing in the flesh. I'd never seen one before. I was like, what the fuck the hell is this? Capitalism good? Welfare state bad? NHS bad? But you see, although I deeply disagreed with all of his views at the beginning, you gotta remember 13-year-old contrarian Jimmy. He's still in there somewhere. And what he's hearing is contrarian views, you say. Anti-establishment. Non-mainstream. Little old hipster Jimmy lapped up this sort of right-wing rhetoric because I realized it was different to everyone else, and that would make me interesting if I believed all these things, right? And like when I say right-wing, it's not, we don't like foreigners. It's stuff like this.
The people who get on welfare lose their human independence and feeling of dignity. They become subject to the dictates and whims of their welfare.
What a stupid statement. I understand what they're trying to say. That like giving away your ability to make money and have someone provide for you can be a comforting thing, but like it also makes you feel like you're beholden to them. No different than when a content creator makes content on the internet. Like a part of you feels like, let's say I listen to a Ren song and I'm like, I really hate this song. I probably wouldn't just upload the video. If I'm really, really mean to Ren in one of his songs, I probably just wouldn't upload it. And people would ask me, but I don't feel like doing that one. I didn't really like that song, Because I know that if I make a video saying, yo, this song that Ren dropped is dog shit, his bars are awful, I would lose every one of my subscribers. You know what I mean? Like, it would happen overnight. Like, so I understand the thought process that this guy has, because you feel like it can alter the way that you view the world, or, you would feel like you're beholden to the controlling force. Makers have to be real. Yeah, I mean, dude, I lost like at least 22 subscribers over Chinchilla, and I don't even think I was that mean to Chinchilla. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, yo, I don't really like the song, but sonically it sounds good. She's hitting all of her notes. I don't like her little ad libs here where she's like, Like, I'm like, I don't really like that. I know it's operatic, but I don't really like this shit, you know? But the people are like, what a brain dead take. What a disgust. And it's like, all right, dude, I'm not gonna like everything you guys like, dude. Especially if it's gonna be focused towards women and women empowerment. I'm not a woman. I don't feel the need to be women empowered. You know what I mean? You know? I mean, I have a feminine side. You were not mean to Chinchilla. I could tell you didn't like it much, but what you said was fine. Exactly, dude. I mean, and there are a few Chinchilla songs I did like. I don't get into her. Oh, I only like the songs she did with Ren. Yeah. But I understand the thought process this man is espousing. Like, it's kind of like I have a similar thought process when we're talking about, like, you know, black culture and stuff. I'm totally for trying to lift people out of the ghettos and the shit that they're forced into. I understand systemic racism and how it existed. You wouldn't lose me, but I might be mad at you, but that's part of being human with relationship, even virtual ones. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, I understand like the argument against like helping the black community. I feel like you wouldn't lose me either. I don't know, dude. It would like, bro, the amount of people that got mad at me during my Cujo breakdown or whatever, not the actual music video, but like the breakdown of all the stuff. Yo, my girlfriend even brought it up in a conversation. I'm like, hey, Jesus, man. You know, I've studied law a little bit, you know. So me and law know each other, you know, fairly well on a few topics. I would be like you were wrong. But I wouldn't leave. Yeah. But like I was saying about the black community thing, like, I agree with all of the talking points from the left by and large. That we need to make a better safety net. We need to like help improve these schools, and we need to find another way to give them funding outside of just the taxes that they go to directly. Agree. Where I don't agree is when they start looking at black people and going, you're a victim. I'm like, dude, stop doing that, bro. Tell them that they have there's a shitty situation that we have to work towards. Don't victimize them, because it like gives them like a negative connotation in their mind. So I understand what this older man is saying here. Not about you. No, I got you. But I don't agree that like this is the kind of conservative I can like, you know, hey, let's have a disagreement about this, and I'm okay with that. What are you talking about? Sorry, old joke. I did a video of Akala's rap, and like I agree with the majority of what Akala's saying, but in that same rap, he talks about how like the systems and like, you know, the class structure and all this stuff, and my problem is just with people, like people as an individual. So I understand what he's saying. I have a bunch of cop buddies that think that like giving money to like the Native Americans like are negatively impacting their life, and they're the highest recipients of repeated crime in their area and stuff. And I understand what they're saying, but it doesn't make it 100% correct. Like, we have to be caring and kind to people. So that's why I'm a liberal.
Supervisor who can tell them whether they can live here or there, whether they may put in a telephone, what they may do with their lives. They're treated like children.
So now I'm at the doors of the alt-right pipeline, right? I pick up my hat with the light, turn the torch on, grab my pickaxe, and I head in. And the first stop is Jordan Peterson.
And then if I'd said to you, please, I'd rather go by she, how would you respond to that on a personal level? How would...
The way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgendered individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly.
I mean, I'm not even against that. I start having a hard time when I don't know what someone's gender is, and they're acting like I should. Like, if I put on a dress tomorrow and told you my name is going to be like, you know, Spencer, and I start taking my middle name, but I don't shave my beard, people are gonna be like, I don't know. And I wouldn't knock it, dude. But like, I would treat one of those people however they wanted to be treated. But like the women that walk around with full ass beards and shit, it's a little rough for me. It's like a little part of my brain that's like, run! I'm like, fuck.
How can I describe the fact that someone who was once a woman, and really still is, had her breasts cut off because she, he, they, their
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, original Jordan Peterson, I agreed with. This is fucking unhinged. Well, no, I mean, I don't know personally any trans people that would do that, but all you have to do is be on Twitter for 5 minutes. Majority of my craziest argument. I remember one time I went into a Twitter thread and a woman said, "There's no such thing as biological birth." My response to her was like, well, hey, look, huge ally. I fight for your rights. Like, we can address biology and gender separately. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying that you were born biologically male and then you transitioned and that you are now female. I call you female because you want to be called female. Bro, the amount of hate comments and blocks I got were fucking massive, bro. It was like my biggest blow up on Twitter, and I was getting like death threats. I was getting people like going onto my my personal Facebook plate trying to dox me. Like, people were like posting like where they thought I worked in the Twitter thread, and I was like, "Are you guys want to do this really?" Because I said that biological birth is a thing, and that this person transitioned, and we should treat them as the person they want to be. Really? Is that really what you guys want to do right now? You want to dox someone who's voted primarily for your guys' rights in the entirety you guys have been doing this, who voted to legalize gay marriage in California when I was freshly 18? Really? You want to come after a guy that's been working tirelessly for years? To see that's your problem being on Twitter. I'm not defending. But the problem is Twitter is real life now. Fox News just puts up Twitter threads now. Like, it's become the mainstream. What is dipshit Elon Musk's thing? It's the marketplace of ideas. Like, holy fuck, man. The radicals on this far left paradigm are fucking insane. Like, and then you go to them and be like, hey, man. I remember, and like, I actually do know someone personally. I kicked them out of my life. This is the first time I removed somebody. I have a buddy of mine who we grew up, they transitioned. They live in California still. I love this person with all of my heart. They were one of my best friends when we were kids, named Jared. I have videos of them up. Now their name is Kelly, and I call them Kelly, and I treat them like a woman. 100%. We were getting a little flirtatious for a little bit there, but like, bro, the shit they would say was crazy as fuck. And I'd be like, hold on. No, we shouldn't. Like, I remember like we got on the conversation about like trans women in sports. And then she was like, well, you know, even if that person was born male and even if that person nearly beats the living fuck out of him in a boxing match, I still think it should happen. And I'm like, you know, this is like not universally popular, right? You understand that politics is power, right? You understand that like in order to like get legislation done and like get people to vote in our favor, we have to pull people from the center, right? That the center is like, you know, saying the most unhinged shit, or the center is saying we think this is unhinged. Maybe we should not be pushing this idea around, and we should be more cognitive of like placating to the center so we can pass actual legislation to actually protect our people. Like, because I can still consider myself part of the LGBT, you know what I mean? I gave up on Twitter before Musk wrecked it. It used to be great for micro blogging, professional growth, and then the toxic started, and I left the stage left. Like, well, and the crazy shit started from the left. That's why it's really easy to understand how the pipelines of the alt-right happens. And then like I'm sitting here telling people, I'm like, can you guys just modulate just slightly? We don't have to be fucking unhinged. We don't like. I understand that like when we're young and we're in our 20s, we want to say the most unhinged shit. Hello, I'm still an edgy e-boy. Like, bro, I am still that guy. I make radical comments all the time. When you guys don't see me and I'm sitting here reading an article for the first time and I'm like, holy fuck, maybe we should kill this individual. I say something crazy like that because I'm not filtering it through any of my cognitive shit. I'm just like, that guy should be hung for treason. Like, and my girlfriend looks at me like I'm a monster. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to say these things out loud. I'm just thinking out loud in real time. Like, fuck, dude. I tried Twitter for a very short while a long time ago. I was like, nope, I'm out. Even back then, yeah, dude. Well, like I remember like on like, and that's also where like I'm gonna be 100% honest with you guys. There's a reason why I got really scared watching Ren content. I joined in the first year before anyone really knew what it was back when it was Big Ben tweeted at the time in bongs. Yeah, like when I was watching Ren's content and I saw like the money games thing, I made my disclaimer. It's because initially, like I'm a left-wing guy. Like I've always been center-left. Okay, I've always leaned a little left on a bunch of issues, but I can be swayed to the right on a handful of issues. And if you make a really compelling argument for like why we need to be fiscal at this particular time, I could probably agree to that. But I remember all of my heroes from League of Legends, it's not a political thing, from G-Bay to fucking, Necrit to fucking all the people like I was looking up to, all of them, like Destiny, all of these people were just like full-on, full-throated super libs. You know what I mean? And I'm like, why are all these content creators that I watch being super libbed out right now on all this shit? And then I would see these people like weigh in on like major issues like Kyle Rittenhouse and be so fucking wrong on the facts, but be so confident with the shit they were saying. It blew my mind. So then when we get into a song about money and it's coming from a liberal-esque environment such as YouTube, where, most artists are super liberal, and like, again, remember some of the biggest names on YouTube are like straight up socialist or, like hidden communist, or at this point, wasn't Hassan Piker's just a straight up communist and he admits it, finally. But like, so I'm going into Ren's stuff and we're talking about money games and everyone's telling me like, fuck, dude, is Ren going to be another one of these like super fucking far left people? On fiscal, remember the only presidents who, or Democrats, Clinton, Obama, Biden, turned the... Yeah, I completely agree. I agree with all that you said. That's how Republicans lie to people. They'll tell you we're going to be fiscally responsible, but then like just give tax cuts, and you're like, well, that's not. You're not. But yeah.
Them had fallen prey to a viciously harmful fad.
So bear in mind, I didn't go to university. I went and just tried to make little businesses. I did a parkour brand. I ran a vegan food store. I did lots of little things. And very importantly, I was not academic. Jordan Peterson, to young Jimmy, sounded like how I imagine smart people sound.
So even if you do happen to be that avatar of moral purity that you claim implicitly, the probability that you'd get to act out your goodness in relationship to those possessed by your ideology is zero.
He would use big words. He would do this with his hands. He would think and contemplate. Like he was the sort of caricature of a smart person. And it was very interesting because all of his views tended to be quite contrarian to sort of mainstream views. And he would again like...
That's also just because we went through like a corporatism of like thought for a while. Like like the crazy thing is when the left was in power, like after Obama and like we're still in the reins of that, like corporate America was the strongest it's ever been. Which is another Republican talking point. But we saw corporate overreach in so many different what is it? Like good guy or like clauses in contracts where you have to be like completely upstanding in your society, and like if you say anything that like someone might be offended by on your Facebook, you can be let go from whatever you're doing. Like that shit was real, dude, and cancel culture was real. We saw it. It's just crazy, dude. It's just crazy. Like one of these days I want to do like a deep dive in the history of YouTube, because YouTube was such a crazy place, and like what really blew YouTube up to begin with was the culture war. A lot of people don't know this, but like the biggest videos in the early years of YouTube, that is because Democrats are not left. America has no left. Yeah, why not? yeah. The biggest videos early on in YouTube, besides meme videos, were atheism videos. Atheism is where atheism blew up on YouTube from the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, from people like Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, Richard Hawkins? No. I can't remember his name anymore. He wrote The God Delusion. I know his last name was Hawkins. Yeah, Richard Hawkins. No, wait. And then Sam Harris. How am I forgetting the one that's like alive and like was the most active in the culture war? Like, fuck.
My friend, he would talk about the benefits of capitalism. He would talk about natural hierarchies and that it wasn't capitalism's fault for hierarchies, but hierarchies are natural. And so it's very interesting.
Yes, and that's also true though. Like hierarchies even exist outside of capitalism, and they've always existed. That's why they're a dominant thing that would like go all the way back to the lobsters, which is something he used to talk. It was one of his talking points.
Interesting, because if you think about what Jordan Peterson is.
Yeah, dude, I can't remember either, dude. Who wrote The God Delusion? Fuck, man, my brain. I think it's Richard Dawkins. Dawkins! Fuck! Fuck, man. Yeah, he's another one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I love this guy. Though I think some of his opinions are becoming a little more red than I would personally like.
Is and what he thinks and his words now. Back in 2016, it was very different, right?
As a matter of respect and fact, would you refer to a trans person who asks you to use a they them pronoun?
I'm not gonna lie, dude, this trans person is attractive.
A pronoun which has a several hundred-year historical...
See, I agree with this. Not if I'm compelled to. If you ask me, I will happily do it. But if you put a gun on my face, like, you're gonna call me sir, I'm gonna shoot you and be like, sorry, ma'am, and I'm gonna get shot. It's just, no one will compel me to say something. But like, if you ask from an honest position of like, hey, this is my identity and this really means something to me, please do this, I'd be like, hell yeah, dog. I want to treat you how you want to be treated. The world's a beautiful place. But if you speak to me as like a fucking authoritarian person, it's out, it's over. And that's also the quickest way to actually make me angry in an argument. Holy fuck. That shit gets on my nerves. Oh, I hate it when people do that shit. Oh, especially like, dude, if I'm talking and someone's like, listen, I'll be like, oh, now I'm not listening, bitch. Like,
that's not what we're talking about.
He rises to fame on what he is portraying as a free speech battle. The Canadian government are trying to make it so that if you say...
I have that problem too. As soon as someone tells me to do something, I instantly want to do the opposite, even if it's not in my... Exactly, dude.
The wrong pronouns to a transgender person, you will go to jail. And Jordan Peterson never says something like, I don't believe in trans people, and so I don't believe I should say their pronouns. He's not saying that people who do transgender surgeries are butchers. He is saying that by law, I shouldn't be forced to say anything.
Difference between saying that there's something you can't say and saying that there are things that you have to say. And I regard these made-up pronouns, all of them, as the neologisms of radical PC authoritarians.
As I grew up, I kind of realized he misrepresented this bill and he was blowing things out of proportion. But if we just take it on face value and believe what he was saying, then yeah, it seemed illogical to oppose what he was saying. And so whilst I'm going through Jordan Peterson's books, his podcasts, his speeches, etc., I'm getting this feeling that there's this sort of crazy, indoctrinated Marxist left who are trying to...
Well, I mean, that might be the redheadess in his will. Yeah. If you were to take Jordan Peterson at a good faith argument, is that there was an abundance of far left opinions in school. Like, because it's also like, you learn this in high school. I remember people told me, well, you'll learn the real truth when you're in college. And it's like, what does that mean? Because like in high school, they have to tell you that Christopher Columbus is a good guy and he found America. But when you get to college, they're like, actually, imperialism... Columbus was a rapist and you should hate him. And you're like, what the fuck is, why do they, what the fuck? So then like, I feel like it's done like that way intentionally, right? Like, because like, you have to have like this crazy veil lifted on you. And then when that happens, you're like, oh, if it's a lie. And then like they rebuild you from the ground up to believe things. Now that doesn't mean you're going to become a Marxist if you go to college. College is not an introduction, like an indoctrination machine that's trying to like rewrite your brain. But there are people that get radicalized when they go to college. You do have people that are just, you know, your everyday beautiful kid, graduates high school, optimistic with the world, and they get like 3 years into university and they come back with like 20 nose rings. They're like, fuck the system. And like, you're like, what the fuck's happening? Like, but also that's like a small town fear, because in California, where I grew up, that is true. Science says the same thing. The start of college is a lot of realizing how simplistic and naive what you had been taught before was. Yeah, you know, And it can have like a dramatic effect initially, and how you rebound from that is mostly dependent on how critical your parents taught you that critical thinking was. Like, just because you're introduced to new theories or new like information, it shouldn't automatically change your entire worldview. It should just make you question the like the original thought processes you had, and then it should make you dive deeper into how you came about those thought processes. And sometimes that means you're going to find a new way to think, but you should at least go through like the theory of rebuilding yourself after that. Every time you hit that brick wall of like a cognitive dissonance, you need to rebuild your original stance and come up to a new conclusion. You might come up to a similar conclusion, but you need to hit that cognitive dissonance to like reorganize your life and put it in a new hierarchical structure of like the things that matter of importance to you. But most people don't do that. They just take whatever they hear as a fact from whoever's saying it, whoever sounds like they're the most authoritative figure on the topic, instead of actually doing the internal critique within themselves to restructure the foundation of who they are as a person.
To suppress your freedom and usher in...
But the main thing college teaches is critical thinking. The best academics are the ones who can question and find new things. It's the opposite of indoctrination. Exactly.
Communism. And so all this is happening all the way in Canada where no one gives a fuck about. But what about here in Britain, right? In Britain, we have a sort of similar scenario. And it involves a man, a very controversial man, by the name of Tommy Robinson. Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is undoubtedly the best, I'm not kidding, the best platform when it comes to making websites. Beautiful websites, ones that are perfectly tailored to you.
Please tell me the website you made was a porn website. That'd be hilarious.
With their new design intelligence, which combines the newest AI technology, plus their years of understanding and crafting beautiful website templates, you can now literally type in prompts to the AI and it will create a bespoke website to you and your brand. As well as that...
I'm sorry, if Squarespace or any of you guys do this and I ever get one of these, I will make a website for selling dildos. So we're going to call it the opposite of Bad Dragon. We're going to call it the Common Dick. There's going to be no ridges or anything. It's going to be... I'm sorry, dude.
About their payment system. So if you're selling goods online and people, maybe you have customers all around the world, Squarespace takes so many different types of payments, it's now easier than ever. From Klarna to ACH Direct Debit, Apple Pay, and you can even do buy now, pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. And also, the laborious job of writing product descriptions has got a whole world easier with Squarespace's Blueprint AI. You can just bang in a prompt, it will shoot out some text, you can tweak it and change it, and it will save you time, and it's very good quality. So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/.
What's going on, Stuart? What's up, baby? How you doing? I just tried to fast forward.
That's Jimmy the Giant. To get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video.
Sing the Quran around in your hand in that disgraceful manner.
This book is
outrageous.
Oh my God, Piers Morgan having a fucking backbone. What is this? Where is this motherfucker when he's defending Trump? Just came in on the dildo line. I'm just saying, dude. If Squarespace ever gives me a sponsorship, I'm like, have you ever wanted to buy a dildo? With Squarespace, I made a web.
This book is the reason we're in such a mess.
Boys, I'm not proud of this, but I'm just being an honest person. I'm trying to explain.
Don't tell me.
Where I was at, how I got to where I was, and how I am where I am now. So I come across Tommy Robinson in this period of time where he goes to jail for, as he's presenting it to the audience online, trying to report on Muslim grooming gangs. He goes to jail. And I see this as a suppression of journalism, a suppression of free speech by a tyrannical government. You know, and I ignored the fact that it was contempt of court, and he knew exactly it was contempt of court, and he did it deliberately to provoke this reaction. But the way it was being presented was very clever. Again, it was all about free speech. It wasn't about the underlying issue of Islam, etc., but it was just about free speech. And so when you're already primed to be sort of libertarian, pro-free speech, and you're perceiving these attacks on free speech, you start to wonder,
Why are they attacking these people for their speech? And it unfortunately has this effect of making you think that the person is a truth teller and the government are trying to suppress them. And it reinforces...
That's why it's always bad that Jordan Peterson would say this all the time. He's like, we're just trying to get to the bottom of truth. And it's like, no, you're not, dude. Because when we try to get to the bottom of truth, you overcomplicate a basic question. When I ask you, do you believe in God? You're like, what do you mean believe? It's like, bro. But I'm too sick to type pancaked.
Forces your belief in what they're saying must have some truth to it if they want to hide it so bad. And these people, what I would now consider grifters, they know that. They know that that's the response and the feeling it's going to create in people. They want to be martyrs because then people...
I'm so glad I have no idea who Tony Robinson is. Oh my God, but I probably heard like arguments to defend him before, but I was just like, I don't know. It's in the UK. I don't give a fuck.
Follow them even more ardently.
It's so important for the establishment because they know I've reached the people. They know
Free Tommy Robinson and free him now.
Am I the only one that think that guy looked like what Hitler wanted people to be? He needs to put some blue things in, but like, who the fuck is this?
And so, yeah, I go to like a rally, like a free speech rally when Tommy Robinson's about to go to jail, and I come across Nico, and I see Nico, and I've seen him online, and I saw how he was trying to present everyone that went to a Tommy Robinson rally.
Tommy Robinson is an extreme right-wing rabble-rouser who keeps getting arrested.
As a racist. And I knew, from my perspective, and knowing who I was, I knew I wasn't a racist. And so I go up to Nico and I tell the people around him that he's trolling you and he's trying to like make you look stupid online. And then Nico does misrepresent me in the video, and he says that I went up to the police and told them to get rid of Nico.
The police then came over and surprise, he started crying to them as well.
When in reality, I was actually saying to the police that Nico has his free speech. Because, you know, I'm fucking obsessed with free speech in this period of time. I don't know why. I think it's the single most...
Fuck, man! Another attack from Sputnik, you son of a bit. You are really lucky not to know him. Real name is Steven Yaxel something, but that sounded too posh, so to appeal to the working class, he changed it. What the fuck?
Important thing on earth.
He changed his name to... Oh my God, dude. And people fall for it. People fall for it. And like, if you're gonna change your name, why to Tommy Robinson, bro? Tommy sounds like a 5-year-old's name.
But either way, like, as much as I disagree with myself for being at that rally and supporting Tommy Robinson in that time, I still stand by the fact that I don't think these people understood why people were presenting them as racist, right? And I just want to touch on that.
Tell me a Trump policy right now.
I support...
Fake, waffle. You're waffling, man. Yeah, answer the question.
See, this guy is being a disingenuous cunt. Sorry for that word.
But his trade policy.
How dare you fake this? How dare you?
You know, now, from, you know, the view I have now, I understand there are...
The white right-wing yob culture side? Yeah, dude. Them blue-collar boys are loyal motherfuckers, though. I'll tell you that much, dude. Holy shit. Dude, when I'm telling you I work in blue-collar fields, I'll be sitting there like, you know, taking out an oil filter. You know, just put my oil filter back in on me. Like, they'll be like, man, these goddamn illegals coming in here to get transgender surgeries. Like, that's crazy, dude. Okay. And they believe it, dude. They'd be like, can you believe you go to college and they cut your dick off? Like, bro, I'm not lying. This is how they talk. They really be treating each other like that, bro. Now, a majority of the time, it was just people like, let's get high. Fuck, dude, there's no customers around. Let's get high. But every once in a while, they'd just be busting some shit out. Usually when they saw an immigrant or someone walk by. Holy fuck. We had a terrorist attack in the UK yesterday, an attack on Jewish synagogue. 3 people dead, including the gunman. Oh my God, if I had you, I guarantee you, if I click over to Hassan's stream right now, Hassan would be like, Hamas! They're not a perfect But you have to do what you have to do for the revolution. God damn, bro. I swear to God, that guy's unhinged. But yeah, Pixie, I'm not lying, bro. Those guys were that. I remember, I think I told this story in a written reaction, where I was working, I got a call, and the lady's like, I'm like, hi, thank you for calling Tired Choice. My name is William Berry. How might I be of service? Like, oh my God, you're white. Be like, yes. What can I do for you? I need to come in and get an alignment. How much does an alignment cost? Our alignments start at $149.99. However, I only charge $120. Oh my God, I'll be right down. Can I come in at 5 o'clock? Like, you can come in the next few hours. She shows up, walks up to the counter. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're a white person. And I'm like, yes. Awesome. And then, like, the worst part was, this is how fucked this is. He was like, you have an amazing speaking voice. You should come work at Freightliner. My husband works there. And I'm like, his name was Jihad. Jesus Christ. But then, like, I find out that her husband works at Freightliner. And she's like, do you happen to have an application or a resume? I was like, I just happen to have one in the car. So I give her a resume, and then at the end of that month, I'm working at Freightliner with her husband. And bro, there's like 30 employees here. And like, he didn't say anything that crazy, but I just knew these guys have crazy beliefs. Now, I really liked my boy. Right. I used to be one of those people, bro. I used to be like, bro, I haven't seen any real racism. And then over like the last 3 years, I've just seen an abundance of racism. I remember I was working at Tire Discounters. No. Who was it? What was the company? There was a dog. I was working at Grismer Tire in Springfield, Ohio, all right? The town of the cats and dogs. And look, when I was driving to work there, because this was after Trump had made those statements, there were a lot of, poor individuals that probably have immigrated there. So, like, the city looked a little rougher than it was the 3 years before when I left. But that's not a knock on them. Like, the city wanted help. They couldn't get people to do jobs, so they immigrated people from Haiti or whatever. But you got woke. Literally in the original meeting, woke up to see the real world. Exactly, dude. So I'm sitting there, and the guy was like, oh, hey, man, because I built an estimate for him. I was like, dude, you need to get this part in order for, your AC to work. We're sitting there, and he's talking to me. He's like, can you believe these goddamn Jews and kikes? I'm like, whoa, bro! But I didn't say anything. My eyes went huge for a second. I'm like, okay. He's like, I'm not hard up for money or nothing, but like, I ain't like on some of these other, and he just dropped the N-bomb with the hard ER, and I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of this country, dude. Like, how did we go from a country that didn't see race, or aiming to not see race, raised on like these ideas? We start racial profiling, so young black men are most likely to get stopped and searched. Yeah, man, what the fuck, dude? Like, I feel like such a fool because I've run defense for these people forever. Because they'd be like, that guy's clearly racist. I'm like, dude, he didn't say anything racist. The guy just wants to, adhere to the law and stuff. And then all of a sudden they're like, when you get them in private, they're like, yeah, fuck all these. And you're like, what?
Sort of two types of racism. There's like overt racism, which is like, I fucking hate migrants when you send them back, they're the worst. And then you have this kind of more like
oh no, I love Douglas Murray, don't do it.
Conscious racism, or like in effect racism. And what I mean by that is like, I knew I wasn't racist because I grew up very multiculturally and I liked people of different races. I had lots of friendships with them and I got along with them very well. So I never in my heart felt anything bad towards people of different races. But what can happen from there is when you think you're like immune to racism, you sometimes are more susceptible to it in a way.
Yeah, see, this is something I was trying to tell my buddy, who I won't name because he's a big channel supporter. I love him with all my heart, and I play video games with him all the time. But me and him got into a debate about the transgender community. Yeah, some of my best friends are like, and I was trying to explain to him, I was like, just because we aren't enacting racism doesn't mean that we're not interpreting things through our mind. And like subconsciously, we can build up racist tropes in our mind that we apply to people. Now, for the transgender community, I was like, maybe some of your fears, or maybe some of the things are, what was I trying to say? Maybe some of your animosity to the transgender community is bred through fear. And he would be like, I'm not afraid of trans people. And I'm like, I'm not saying you're afraid. I'm saying that something about the trans community latches something onto you in like intrinsically into like your subconscious. Like you are filtering the information and it's either alarming or scary or unknown, or it presents a new piece of information that hits like your cognitive dissonance. But then like, so you start filtering it, and then it might come out like your fear might filter through like aggression. So like when you see it, you're like, I don't fuck them thing, you know. What's up, Lo? When I was a teen, a black friend of mine was walking home at night, and cops stopped us and asked me what was going on. I said, just walking home, and they were like, did not believe me, and we were being racist because they were like, we're going to give you a ride home, even though I was like, no, I don't need a ride home. This is my friend. Also, when in a racist society, if you're not actively opposing racism, you're complicit, part of the problem. They made me go with them. It was horrid, pulling up to my house in the back of a fucking paddy wagon. What the fuck? And I'm afraid to have to go. Rugsby starting priority. Hoping to catch the end of this reaction later. I will post it soon. I got you, homie. I'm sorry it took so. I just talk so much. Me and this guy have a similar path. Thank you, Mr. Sputnik. They're alone in themselves.
But just a different type of racism. These grifters know they can't just say that, I don't know, black people are inferior genetically, although some of them have started doing that again. They've found sneakier ways of wrapping it, often by hiding behind culture. These pundits will lie and say stuff like 84% of grooming gangs are Asian Pakistani, which has been endlessly disproven. It is white people who make up the majority of grooming gangs. But all this misinformation can lead you to believe that their culture is inferior to ours, and therefore we can't mix. And with the Tommy Robinson thing, it's kind of the same when it comes to Islam, right? You didn't hate people for being like having brown skin. You were simply critiquing their ideology, their belief.
Well, I mean, yeah, but Islam deserves to be critiqued. Also, you know, so does Christianity, so does Judaism. All religions deserve to be put under a microscope. Especially if you're someone that's using your religion to like tell other people what to believe. Now, this guy probably had disgusting reasons for that, but I'll defend someone's right to say that shit.
You wouldn't do that with
Sir William
Would you do that with the Bible? Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this book?
For people.
Have you read this book?
There are over
There's
a billion people.
There are 100.
So, you know, I'm listening
What would have been gangster right there is if he would have ripped it in half. I'm just saying.
to the greatest hits, right? I'm listening to Ben Shapiro debate some 12-year-old feminist. I'm listening to Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh, I'm Joe Rogan.
I fucking hate Matt Walsh.
Till I fucking die. And I find myself accepting that I must be right-wing now. And you know,
well, to be fair, there was a time when Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan were on the left. The intellectual dark web was almost entirely full of left-wing people. I don't know what's so pernicious about the right-wing ideology that it can manage to capture people. Like, the intellectual dark web had Eric Weinstein and Brett Weinstein, Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Dave Smith, and Joe Rogan. All of these people at one time were on the left, at the time of the intellectual dark web. And then it had Ben Shapiro. Fast forward 6 years. All of those people, except Sam Harris, are now on the right. Everyone that participated in the intellectual dark web became right-wing. That's fucking weird to me. Why is the right-wing ideology so pernicious that it managed to capture all of the dumb apes that were part of the intellectual dark web except one? And that's because Sam Harris was the only one paying attention to actual politics. When Trump got banned, Dave Rubin was also there. Because remember, Dave Rubin was a classical liberal. He started on the TYT network. A lot of his original conversations were with Sam Harris. Like, I don't think it's just the money thing, because these people's ideologies changed. Their views on like the whole world and reality surrounding it changed. And it's not like Eric Weinstein and Brett Weinstein are super rich now because of that shit. In fact, they were bitching that, like, I feel like they just bought into the grift. They just bought into, not the grift, but like they bought into where the culture was changing. I've had a terrible experience with the police. It's the reason I can't watch cop shows. More like a documentary. Jesus. All the conspiracy theories. That's probably it, dude. All these people are essentially anti-authoritarians, right? Like, they believe against like that shit. And conspiracies are usually just like yelling at the home. Or yelling at the system. It's fucking wild, bro.
A little hipster Jimmy, that's cool, because now I'm different to everyone. I'm the contrarian, right? I have all the different opinions. Oh no, the sky isn't blue. Actually, no, it's a shade of maroon. And like, when you're listening to all this stuff, you get this sort of impression of the left, like what you're perceiving the left to be like, basically the worst of the left.
You know you're a millennial when
Yeah, but there was some really bad left, bro.
you question whether or not it's ethical to bring children into this world. Because of climate change, we don't really know whether or not the world's going to be habitable in 30 years.
And so you just...
Why is that woman so fucking creepy looking? What was that? I even punched a cop in the face and got away with it. Axe!
Get pushed further and further right from more of a reactionary position rather than some actual ideological and maybe academic understanding of economies and politics. It just sort of is a...
That's why debating people on the right now is so fucking brain rotted. It's because they haven't done like the actual, like, it's also very easy now. You can watch any of like Parker or Dean Withers debate these MAGA guys that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They're just dipshit call-ins. They call in and be like, remember when the left was just as guilty as the right? And you're like, okay, well, they could just piece by piece break down their argument, and then by the end of it, the guy just goes, "You're a fucking cunt or a cuck," or they just break down and start insulting because like they don't know anything, but they fell into the reactionary bullshit of like watching crazy trans people on Twitter like bully them into like whatever worldview they fucking have. It's so and it happened to Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, man. She got like trannies, like she calls them trannies, made fun of her on the internet, and like that was enough for her to just go, "Oh yeah, I'm a TERF now," and you're like, "What the fuck?" And then now she does the right wing gauntlet. She goes on Glenn Beck and insults the left nonstop. She goes on, Ben Shapiro and insults the Democrats, and then she'll go like, and then she'll get like just attack the left community constantly and its constituents. It's what the fuck is this? And then like she'll be like, "I'm not making a grift to the right." Bitch, yes you are. What the fuck? Like, you should not hate the trans community because a couple of them were mean to you on the internet. I've been called so many things by the trans community, and I still love my trans soldiers. Those that are transitioning, bravery, respect, especially in a world that what happened to all the genuine decent politicians? All Trump cronies seem to be from the planet Obnoxious. Yeah, bro. And like Nancy Mace going on and like, who was it? Wasn't Major Carla? Yes, there was like a clip where a reporter was asking Major Tyler Green or whatever, like a question, and she's like, "What accent do you have? Why don't you go back to your country, bitch?" And then like a week later, Anna Kasparian has her on the Young Turks going, "I feel like you've matured a lot and you're really working through like towards helping Americans now." It's like, what the? She was literally being a disgusting person to a legal immigrant, and you're like defending her now. Okay.
Feeling. And it's so funny, like when Ben Shapiro and these sort of people get famous off of facts don't care about your feelings. But to be honest, like conservatives these days, it just seems to be mainly emotion. It's how they feel about topics. They hate when you bring up academic papers and actual facts. And
when Joe Rogan is like, "We got to stop fact checkers because it ruins my mojo."
They don't trust any of that.
In Springfield, they're eating the dog.
I was literally in that town after he said this. I live fucking 10 minutes from there. While during his first presidency, I lived in Springfield the entire time. 2 years of Biden's presidency, I lived in Springfield.
Dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just...
Either way, I find myself as a right-winger.
I see people on television. Like, what the fuck?
I have not descended into overtly racist beliefs or overtly trans...
Yeah, dude, fuck Nick Fuentes. Put that on the record. Fuck you. And fuck Sneeko. I like Adam Savage or 22 or whatever. Reform Party in UK claim migrants were eating the swans. Total bullshit. I heard that shit too. Someone used that as a talking point in one of my debates about the cats and dogs. I was like, there's no one eating cats and dogs. There's no evidence to suggest that. There's not, like, the thing literally was birthed from like a neo-Nazi fucking like thing. Like the lady that made the initial claim said that she found her cat 4 days later in her garage or her basement. None of it was true. And he's like, they're eating the swans in the UK. And I'm like, good, fuck them swans. like, what the fuck? Because I don't know anything about UK politics, okay? Like, my girlfriend told me I had to start getting into Canadian politics, so I'm less triggered.
Phobic beliefs, misogynistic beliefs. I haven't gone that far, but I probably do house some sort of unconscious discriminatory beliefs in maybe trans people, perhaps even women.
Yes, dude. Yes, it's okay to admit that you might have some form of like subconscious bigotry for things that are different than you. But the thing is to like try to understand that bigotry and then understand that it's coming from like a fragile ego or a self-defense mechanism. It's not real. Like what you're feeling is just like a loss of power, and the power, you know, the structural pyramid of like power dynamics. If we're at the top and we start to feel any of that slip away, some of it is just us becoming whiny bitches and complaining that we're losing some threshold of influence. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Exactly, dude. Trans rights are human rights.
Women to a degree. Again, often wrapping their push for equality and better rights as some kind of Marxist revolution. But I believe in the typical sort of right-wing viewpoint that the state should be smaller, that people are responsible for themselves, and probably that like poor people are just lazy and they need to fix their own shit, and that billionaires and corporations
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Are really good, and like, you know,
I wouldn't say they're really good. Corporations are good because they make jobs. Billionaires can do good because they can fund jobs.
Sort of, unless they're the ones that, I don't know, Russell Brand says is bad, and then all of...
I used to think this guy was a hero, bro. Initially, my reason in life for liking Russell Brand was because he was attractive, and he looked smoking fine and forgetting Sarah Marshall. And then the movie Get Him to the Greek, I loved his character. Aldous Snow or whatever, awesome character. But then like I even started watching his politics like 10, 12 years ago when he was like going on the UK like fucking TV show or whatever, or like news networks telling people they shouldn't vote. I was like, what are you doing? If you want to like survival the city and sod everybody else, yeah. Like if you want people to like, that's like when the country first started and they spread things like he's practicing Homo sapien. Yeah. Like I used to look up to this guy, and now I think he literally lost his court case and he's just a rapist. That's crazy to me.
All of a sudden they're bad because they're tied to, I don't know, George Soros. George Soros business, bad.
Yes, and that's another thing that's so crazy about this like divide. They'll be like the Soros funded institute and all, and then like meanwhile like Elon Musk comes out and he goes, I'm giving Donald J. Trump $220 million, and I'm going to join to help destroy all of the Democratic fucking programs that were made. What was it? Democratic programs that were made and enacted through Congress, like done legally. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, okay, dude, they don't give a fuck about it.
Bill Gates business, bad. But Elon Musk buying Twitter, good. Very good. Anyway, I'm deep in the pipeline, right? I'm deep.
I remember when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and I still back then didn't consider myself on the left. I would tell people I'm a centrist. I don't give a fuck about political ideology. One, they're both evil and they're both disgusting and they're both, you know, I would used to do the whataboutism and like equate them to the same factors and shit, but I was always left leaning. So like I leaned more left, so I was a left leaning centrist. I wouldn't tell people I'm on the left. I remember I had a buddy of mine who's no longer a buddy of mine. His name is Dustin. This little bitch ass punk motherfucker. I remember one time we were sitting there talking, because we used to play League of Legends together, and I've been against council culture from day one, right? That's been like my whole thing. You know, that's why I was against the left so often, because they were trying to cancel people for their opinions, and I don't like that. You know, not so good if all the workers he sacked and their families. Exactly. And I remember when Twitter, I was like, it's based that Elon's going to buy Twitter. And then as soon as he bought Twitter, he fired 70% of his staff. And I remember going on Facebook and I was like, where are all the Republicans at complaining about what Elon Musk is doing? And my buddy Dustin's like, private business, bro. And I'm like, hold on, bro. You don't get to do that. Like we've argued against the left for years over this. Like this is a breaking point. Right now, Elon Musk is firing people. What's up, y'all? Sparking? Hell yeah! Okay, back to work, Nikki. No, Nikki. So now we're sitting here having a conversation. I was like, dude, he's firing people for their political ideology. You would be up in arms if they did this to the right. And he was like, nah, bro, they deserve it. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. You cannot be for one side and be against the other. It's either the same both ways or it's the same either. Like, nah, bro. And then, like, that's when I was like, nah, Elon Musk is doing something evil and I don't like this. And remember, I was a huge Elon Musk simp. I have his fucking picture behind me on the wall. Did she do anything new to it? I gave him a Hitler mustache again. You know, so no, that was my waking point when I started realizing the culture was shifting. Right then and there, I was like, hold on. No.
Oh, man. COVID happens. Obviously, I don't get vaxxed. I don't wear the mask. I'm sorry if I killed anyone. And, you know, again, I regret that position now. I literally didn't want to get vaxxed, not because I thought it had 5G in it or something, but just because I was so sort of libertarian right-wing that I didn't like the fact the government were telling me to do it. And, like, I don't know, I'm here today, I'm vaccinated, and the woke police haven't come to my door yet, so probably I was overreacting.
Vaccine passports. While we've been looking in other directions, they are being slowly yet deliberately introduced. Are they the linchpin in a global surveillance network?
So you might be wondering,
good God, Russell Brand is a dipshit.
Like, what was the moment? Like, when did it all change? When did the dam break? And there was a moment, right? And I can kind of point to it specifically. And it was through making my videos. Now, as you know, you guys watching, you're probably really into all the social political stuff I do. But originally, I was a parkour YouTuber. And then I become like an extreme sports YouTuber. And when I got to the end of this period in 2022, I wanted to diversify my content, right? And I remember genuinely, I thought I was probably even going to make like those sort of right-wing documentary series, like things like Jen or like some of Moon's stuff, you know, that kind of thing. I thought I'd end up in that ilk. But you see, because I was a smart bruh and I could read the room, I knew that I couldn't make a video why Jordan Peterson's the best man alive. I knew I had to take my time to kind of meander. So I made a video on a very specific topic about chavs.
Clothing brands that you didn't like were called chav. Rough neighbourhoods were considered chav infested. But what exactly is a chav? And most importantly, where did they all go?
And so I made this video. It's really interesting if you rewatch it because my biases and all...
Have a blessed day, Nikki. Keep a smile on your face. It might not change someday, but you never know what they're going through. Exactly.
All of my thinking going into this video is that chavs are bad because they were dickheads and they chose to...
Anyone who can get their info about COVID vaccines from the internet or social media? Yeah. Well, the problem is, I was just looking at some kind of reporting on this, I think 2 days ago, or Destiny was, and I was watching it. A majority of people that get their information, they do so from social media. Over 15% of news that people, digest do so through social media. More people watch and get their news and information from YouTubers, social media, and Twitch than anything else on the planet. That's scary.
To be bad. But whilst making the video and wanting to address the question, like, where did chavs go? Why did they disappear? I stumbled across a geezer called Owen Jones.
Chavs equals house and violent. Council house and violent.
I see Owen Jones and all of my, but you see it in the video. I'm like, look, guys, I'm about to quote Owen Jones. I don't agree with him, but what he says about chavs is really interesting. You should probably listen to it.
Truly a war in the public sphere. The author and journalist Owen Jones, who I have to admit I don't really agree with him on a lot, he wrote an entire book called Chavs.
So I read it and I'm like, fuck, maybe chavs were like a product of their environment and their economic status. Bear in mind, this is the opposite. This is the antithesis of my view.
What woke me up from the right wing was, or falling into it, was Destiny debating Red Pill. Because, like, I think debate is one of the most, important things when we're discussing politics. If you cannot defend your ideas, then maybe your ideas aren't very good. Which is why I tell people, give me pushback, because I need to be able to defend what I'm saying. Because if I can't, then I need to look at why.
Is that I would have believed as a right-winger that cultures are just like people who make decisions to behave in the way they want to. So these are bad people who are choosing to be bad. So after this video, I go down different rabbit holes. I'm making different subcultures. I do skinheads and I do football hooligans, which are both in a very...
He was beaten up because he was gay? That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck?
Very interesting period of time, which is the Thatcher era. And the more I research into Thatcher and see how she completely flipped this country on its head, she completely radicalized Britain into being extreme neoliberal capitalists. And it's kind of become just assumed that that's how the world has always worked. That's how we are. But then I discovered that at some point in society, we weren't fucking insane capitalists that we are right now. I've discovered this because there was a period of time called the post-war consensus, which I talk about fucking endlessly on this channel. But in that period of time, we followed a style of economics that was called Keynesianism, which meant that the government's job was to make sure everyone was employed and...
But we know Keynesian economics doesn't work.
To tax the wealthy at higher rates, use that money to build infrastructure that benefited the people. And then bear in mind, you know, I'm listening to Donald Trump saying, make America great again, and everyone's harping on about how the world was better back in like the 60s and 50s.
Well, to be fair, Donald Trump is talking about the 20s. The era of isolationism and not wanting to get involved in World War, well, wanting to join the League of Nations after the end of World War I, where we put up our borders and said, hey, America's going to only care about America. We did have an America First policy. But by doing so, inadvertently, it led to World War II. Could you imagine how much more powerful the League of Nations would have been if America would have signed on to that? Thatcher was extremely divisive. She was loved and hated in equal measure. I don't know enough about her, but if she brought capitalism to your guys' country, I'd probably like her. Maybe.
And then I find out the reason why it was better was because we had mass public investment. This investment led to the greatest...
No. See, you're misquoting Donald Trump here. During the 50s and 60s, we did move towards stuff that more, individuals would like, such as communist or socialist stuff. She was horrendous. I don't know enough about her to make a statement. I'm just talking about the fact that she was a capitalist supporter. Probably like some of it. Maybe a topic that I could dive into on one of the days I want to do a deep learning stream.
This economic boom in history raised many of the working class into the middle class, which created a whole host of new industries, new products, Basically, it was good shit. What we did then was good. And you got...
That's not Trump's argument. He's talking about the 20s and 30s.
Bear in mind that I am being told the only answer to life's problems is dog eat dog, free market capitalism. Get the government out of everything. The government can do nothing right. Only the geniuses of commerce can do anything.
Well, yeah, if you take an extreme opinion of capital, like you're doing the thing you were complaining that the left was doing now. You're like going like into a straw man argument over this.
Anything like our water supply that has no piss and poo in it, or like our really quick and definitely on time and affordable train system, or like our really affordable housing that people definitely aren't speculating on and shrinking the middle class.
Private water companies are dumping huge amounts of raw sewage in Britain's rivers and off its coastlines. They're doing so to save money, to ensure returns for shareholders, and by extension, to guarantee massive salaries for bosses at the top.
And so yeah, time's going past, man, and I'm learning this shit, and I'm like, fuck, and I'm starting to realise, like, I don't know if I believe all the things that I believe about right-wing politics, but I hadn't accepted it, right? I was becoming more and more distrustful. Things like this, right? 1 month, I went on holiday to Thailand. I walk in a coffee shop, and I see the most beautiful woman on earth, who is now my wife, and she is Ukrainian. I go to Ukraine. Literally, during the war, I've been to Ukraine many times, and I've experienced air raids. I've heard bombs go off.
There again, more attacks. Putin must be having a slow day.
All the while, I look on my phone at all the right-wingers talking about Ukraine, and they believe that Zelensky is like, I don't know, a blue-haired feminist or something.
Yeah. It's crazy the way they talk about trickle-down economics doesn't work. I agree that Kinsey, the Kinsey economics model doesn't work, and trickle-down economics doesn't work. Neither of them work. They have elements of them that work to some extent. Like, if you give a billionaire, or you give the billionaire the ability to open a job, he is going to create wealth in that community. And they're going to design a product, and it's going to help the community at large. But, you know, if you put too many regulations on that community, or you put too much red tape up, and that makes it impossible for them to operate a business there, they won't. They'll just leave. Like, we know that we left so many people behind in the Rust Belt, or in those coal mining towns that are slowly dying and completely, like, you know, the Appalachians, you know, like, we saw what happens when, you know, all the businesses leave and there's no incentive to have business there. Now, that wasn't because, like, the government was too hard on them, but that's because we sold their jobs out to, like, other countries. And then we offered them nothing in return, and we just told them to move. Like, okay. That doesn't solve anything either.
I will stress this again. One of the...
Lauren Chin sent $500. Remember, that was Russian money from RT Today. Lauren Chin is a disgusting bitch who I used to watch when she was known as the Romy Millennial. She joined with, like, a Russian financer, and I think her husband, that worked for RT Today to create Tenet Media, and then give Tim Pool $5 million to spread misinformation. But the evidence doesn't bear that out. Well, the evidence doesn't bear either of them out. Neither of them have ever worked. And poison the water, as I found out in the Michael Moore film. Yeah, dude. Like, big business is always going to do what it can to get away from paying a fair wage and doing all those things. But if what is the option? Do we just, like, does the government just start individually funding everybody? And who does work at that point? Who maintains the economy at that point? It's a very complicated equation, and no one has it correct. What up, dude?
Greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
And they're trying to say that it's actually NATO, and NATO are the bad guys, and America's bad, even though we're pro-America. America is bad. And
employee-owned companies. Disagree.
You know, I'm learning more about the Ukrainian conflict and all the history of how it came to be and why we defend them and why we can't allow Russia to just go and take over sovereign nations. And so you learn more and more about this. But then there was two people I come across that really...
Profits to the workers? Again, disagree. Profit to the shareholders. I'm for that. The worker made their money. It's called their job. You know, their contract that they signed to do the job.
Really like cemented the change, right? So I'm becoming distrustful of the right. I'm starting to see like, you know, their takes on Ukraine as
shareholders are leeches. No, they're not.
As being ridiculous. And then I come across a streamer. So
workers produce the value, and with the shareholders and the owners and the CEOs buy the building, buy the products, maintain the facility, train the employees to do the job. Still live? Yay, just got home and got to take a nap from Archie. Then Archie. Value theory of labor, capital theory of labor. What's going on, Matt? Workers could do all that. No, they couldn't. No, they can't. Where is a worker going to get a massive of money to open up a business? Like, where's that going to come from? Who's going to go buy the building or the equipment to buy lifts for the shop that you're going to work in? Each one of them costs $13,000. You want 6 bays, you want 6 shops. You are not well informed on the research. You've only recently heard about co-ops, and the figures show that they're more profitable than other models. Hi, Stuart. That's the problem. I shouldn't cost a massive amount of money. Why? Why shouldn't it cost a lot of money to buy a building to work out of? Who wants, like, the people that build the building want to get compensated for the building they build, right? They have to buy the land. They have to, it should be like 10 people's pitching in together. Why would anyone do that when we don't know if someone's going to follow through on their end? We have a system that works. If you want to go create a co-op right now, you can. You can go to a bank and say, I have a wonderful idea for a business. Can I please take out a loan? And then they'll give you the money to do it if they think that it's a good business venture. You can bring in all your friends. You can split all of the money within a certain, you know, however you want to fucking do it, and everyone can do that. That's why capitalism is the best way. If you want to open up a co-op, you can do that. If you want to do those things individually, there's nothing stopping you. Because people are the good. The system is literally the lowest combinator. It is bad as possible. In no way is it bad as possible. The system allows people to do that right now. There is nothing stopping you from opening up any business you want to in a capitalist system, other than the fact that you may not have a product that people want to buy. Like, again, capitalism is like a self-servicing system. When costs get too high, people stop participating in that system. And then eventually the business has to then lower, then people have to lower their, let's say, for example, you go to like a fast food place, and like you want to buy a cheeseburger, right? And initially you start selling your cheeseburgers for 99 cents. So you get a lot of people that show up to buy cheeseburgers. But because the demand of your product gets so high, eventually, in order to keep everything working smoothly, you start slowly increasing your pricing, which you're going to have to do eventually anyway, because inflation is a real thing. So over time, your burgers go up to $1.50. Okay, well, some of the people that showed up because they were 99 cents aren't going to show up anymore, and they're going to take off. Over time, though, with inflation, the price is eventually going to keep rising. And eventually, your 99-cent cheeseburger is going to be a $5 cheeseburger. And the people that are coming to buy it are going to significantly fall off. And then you're going to have to come up with another way to resell that cheeseburger in a way that's economically viable. So maybe they'll come out with a new way where they cut out the fries and the drink or something. And hey, the burger's now $2.50. And then it's going to bring a bunch of these customers back in different ways. Like, capitalism, like the market will ultimately correct itself in a way that's accommodating. Like, the businesses will grow and they'll get greedy and they'll start overcharging for things. And then people will stop using their product because they can't afford it anymore. This is why people went from cable TV to Netflix. And now Netflix is like, we want $30 a month. And more people are canceling their Netflix subscriptions. And things like Tubi are taking off now and growing. Like, the market will always answer the demand. But eventually, the company that was doing it will fall off. You know, like big cell phone companies exist, but now Mint Mobile exists. And instead of having to get a $120 phone bill, you can get one for, what is it, $35.99? Yes, agreed. Not arguing against freedom of choice. I don't want to open a business. Most production is worthless. Yeah, but people have the right to buy the things they want to. People need to spend more time thinking, about less time doing. I don't know about that. I think thinking is probably pretty important, but doing things is just as important. I know Econ, I've learned it from professors in 3-piece suits. And I told them what I'm telling you, the entire system is bullshit. Where then we're going to disagree. If like these econ teachers can't convince you, then there's nothing I can do. You've bought into a worldview that won't allow any new information in. I'm not against co-ops or anything like that existing, but I'm for capitalism because capitalism still allows those things to exist. Like, all of the things you want done can be done through capitalism. You just have to make a cohesive argument for it. Completely rewriting the system and forcing everyone to do things your way is the opposite way to do any form of governance. Through capitalism, you can do it the way you want. So the system isn't broken if you have the ability to do so. What are you talking about? You've never read Marx? I've read your bullshit. You are resistant to new views? No, I'm not. You have to prove some of this stuff, but I'm not resistant to new views. And I have read Marx. Marx is fucking disgusting. You know who likes capitalism? The CIA. You know who likes the CIA? Me. Who cares if, like, the CIA likes capitalism? No system is perfect. Certainly communism doesn't work well in Russia. Exactly, dude.
Right now, we're deep in the sort of Andrew Tate era. Andrew Tate has blown up, and at first, it was kind of, it was kind of fun. It was like, especially if you're sort of a young right-wing libertarian type, you need to get strong to look after yourself,
That's crazy to like the CIA? Why would I not like the CIA? Because they've done bad things? America's done bad things. I still like America. Canada's done bad things. I still like Canada. Pharmaceutical companies have done bad things, but they've still saved millions of lives. Like, nothing is black and white in this world. Like, Martin Luther King had some of the most beautiful messaging in the world. Maybe he wasn't a good person because he cheated on his wife. There's nothing wrong with admitting that bad things happen, but still liking the product that they're putting out there. What? What? Like, these things aren't a binary here. We could talk about the good things that someone's done and then call out the bad. Like Andrew Tate, when he first came out, he had really good messages for young men. Told people to get off their ass, quit playing video games. You have a slave mentality in Nietzsche terms? Or may not, we'll see. All right, have a good time, Matt. How is it a slave mentality? You know what I mean? What the fuck? And on top of that, if I have a slave mentality, you would have the opposite of that, wouldn't you? That means that through your own ego that you think that you can enact a change and rewrite an entire system. Like, that's part of the revolution. Isn't that just born through greed and like your own idea of ego? You're accepting cruel and trickle down. How am I doing that? Don't forget to like the video, everybody. Matt. Like, I don't necessarily defend trickle-down economics. I'm arguing that some of the systems of governance that are there should be there. Revolution is about making everyone equal. But no one is equal, bro! I don't get how you don't understand this. If we change the governance that controls our system, there's still going to be unequal people across every system of governance, from feudalism to like Christianity, or to like religious secularism, to fucking capitalism, to fucking communism. There's always a hierarchy every time. There's always a ruling class. Revolution, like doing a revolution against the system, isn't going to change that. Once the people that have overthrown the government take over, they form a new government, and then they form a new level of mechanism of control, and then there's someone at the top, and then there's someone at the bottom. This is how it has always been forever. How do you treat someone equally in a system where you don't have the ability of forward economic progress? Like in capitalism, if you have a really good idea, you can become a millionaire to fucking morrow. In like any other system, you're stuck where they put you. No, dude. Holy shit. You know, your hip hop religion that you believe in would not exist in other societies, right? Societies that you're advocating for. Like, only through capitalism and democracy can you question the levers of power. Me wanting class geared towards me makes an asshole? Yes! That is selfish! Definitionally! Yes! Wanting things to go your way only is an asshole. Capitalism works because it allows you to live your life how you see fit, and it allows other people to live their life how they see fit. They can start whatever business they want. They can preach and adhere to the values they care about. Yes, you wanting to impose your worldview on everyone around you is the problem. No capitalism is thuggery? Oh my God, dude. Holy, how do you have like 3 degrees and all you do is like cite hip hop, bro? I love you, but no. Yes, you should be homeless if you don't work or do something for your society. What do you mean? What? You have to contribute to society unless you have something that prevents you from doing so. What? You think that like everyone should just have a little cot given to them? My worldview is everyone is given everything they need no matter what. I agree with Ren's philosophy. There's nothing wrong with making money, but greed is definitely a bad thing. If you don't believe that, you're a cunt. What are you talking about? My worldview is let people do whatever the fuck they want, but that has to be done through capitalism. The things I want to work for because I enjoy working for them. I enjoy going to work. I enjoy doing my 9 to 5. I love the jobs that I've had every time because they give me a sense of purpose and a sense of understanding, a sense of community. It's not forceful. You could go be homeless, bro. What do you mean? What? You could do that. How? Okay, so are you saying that we need to completely get rid of the concept of money? We need to go back to a bartering and trading system? Is that what you're advocating for? Because how people are going to buy things. Like, you understand that, like, the system of governance that you're advocating for would mean that those that are not mentally capable to do certain jobs would just be killed, right? Like they used to be universally. No, marketing is a socialism thing. Like, if we take away the problem is capital, so the problem is money. Is that what you're saying? Because you understand that the reason why our society works the way it does and how we can fend for those that can't fend for themselves is because we have money as a part of our trading system instead of selling goods and services. Do you think autistic people or overweight people can go out and fucking like move bales of hay or whatever and like so that they can trade hay for whatever service they're looking for? Like, you understand that like money is a universal concept that we can design so that like we can all go work our 9 to 5, get the amount of money we want, and we can use that money to like buy things, right? Hey, that's a good thing we have money. We've agreed on a universal trading thing that we can use for trades for goods and services. Instead of having to trade our goods and services. Instead of me having to grow 32 pumpkins to start selling pumpkins, what can you do with money as a legal construct? Bro. Alright, man. I love you, bro. I can't do it.
After women, looking after the people you love. Like, that sort of stuff was kind of nice. I started going to the gym. I started doing all that stuff. I was always sort of into the self-help stuff. So all that shit sounded good. And then he started to talk about women.
Buying a hamburger good, buying a company bad. No. Both are good.
Degree as a man, you have to instill drama in the relationship because if you don't, she's going to get bored.
No, that's very true, man.
And she's either going to leave or she will instill the drama, which gives her control.
Then you're seeing all these Fresh and Fit podcasts.
God, I hate Fresh and Fit. This was my saving moment, though, these stupid podcasts, bro. Because when they were just talking shit about women, that was like my like lightning in a bottle moment where like, I need to get the fuck out of here. These guys are insane. The self-help shit is gone. This is just them telling... I think you hate capitalism with freedom and other models with taking that away. You can start a business and do anything you like and make more money than others under a more socialist system. I disagree. And they're fully sanctioned and hampered. Even our left-leaning government recognizes that you need growth to pay for public services. Yeah. Like, there is no socialist system right now. There is not one in the world. The Nordic models are not socialism. No communist system has ever done well. Anyone who advocates for both of these things are advocating for me, from my perspective, no different than like fascism from the right. And Cuba's a shithole, man. What are you talking about? No, it does not.
Sneeko and all this crazy shit. And you're seeing like people making their entire livings complaining about women. And you're like, what the fuck is this? And there was one bro who would go on these shows and his name was Destiny.
Yo! What the fuck? Yo! I call the Nordic systems capitalists because that's what they are. They are capitalism. They have not done... All right, let's just do this. Okay, let's just do this. Okay. Define... definition... socialism. A political and economic theory of social organization which advocates the means of the production, distribution, and exchange should be owned and regulated by the community as a whole. They're progressive capitalism. Yes, the Nordic models are not socialist. They have only socialized, I think, one industry, and it is their energy industry. They don't do that in the Nordic models. Nordic models are typically social democrats, and there's nothing wrong with advocating for those Nordic models because that's what social democrats like Bernie Sanders and AOC advocate for. Those are okay. When you start saying socialism, which a lot of people think that socialism, especially in Marxist theory, by the way, socialism is a transcendental property of communism because they think that capitalism will ultimately kill itself and birth socialism and then socialism into communism. That's like literally within like Marxist shit. Actually, it says it right here. In Marxist theory, a transitional social state between the overthrow of capitalism and the realization of communism. So anyone who advocates for this, we are not on the same side. Especially if they're using a Marxist theory or Marxist lens, because that's disgusting. I'll keep my capitalism, thank you. Where anyone who can open up a co-op if they want to. Like, and anyone can live essentially any way they want. You just have to make enough profit to survive. And we can advocate for helping those that can't do that for themselves, and it means that can like give them a life at least of an acceptable standard. They look after the people better than we do, but the culture is very different. Yeah. Why is it disgusting? Because I believe in individual autonomy. Like at the end of the day, if I want to go buy a fucking house, I don't have to go trust the community. Like Richard Wolff had a conversation with Destiny, the guy he's about to bring up in this video, and he said, well, under a socialist paradigm, in order to get what you want, you know, you would have to ask your workers. You can't just go buy an Xbox. And it's like, facts, I'm out. Sorry, fuck you. People aren't individuals. Then we are never going to agree because I believe in individualisms. I'm a liberal. They're collections of relationships. Yeah, we totally disagree.
Women fare a lot better post-divorce than men do, bro. And the reason why is because they get the resource, they get the money, they get the children. They get put in a better situation financially.
So Jimmy the Giant got turned the same way I did. This was my lightning rod moment, bro.
No, they don't.
Yeah, dude, they get the house.
Moms don't live good on child support. That's not true. Have you ever seen a bitch on child support? She's not living the greatest fucking life.
Women fare worse than men in almost every degree after divorces. So the idea of pretending...
What are you talking about?
They make more money. They have better dating strategies afterwards. Men just do better than women in almost every single metric post-divorce.
What? Bro?
Destiny was really interesting because he was a lefty and he was proud to be a lefty. He didn't...
Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yeah, Jimmy. All right, dude. Where's Sputnik, dude? I need to give him a kiss on the lips. This was the moment, dude. This is the guy that saved me from this shit, dude. Their collections were individuals, as it says in The Life of Brian. Wanting to be a rugged individual means the poles should meet you in the forest in banishment style. Sure. I mean, but we're just gonna have a disagreement. Like, yeah, no. If you're advocating for infringing on individual rights, one, you should get the fuck out of America because like that's part of like our entire view of like what we're supposed to have in our country. That's why we are not solely a democracy, because a democracy means that the mob can rule the minority The minority can be ruled by the majority. In America, we believe in individual autonomy, individual freedom, brought through Enlightenment thinking principles, okay? Like, at the end of the day, the majority doesn't get to decide your life or your fate. At the end of the day, it comes down to an individual basis. I prefer family rights, friends' rights, partner rights. I don't give a fuck about any of those things. I care about my rights, and then I live by the golden rule. As long as my rights are intact, I would argue I would treat people the way I would like to be treated. And then by doing so, I'm going to treat people perfectly well within that structure of rights, because I want to be treated the same way. That's why Jordan Peterson's original argument is a person who does best for themselves does best for their community. And that's entirely right. After divorce, here I sit broken after 32 years of marriage. What the fuck is it? Bro, these red pillars believe the most crazy fucking things. They believe that, like, a woman gets everything in a divorce, that a man gets fucking absolutely nothing. Excuse me, by the way. And, you know, we do have some evidence that some men got, you know, completely lambasted in a divorce. Not if the community is immoral. I don't know, because now you're going to start getting into, like, a religious thing. Like, when you start talking, no, that's dangerous right there. Because when you start talking about, like, a community being moral, immoral, that's the same rationality people use to persecute my ancestors, the Jewish. Like, I'm not going to do that because, well, they had the money, they're immoral. Like, it's the same line of logic that they used to, like, you know, kill things that they thought were immoral. Nah, bro, we ain't going there. We ain't doing that.
Try and hide. He didn't say he was like a centrist. He was like, no, I'm on the left. But he didn't play into like the left-wing woke crazy stereotype. He was just a normal dude who presented left-wing ideas but was really good at debating. Now remember, debating the left up until this point was Ben Shapiro debating a 4-year-old. But now you're seeing someone who's actually quite well versed in the beliefs of the right wing, debating them.
All capitalist communities are immoral. Then you're evil, dude. You're the thing you're espousing. Like, that's the language that people use to, like, justify killing people. I want free enterprise with elements like nationalized health, transport, power, water. Once some of these things are started being run for profit in the UK, they became worse. Yeah, we can have some sectors of our communities be run through the government. Not everything has to be privatized. But when the problem is everything becomes privatized, we have an issue. The conversation in politics should be like what things should be privatized, what things are considered a right. Literally, the bottom dollar is the root of evil, of all evil. Nope. Like, we can have that conversation. Like, I do eventually want to get to a point where we have some form of a UBI for those that can't work, because I don't think that Social Security covers it alone, and I don't think that disability covers it alone. We should have some form of a UBI, especially if you live in a state or a town that has been severely negatively impacted by trade deals that sent your jobs overseas. We do need to have some kind of UBI in these areas. And you could do that through a capitalist framework, because then you give them more spending power, and the more they can spend, the more they can stimulate the economy. The better the taxes go up in that area. You don't need to do a communist overthrow of the government to do that. You can argue that we can even do a capitalist reason for doing the medical system in a way that the state is state-run. Because if we can do that, then we can get more people to keep spending money in the environment. The less people that spend money, the worse for the environment, for the economics of, you know, for the community that you're in, you know. My heart goes out to Nikki. I'm sure you do great looking after your mom. No, the love of money is the root of all evil. Look it up in the Bible. Everyone should have a UBI. All research shows people with resources do better. Yes, but that will only make us a leech of the third world. No. You can find ways through capitalism to do all of the stuff you guys are talking about. And you can make capitalist arguments to do that. The love of money, not really. Because what is money? What is money? Money is like a freedom to afford the things you want to do. Money is like the ability to send your kid to school. Is the ability to buy your kid, you know, the clothes they want to wear. It's the ability to provide for your family. money, I've never met a single person in my life who has an objective love of money over their family. Every blue-collar Republican I've ever met or known has never given a fuck about money for the sake of money. They care about taking care of their family. Like, that's why the idea that all capitalism is bad, I don't know a single capitalist in my life that think that money is okay. I don't know anyone that's like, yeah, money is everything I want in life. No, money is a means to get the things they want. No, you can't do it through capitalism. I've listened to the University of Chicago Law School podcast, fools. Fools, they are sophist as fuck. You can do it. People do it already. It's crazy.
And winning a lot. So I get into Destiny, right? And I even was going to make a video on Destiny. I might do it again one day. And I had a conversation with him on a stream.
He will make a video on Destiny one of these days, because Destiny gets himself in a lot of trouble.
But I was so right-wing at the time, I didn't know how to make the video because I kind of had this mental block between really asking him sort of questions. But then the final nail in the coffin for me, at the point where I realized I was no longer right.
It's kind of like lust and improper desire, speaking Christianity's. Yeah.
Wing was when I came across Gary's economics.
You need to have structures in place in your economy that prevent the rich from taking all of the wealth.
See, this is my problem, dude. You're saying economics as a whole is bad. And I will never exist in a full-blown binary. You can take good elements of communism, you can take good elements of socialism, and apply them through capitalism, and they can work. Like, Clara's already got a bunch of stuff in here about how co-ops are successful in her area of, where she lives. Even in this small little town, they have a co-op. Bad compared to sociology and anthropology. They all have bad shit and good shit, bro. That's a bit like you used to think America was a post-racist society. Poor people don't love money. They need things. You think Trump doesn't love money. It's status. I don't really think, I've never really thought that, like, there were no racists in, like, America. I knew racism was a real thing, but I didn't think it was, like, all of the people that I knew weren't, like, openly racist. And then, like, then they started being openly racist when they got, like, the veil lifted, and then people started saying it was cool when the culture shifted. And I'll even say that, like, I would argue a majority of people that might say racist shit today aren't actually racist. They just are following the trend of the culture. Because a majority of people would rather follow than to make up their own opinion on something. The majority of the people you might see you saying, like, racist shit, like, on Twitter, they probably aren't actually racist. They just think it's, like, this is the culture now, so we can participate in this way. The culture has always been racist. I'm going to disagree there. This is an academic beef, not a political beef. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
If you don't have that, history teaches us the rich get all of the wealth. And once the rich have all of the wealth, ordinary people end up with very poor living conditions. If you go to countries that are very unequal, India, South Africa, almost anywhere in Latin America, very unequal societies lead to very poor living standards.
Gary is like a working class geezer, and he became super wealthy as a trader. And his whole thesis was that income inequality is gonna get worse. And he betted on that. He made money predicting that, and it came to fruition. Income inequality has got much worse. And what's interesting, right, is he talked about income inequality and why it was bad and why it's bad for house prices and cost of living, etc. But the thing is, and I don't know if he doesn't really talk about this too much, but it unlocked this vault in the back of my brain. It was this old memory of a clip that Jordan Peterson had put out. And it was him talking about the correlation between income inequality and crime.
You always hear this idea that poverty causes crime. That's a classic left-wing idea. But it's wrong. What causes crime, especially aggressive crime, is relative poverty. Poverty is when you don't have enough to eat. Relative poverty is when the guy next door has a much better car than you.
The right wing really love to argue about culture. They always say that like it's people's, the problems in society comes from people's ideas and beliefs and their values, which is super convenient, right? Because when anything goes bad, you can just say that, oh, well, it's because people are lazy or they're radical Marxist or this. All the while, there's no...
Should read Richard Dawkins. I've read a lot of Richard Dawkins. Yeah.
No solution to that, right? What can you do? You can't change people's minds. So it's just like, oh, well, I guess we just have to accept the status quo. But when you fundamentally challenge that view, the sort of outcomes come from culture and people's individual decisions, and you start to realize that...
Well, I mean, it's not entirely wrong. There's a reason why, not his atheist bullshit. You mean his awesome shit? He also has one on the science behind the word meme. But like, Jordan Peterson is not wrong in what he's saying though. Like, there's a reason why we have a genetics versus there's another genetics versus fuck, there's another word, I know what it is. But anyway, your atmosphere, your culture that you're around can infuse you with beliefs. So like nature versus nurture. There we go. Fuck, that was what it is. So your nature, the genetics you're born with, do have a demanding effect on who you're going to be, but how you're nurtured also has an effect on who you're going to be. You are a combination of both of these cosmic forces working to help define you in real time. Like, if you grow up in a house that preaches like, the self gene argues for altruism being dominant. The selfish gene argues for altruism being dominant. Yeah, but altruism is also inherently evil. Because I used to work my way. All right, so I'll phrase it to you the way that I phrased it to a lot of people. All right, the stupidest conundrum, but it's a good thought experiment if you really want to dive into it. The trolley problem. Okay, the trolley problem. What if you're like sitting on a bridge or you're on the trolley and you can pull the lever? Pulling the lever would divert the trolley into one individual person, but it would save the lives of 5 people on the trolley or on the path that it's already going. So if it continues on its path, it's going to kill 5 people. If you divert the trolley, you're going to save 5 people but kill 1 person. How you approach this question changes so much of people's answers. So if you ask someone, realistically, they're going to say, I'm going to pull the lever because saving 5 people to kill 1 is a better equation than killing 5 people to save 1. By and large, that's probably correct. I would opt out of pulling the lever and let 5 people die. I'm not here to do an abject good. Have to go now. Bye, William. Thanks for another great live. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe, Stuart. Which option kills me because I couldn't make that decision? The interesting thing about the trolley problem is that the Fat Man version, where you instead of pulling the lever, you have to push. Yeah, I've seen that one too. Now, for me, I would not pull that thing. I would let the 5 people die. Because at the end of the day, I believe in individual autonomy. Now, you could change the parameters of the question where I would pull the lever and kill those 5 people. I would probably kill the individual. Like if all of these people were forced there against their will, you could rearrange parameters to make it to where I would opt into pulling the lever. But if it's just the trolley problem, as it is currently, suggested, that there are 5 people here and there's 1 person here, I would not pull the lever and I'd let those 5 people die. The reason for that is because These people have been put into danger. Now, how they got there matters on whether or not I pull the lever. If they were forced there against their will, then at that point, I have an obligation to save them over the individual. But let's say these people are there on their own accord, and they are standing on a fucking, like, they're just there, you know? And the person over here is standing in a safe zone where no danger is going to come his way. By pulling that lever, I'm effectively killing one individual. By not pulling that lever, I'm just letting the world run its course. I'm not playing God. I'm just letting the natural response of what's supposed to be happening. I would pull the lever easily, assuming I knew nothing about the people. I would not. I would not overwrite this individual's autonomy to save these 5 people. I find that evil. And that's why I'm an American. I believe in our system because I don't think that these 5 majority have the right to kill this individual whatsoever. Especially if they've done something to put themselves in that position to begin with. Now, if they were forced into that position, and these are both people that just makes you a passive evildoer? No, because I'm not pulling the lever. I don't have to save these people. There's no moral obligation to save these people. My moral obligation is to live my life in the pursuit of my values. Like saving these people, I don't have to save anybody. No. By infringing on this man's rights over here, especially if he believed that's evil. No, it's not. No. If I were to say that these people, yeah, that's why it's called being a hero. No, you have no moral ought to save people. That's not the way that works. Like, if you see someone running from the police don't want you to get involved. You should let the police handle the situation. You shouldn't jump out and wrestle the guy to the ground. You shouldn't assist the police. You should let the police do their job, and you should let things happen. These you do. Why else have a society? We have a society so that we can structure and govern the people around us. You should help them escape the police. No, why would I do that? No. Fuck the police. What do you mean? The police are upholding law and stopping criminals from hurting people. What do you mean? Oh, wait, I forgot. You're going to say that the police are like a radical part of the government whose entire job, like you're going to be one of the defund the police guys, and we're just going to have a massive disagreement here.
Outcomes, you know, like negative outcomes, crime, poverty, people having less families, having less kids, that maybe doesn't come from culture. Maybe the reason that men and women aren't having kids and getting married isn't because they're no longer Christian and they don't believe in families and the nuclear family. Maybe it's because no one can fucking afford to have families. Maybe it's because most people in their 20s still haven't moved out of their parents' house. Maybe it's because they don't make enough money between 2 people.
I mean, but even some of this is just horse shit. Like some of this is just total bullshit. Like, the reason why our, like, income inequality is higher, but the quality of our lives has dramatically improved. Like, and right now, people might be watching this very video or this stream on their cell phone. A fucking mini computer stronger than that put a person on the moon. We live in homes with ACs. We have modern medicines that keep us alive until we're like 92 years old. Like, our quality of life is so significantly improved than our parents. Our lives suck, get a passport. Bro, I'm literally in another country right now. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm an American in Canada right now. What the fuck? Oh my God. Now who's naive, young man? But like, our lives are so dramatically better. Like, we have the ability to like order groceries that come to our door. We have the ability to drive somewhere and be anywhere in the country relatively quickly. If you want to get around the world, you can do so in a handful of hours via plane. Like, we have so many more commodities made for us that if we would just take stock of our lives occasionally, and we could take pride in some of the things that we have and be proud of the things our ancestors fought for. It doesn't mean we stop fighting. That means like there's a reason why things are more expensive. There is a reason why things cost more, because things are harder to make. They're made en masse. They're now shipped around the world. Like, that's terrible. You should have to go to our shops, have trains. Our ancestors were scum. Okay. Our ancestors were not scum. Our ancestors were doing things with the information they had at the time. They might have made the wrong choices from time to time. That doesn't make them scum. People aren't bad just because they've done bad things. Like, at the end of your life, you will be weighed from right and wrong from the things that you've done right and wrong. Like, Jesus Christ, you look through such a small little optical lens. Like, that's all you got. It's just, you're just sitting right here and you're like, everything that's not in this circle is bad. Like, okay. Okay, excuses. No, it's called reality. In 50 years, whoever comes behind you is going to think that you were a radical and that you were a disgusting bigot and that you were a problem. And then in 50 years, their kids will probably think the same thing about them. And in 100 years, all of us will just be a nothing blip on the time scale of fucking the human experience to wherever that might go. As we age, we think those that were before us or after us, radicals are always proved right. No, they're not. Like, dude, you're like indoctrinated, bro. It's crazy. I respect it, though. I respect it. We have the weekends because of radicals. The minimum wage. Women voting? No. We have those because of liberals. People voting for liberal things. And you know who did all of that? Where it all happened? In a capitalist framework. Oh, that's crazy! Oh my God, it was done through capitalism! That's wild! Oh my God!
To afford to have a child. There's all these things that are happening, and you realise that probably the economic system is causing this. And it isn't just that the testosterone...
Yes, the economic system is causing that. Fighting capitalism. And still, you know what's crazy? You can fight capitalism within capitalism. Sounds like a pretty good system, doesn't it? Holy shit! Thank you. You were proving my point. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Come on, baby. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Testosterone levels in men have dropped because...
I hate liberals more than MAGA. I know. You're one of the people that say, cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. I know, buddy. You are literally hitting every Hassan Piker talking point. You see, you know what's crazy? I say the same thing about you guys. You guys pretend to care about people, but like, you don't. You would lock up liberals if you had the opportunity. There's a reason why every time a communist regime takes over, they kill all the liberals. They kill all the people that dissent. They kill freedom of choice. They kill freedom of speech. There's a reason why communists have done this universally around the world forever. And you're advocating for a system that's killed over 100 million people. Like, holy... Yes, you would! Hassan even openly admits it. At least he's got the bravery to do that. Like, holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. We think y'all are sheep? Coming from that motherfucker who's like literally talking about a really popular movement from one of the largest political commentators in the sphere. You're damn right I'm not woke, motherfucker. That shit's my enemy, dog. You're damn right. I will tell you this, at least MAGA people will come out and be like, you're damn right, I want to lock you in a cage. Oh, yeah, you're damn right. I ain't that motherfucker, and I never will be. That shit's trash.
I don't know, they fucking touch receipts or something.
But like, I love it so much because you're proving an argument that I had with my girlfriend. I told her, I was like, bands like Immortal Technique that push this woke ideology bullshit on people 20 fucking years ago are the same people that literally created MAGA as the movement that it is today. Liberals lock other people in cages? Yeah, for committing crimes. Yeah, you're damn right we do that. You were damn right. You commit a crime, you go to jail. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Holy fuck.
And so yeah, the sort of like the needle drop, is that the expression? The pin drop? It all sort of made sense. I realized that I actually don't think everything is culture, and I think mainly things come from economics. I think most culture.
White law is immoral. That statement is immoral, by the way. Hell yeah, dude. Crime is mainly a racial contrast. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. That's crazy. A racial construct, yes. Because we didn't have any laws that like demonize white people. You're right. You're right. Gotcha.
It comes from economics. And like, yeah, of course, attitudes, values, beliefs, they also have an impact, but I think you cannot understate economics. And so from there, as I've had my fucking left-wing epiphany, my left-wiffany, I start to really realize, like, kind of the woke stuff, yeah, it's annoying. Do we need to argue about if there's an egg in a salad emoji? Is that really that important? And you start...
That's just because some of the left people just go way too far in their ideology, bro.
I was seeing, like, I don't know, Matt Walsh, where he's done this whole documentary, What is a Woman? And he's the expert in this. Going on Joe Rogan, being asked how many kids...
Yes, dude! This was such a good moment. How the fuck do you do a documentary on the trans movement and not know how many transgender surgeries are happening? Like, you're supposed to be some expert. You've talked to all of these people. You're supposed to have researched all of this shit. And you think millions of transgender surgeries are happening in America? How the fuck do you do this? White people are inherently stupid because they only know the dominant culture and everyone else knows it at least too. Cool, man. General racism. I'm so glad you do it. You make like not liking your guys' worldview so much easier. And you make more MAGA people MAGA, dude. It's so crazy. Your ideology is the reason why people that were in the center that you called liberals at the time went MAGA. You created Trump. Thank you so much. Thank you for like single-handedly making one of the worst political environments we've ever had in our country, because you guys literally do purity tests to a degree that is unworkable to have you guys in our party. There's a reason why I say 20% of the Democrats need to be excised from the party. They don't vote. They don't give a fuck. They don't actually go out and support the candidates. All they do is talk shit about the system and colonialism. Like everything you're talking about, like, thank you so much. I'm so glad that it finally happened on stream so I don't get to look fucking crazy. Holy shit. You can't be racist to white people. Yeah, you're so white, it's lame as fuck. Oh, yeah, dude, fuck. Keep giving me more. This is awesome. This is awesome. Because, like, this whole time, people have always said I'm crazy, Will. You're crazy. Oh, some mean people on Twitter. Bro, everything, you're just being a racist bigot right now. This is awesome. I love it, dude. Keep more of it coming.
Are on puberty blockers because this is real fucking moral panic.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but it's if we're talking about the drug.
God, dude, this was better than porn watching Matt Walsh flounder this. What happened to Joe Rogan when he used to be critical of bullshit like this?
It's, I mean, millions.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 addicts.
Dude, you saying I'm... No, you're just being racist. Hating people for the color of their skin is racism. Full stop. You can add any other qualifiers that you want onto it, but no. Nope. Hating people for immutable characteristics is racism. Full send. 100%. Like, like, what happened to this Joe Rogan, dude? What happened to this man?
Adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
If your politics spends more time talking about...
You are colorblind racist. If it means I'm against your worldview, fuck yeah.
I don't know, what toilet a transgendered person is going to piss in, or the woke brigade, if it spends more time on that than the cost of living, the housing crisis, rising inequality, things that, you know, are actually important and actually affect your lives, if you're more focused on the former, then I hate to say it, but you've been bamboozled.
Google react to radical vegans screaming away by removing the egg from their salad emoji.
So what?
What about my rights as somebody who loves eggs to have the egg in the emoji?
It's an endless trope. These sort of moral panics, these clutching of pearls over social issues tend to seemingly always happen when there's economic problems. Like, I think it was in the 70s where they tried...
The funny thing is, anyone who Googles our conversation knows I'm right. Colorblind racist owns you. If it means that I don't judge people for the color of their skin, I will wear that title. Call me whatever you want. Yes.
to ban Dungeons and Dragons, the board game, because it was satanic and demonic. It just so happened that the 70s was like a massive economic crisis. And so yeah, the more I made these videos, the more I started to see these patterns, right? These patterns between the 20s and the 30s, the rise of...
There we go. He started talking about the 20s and 30s, yes. This is the era that Donald Trump talks about when he talks about making America great again. He wants to go back to the isolation. He wants to go back to us not having our terms in the world. He wants us to retreat to our little borders and let the world do whatever the world wants. And when we did that, Hitler made one of the worst fucking regimes in the world. So, no. We need to have a vested interest in what happens in the world. We need to know what's happening. All of us need to do that. This is why you have to tell people to be politically awake. Like, listen to the things that are happening in your politics. Because, like, eventually, whether you do it or not, decisions will be made for you.
Fascism in the West, and how that seemed to tie in with the Great Depression. And then you notice that in the 70s and the 80s, you see the rise of the National Front, the racists and all this sort of stuff. That just happened to be the same time as stagflation and the oil crisis. And then now, lo and behold, 2024, we're in big economic...
But some of this isn't just like by design. Some of this is because people are looking for someone to blame. And it's just that simple. Like, if you want to say that it's from the top down, a structural thing that was created to, like, pit people against people, I don't buy that for a second. The majority of this shit is just people looking for someone to blame for the woes of their life. And because it's easier to find someone to point the finger at than take responsibility for the actions we make, it's just easier to do that. People will always take the passive least resistance. Because at the end of the day, people just want to get on with their shitty, boring lives. They want to just disappear into their own little echo chamber. So whatever gets me back to doing that shit easier is what I'm going to do.
Economic problems, and it just so happens that the far right is on the rise, and the Tommy Robinson Farage followers are now throwing bricks at mosques. It's a repeatable story, and like when I've made these videos, you start seeing these patterns and you start seeing how it plays out, and it always comes back to economics. And like, look, I have no hatred towards people who are on the right. I actually feel a lot of sympathy to most right-wingers, because being where they were, I understand that they've kind of just been manipulated, typically. They've trusted people who present information that try and rile them up, that make a lot of money from doing so, and they distract them from real issues.
Well, see, and the crazy thing is, it happens on both sides. So, like, as soon as you were to, like, leave that echo chamber, you can fall into another one, you know, where you're like, fuck, man, I'm seeing a lot of inequality on this one side. So clearly the other side might have it right. Then you go over there and you start listening to the stuff on the other side, and you're like, hell yeah, bro. And you start getting hyped up for it. You start feeling like you're another righteous warrior. And then you step back into the battlefield of ideas and you look like a grifter because you just switched sides. And then all of a sudden you start fighting fervently, and a few years go by and you're like, what the fuck? And you start seeing equality on your side. There is truth when you try to do a whataboutism about both sides. Both sides eventually radicalize themselves in the great debate over power. Now, has one side done more harm than the other? 100%. But you always must be careful not to, like, fall into an echo chamber when you're on the other side. And you have to ask yourself fundamental questions constantly. Inequality is about a lack of barriers more than positive advantages, so you had no one stopping you succeed. Centrists are the devil. They just bet on the index funds. You're doing the same thing that literally, like, you're othering people, bro. Do you not? Jesus Christ. All right.
Issues. And the thing is, they're feeling the real issues. The real issues are affecting them, and they're trying to work out why. What is it? And the right will always try and find scapegoats to point at. True. It always does it. And like, as I've learned more, as I've read the book
But the left does the same thing by always talking about the donor class, wealth inequality, and all that. No one should be a leftist, by the way.
From George Monbiot, The Hidden Ideology, Neoliberalism, Yanis, I can never say his name, Vokoris or whatever, his book Techno-Feudalism, I kind of realized like the argument should be about economics. The more I learn about the left and right economic theories, the more evidence that I can see that left-wing economics tends to result in better growth and prosperity for all people. Our system currently is great for the 1%. It's great for the ultra-wealthy because it monopolizes money into few hands. When you don't have rules to regulate certain businesses, when you tax people less and less, it becomes this like race to the bottom. And there's a funny reason as to why I believe in these kind of left-wing values, and it ties back to my original right-wing ideology, is because of meritocracy. The right always claim to believe in meritocracy, that we should, as a society, reward people who are good at things, right?
True!
And I genuinely believe that. However, I don't believe meritocracy exists when some people can inherit the best education, eat the best foods, have time to do sports, be healthy, have time to learn the oboe and the trombone whilst doing the Free Peaks challenge. That person has such an incredible advantage over the person at the bottom of the hierarchy. The person who grew up in poverty, whose dad's in jail, whose mum has to work 3 jobs.
True.
That person who then has to leave home at 16 to pay rent and they can't afford to save a single penny. And the fact that this group of people that are living like this is growing, child poverty is growing, I think it's utterly insane to pretend that there is a meritocracy. But the right wing, through a very concerted effort, has brainwashed most of society to believe that this is inevitable. We can't fix this. There's nothing we can do about this. But we know we can. We have in the past. Countries do right now. And so that is where I land. If it means that I now have to wear a badge to show I'm part of the woke brigade, so be it. I've accepted that through actually delving into this stuff, looking into social economic problems, reading papers from academics, not listening to Jordan Peterson tell me that the academia world is overrun by Marxists. I've learned some stuff and I've challenged my way of viewing the world and had to challenge my ego at the same time. So I want to know you guys' evolution. Like, have you always believed in what you believe? Has it ever changed? What changed it? So drop that in the comments below. Join the Discord. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Hell yeah. All right, I got to see what he says on this.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
Let's see if he managed to avoid the Hassan Piker bullshit. Or is he going to suck Hassan off here? How long? This one's 7 months ago.
Welcome to the alt-left pipeline. You didn't escape the alt-right, you simply got sucked into the lies of the left. When are you dropping How I Escaped the Alt-Left Pipeline? Woke crap. Since I made that video, Escaping the Alt-Right Pipeline, there has been a claim that's kicking around that I have jumped out of the alt-right pipeline and landed slap bang in the far left alt-left pipeline. In this video, I want to talk about that. I want to talk as well about what the direction of this channel.
Well, I don't know if I'll be on much longer, and I imagine I'll agree with a lot. I hope I agree with a lot more of what he's about to say here too.
Is how you guys can help. Yes, that means I'm setting up a Patreon and I'm going to ask you for money. But not just that, right? We're going to talk about the culture wars, the evolution of wokeism, and most importantly, am I now woke?
Yes, my favorite small YouTuber who only posts obscure content finally uploaded again. Is this submarine sort of woke now? Don't tell me that isn't a woke-shaped submarine. Trying new stuff, I guess. Sorry, I didn't know the Walt Disney Company is making submarines and it looks less people.
I figured I'd start this video out with me doing my political compass. I did it on stream, and when the results came in, shit. God, I'm a fucking lefty.
That's mental. That's insane. I can't believe it, bruv.
Yeah, I guess I am pretty left-wing now. Look, I'm gonna make my...
Trash, bro! I was like right here. I was more conservative than you, and you went further into the pipeline than I did. What the fuck? That's crazy. How did you get fucking duped so hard, bro?
Excuses. The problem I found with these tests when you do them is that it sort of doesn't account for nuance, because me as an individual, I can be very critical of unregulated capitalism. However, I really like capitalism. I really like businesses. I like it in many industries. I like when people come up with innovative businesses and they create cool shit. I think without checks and balances, capitalism has some nasty tendencies. Competition in capitalism can drive innovation, but I believe in order to actually have real competition, you have to have things built in to stop the 1% of wealthiest people hoarding.
True! Like, holy fuck! Can we get more of these people for the love of God?
All of the wealth. I believe
Oh,
the
yeah,
state should
Claire
control
agrees
its
too.
utilities. Like private billionaires maybe shouldn't own our water supply, our rail, our electricity, etc. But you see, these political compass tests, they don't let you type out your answer. It's basically, is capitalism exploitative? Yes or no? So you just have to take my word for it that practically and politically, I am a social democrat. I believe in the sort of Bernie Sanders, the Nordic model. But the graph says I'm far left, so fuck it. I'll own it. I'm far left. But you see, this does leave two very important questions. Firstly, why am I not a communist? And secondly, and much more importantly,
that's what I want to know.
Am I woke?
Almond milk. All I want's proper bloody milk, not left-wing options, proper milk. What's wrong with me asking for that?
To answer these questions, I'm going to tell you a very...
To be fair, if I asked for milk and someone gave me almond milk, we're throwing fucking hands, bro. Fuck that shit.
Long and drawn out story to extend the retention time on this video.
Some of these, and some of these. Almost there. Done. Now let's see how it looks so far.
Alright, imagine this. You made it to summer, you managed to not top yourself during the British winter, and you go on holiday to Croatia.
Oh, it looks a lot better.
Look at it.
What I thought.
Oh my god, what's that thing in the sky? Where's the rain? Where's the grey? Why is it not all grey? It's your first day and you think, you know what, fuck it, we're not going to do the bags, we're going to leave them in the hotel.
Look, dude, I might have had a racist opinion of Croatia because its name sounds gross. Croatia? It sounds like a sickness you would get. What the fuck? I figured it'd be like a boil or some shit.
Hotel room, and let's just go to the pool. And you're feeling good, right? You walk down, you're British, so obviously you've already got a beer in your hand at 10 a.m. And as you walk down to the swimming pool and you look for a sun lounger, you peer over your sunglasses and you notice there's fucking towels everywhere. You know what? I'm not going to get mad. Fair enough. It's a busy day. I'm a bit late. My fault. Should have got there earlier. So tomorrow I'll wake up early and I'll try again. Tomorrow comes. You wake up early, 8 a.m. and you go down to the pool and you notice there's fucking towels on every sun lounger, Barry. Why are there towels everywhere? And what's worse is that about 40% of the sun loungers are empty. No one's sitting on them. Compared to the amount of people in the swimming pool, there are enough sun loungers to go around for everyone. However, because people keep putting their towels to reserve them, there's none available. So what do? Tomorrow, you set your alarm clock for 7 a.m. the moment that the pool opens, and you arm yourself with all the towels you can get. You sprint down to the pool, you beat everyone. Ha ha! I did it! And in that moment of triumph, you realise, shit, I went from a nice, community-loving proletariat into this individualist, hyper-competitive, petty bourgeoisie.
You've changed, man.
This right here is what happens in a society with no regulations. The greedy, self-interested individual can literally dictate an entire culture upon people who would actually not mind sharing.
We're all watching it because we're all horrified that we've had to do this every day on holiday, Lella. This has ruined my holiday.
That 1% of people, and you all know him, everyone knows that greedy guy in the group. They don't really care that everyone else has enough. All they care about is making sure that them and their family have what they need when they want it, whenever they want it.
Do you mind not looking at me like that all the time? It's really disturbing.
This small minority of people, their behaviour makes a ripple effect, which causes people to respond in defense, mirroring their competitive behavior that otherwise they probably don't want to mirror. But they do so due to fear of scarcity. I mean, just think about it in your life. Like during COVID, this happened with the toilet paper, right? Everyone was scared that they'd have none for when they needed a dump. Monsters. And despite the news repeatedly telling us we have no shortage of toilet paper, the shelves are empty because people were panic buying.
As soon as you see some people buying more than they need to, you start thinking, will there be enough for me?
And when you're in the shops yourself, you can see that people are...
Except me, bitch! I was like, what a dick. I went on about my day. It's crazy. Maybe I'm like an alien, bro. Maybe I'm not real. How is it when I see, like, exclusivity doesn't mean shit to me. I never have the FOMO feeling, like fear of missing out. Just don't care.
are panicking, so you're starting to panic as well. It's more of a follow the crowd sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a weakness. No, I'm joking. I think it's actually like a biological phenomena that exists within people that, yeah.
In a plea to customers, they said, "We need your help. There is enough for everyone if we all work together."
Now look, this is all very tragic, right? Our beautiful, lovely Croatian resort. The poor people that just want a nice holiday. They all convene, right? All the pool goers, they convene and they discuss, how do we fix this problem? And they come to a genius conclusion of maybe we should employ a few staff members to monitor all of the sun loungers and make sure that people aren't reserving them with their towels. And we make sure that we have enough sun loungers to go around. Yeah, well done lads, you did it. You had your big revolution.
I mean, you could also just be a gangster like me. I'd have walked up and been like, huh, someone left their towel. I would have grabbed it and threw it on the ground and sat the fuck down. And then when they walked up, I'd be like, bro, my towel was here. I'd stand up and be like, do something. Or shut the fuck up. And then I'd sit back down. The threat of physical violence is enough to usually stop people. And if they want to throw down, fuck it. I'll break a motherfucker's nose. I don't give a shit. I ain't going to hit him hard enough to kill him. And what's the worst that's gonna happen? You break my nose? Oh no! A broken nose? I could do that walking somewhere. I could trip, break my nose. The threat of having my nose broken is already high. Motherfucker, I'm high 90% of the time when I'm walking somewhere. It's dangerous. Like, go ahead, I don't give a fuck.
Pooltopia's established, brilliant. But you know, look, some time passes and like new generations are born into this Pooltopia. And as we're sat enjoying a cocktail late into the evenings, old granddad, the proletariat, he's telling stories to his young petty bourgeoisie grandchildren. Listen here, Michael, back when I was your age, right? You won't bloody believe it, mate, but we used to have to wake up 7 a.m. to come down here and put towels to get a sun lounger. It was a nightmare. I'm telling you, it was a nightmare. Ruined the holiday. All right, granddad.
I'm sorry, dude. If your holiday gets ruined because like you couldn't find a place to sit, or you weren't gonna be enough of a dick to just go like make a place to sit, like that's what I'm an American, bro. Every time in a family holiday full of kids, bro. I don't give a fuck about them kids, bro. You want to be an asshole and reserve a seat without your ass being here when someone else needs it? I'll punch a motherfucker for that. Bring it on, dude. You did this to your family by getting in my face. You could have just not been a dick and sat down a towel. Yeah, I would start a comeuppance. I would get kicked out of the resort, I guarantee, or end up in jail. Dude, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, dude. If I think I'm right, I don't give a fuck, dude.
I go to sleep, and one day, Granddad does go to sleep, and he doesn't wake up again. And slowly, we forget.
They're off. Look at them. They're off. Look at them. Yeah, dude, I would just come up behind all these people, grab all of these towels, and throw them in the fucking pool. Like, that's what I would never let anyone do that. I would fucking get rid of all of those towels, bro.
The younger petty bourgeoisie, they never had to fight for their sun lounger. They grew up in good times and they started to have their own ideas of how this Pooltopian economy should operate. My friends of Pooltopia, I have a question. Why do we have these tyrannical pool chair Stasi policing and monitoring our every towel placement? Do they think we're children? This very persuasive speaker rallies the Pooltopian economy into firing the chair guards. And so what they do in turn of the guards is instead place nice shiny signposts on the walls saying, no putting towels on sun loungers. And the signs look great, right? They're brilliant and everyone's following them. But at the end of the day, they are just signs. One day, as they
who's gonna enforce that, right? You needed an enforcement mechanism.
Rush down to the pool to jump on a sun lounger, they notice that there's some towels already on the sun lounger. That's weird. It's probably nothing to worry about, probably just some keen beans going for a morning swim. And then they wake up the next day and they notice more towels are on the sun loungers. And the next day, and the next day. And just like that, the cycle resets. The towel wars return. And somewhere far away, Granddad Proletariat.
Look, let me tell you a brief story, okay? I got myself in trouble at work doing this. At one time, I was running a speedway when I got let go from Tire Choice, or no. I got let go from TA, Travel Centers of America, And then I went to work at Bank of Oklahoma Financial for 6 months. Left there because it was like making me want to murder people because of how evil the fucking shit was. So I was like, I need to get the fuck out of here. This is crazy. So I went and found a shitty job working at a Speedway, which for those of you that don't know, it's like an AM PM. It's like Arco. It's like 7-Eleven. So anyway, I'm working at Speedway, and bro, I'm an asshole. I'll openly admit that right now. If I know that you're doing something scummy as fuck, I will treat you like total shit, even if I'm working there. The amount of people that would pull up to the door instead of parking in a fucking parking spot, nah, dude, not happening. I'm not servicing you. I'm gonna stare at you while you're like, oh, can I get a pack of cigarettes? I'm gonna be like, can you go park your car? And not like to make this whole thing about you and like block our there's literally like a no parking lane right here in front of the building so that people can come in and out freely. You absolute subhuman piece of shit. I do the same thing when I see people like grab like carts when they go to like Walmart and they don't put it up when they're done. They just leave it out in the parking lot so to hit other people's cars and shit. Like a wind comes by and like, why don't you just not be an asshole and put it the fuck up? You used it. Now put it back where it belongs, like your parents should have taught you when you were a fucking child. But instead, they gave you participation trophies at sucking dick. Why don't you get off your ass and return something where you got it from? It's not hard. It's not hard. When I was a truck driver, driving across the country, I would clean the shower after I got done. I would grab the towel and I'd scrub, like, I brought cleaner in after I used a public facility so that when someone came behind me, they didn't have to fucking go through my shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And I know that they pay some poor girl to clean it, but that doesn't mean I want that poor girl to clean up after my fucking mess. I can take 5 minutes of my day to clean something that I just used. What the fuck is wrong with our world when people are so fucking self-absorbed they can't think of the person that comes up behind them? Holy fuck, man.
Is rolling over on his heavenly sun lounger and thinking, I tried to warn him. Before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video.
Yeah.
Squarespace is on.
Still gonna say it. If I ever make a website, you would think putting away a grocery cart is the hardest thing ever. Yeah, dude. I was giving Kia such a hard time because we went shopping at a place called Co-op. So I'm literally participating in a co-op now because my wife to be anyway is huge into it. Like we went shopping at the Independent today or whatever, which is not Co-op, and like bro, she was miserable the whole time. She's like, I don't get anything back from this and I don't get to vote on what they sell. And I'm like, yo bro, but they got energy drinks. But anyway, we walked out and I saw a bunch of carts not put away. It was like 3 of them, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? This is Canada. This is supposed to be an American tradition of being a self-absorbed asshole. What Canadian did this? Lead me to them. So my fat ass American ass walked over and put away the carts that Canadians left out. Oh my God, Will's a cart narc. Yes, I am. I will narc your ass out, dude. Fuck that shit. We have a social contract. You pull the cart from here. There's a cart bin over there. Go put it the fuck up.
Undoubtedly the best platform for making your own beautiful, perfect website. With their new design intelligence, which combines the newest AI technology, and their many years of understanding how to craft unique website templates, you can now literally just type prompts into the AI and it will make an entirely bespoke website template for you and your brand. And also what's so helpful if you're selling products online is their payment systems.
This is how you should advertise it, okay? This is how you should advertise this. Squarespace. A website you can use to where even Joe Rogan can make a website. Sorry, Jamie, you're out of a job. Boom! You know, that's like the politically correct way of saying people that suffer a mental deficiency can make a website. Squarespace, I'm very cheap. $100, I'll run ads. I'll suck that.
Accept so many different types of payments from Klarna, ACH Direct Debit, Apple Pay, and you can even do buy now, pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. And also, if you don't love writing like...
honestly, Squarespace, I'll do it for free. Just help me build a website for Ill of Men so I don't have to use Wattpad. So I can put boobies in the pictures, because, like, bro, I have some pictures I want to use, but no nudity allowed, you fucking pansies.
Product descriptions or whatever, you can use their AI to generate descriptions for you. Also, if you're not that great at copywriting and putting like product descriptions in, Squarespace's Blueprint AI means you can bang in a prompt to ask it to make a description, and it'll shoot out some really good copy, and you can just tweak it to how you like it. So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant, and to get 10% off your...
Those of you that want to support Jimmy the Giant and his work, use squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant.
first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video.
Hell yeah!
Thank you guys. Don't worry, you don't need to give me a round of applause. I know, it was a masterful analogy. This concept and this thought of like how power struggles in politics eternally have battles was encapsulated perfectly by the aristocratic socialist MP, Tony Benn.
I'm old. My car is crap, a Pontiac Vibe, ooh. So if I see someone leaving a cart while I literally pull up and tap the cart with my bumper towards their car, oh, they get mad at that move. They usually have really, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. This is the one problem with watching like Jimmy the Giant right now, okay? I'm not from the UK, so I don't know who any of these people are. Because as a typical American, we stick to ourselves. Like, I should know a lot more about Thatcher. I should know a lot. I've heard her my entire life. I know nothing about her. Carnarks is a YouTube channel where a guy annoys people to the point of mental breakdown for not return. Oh my god! I need a fucking... Oh, that's gonna be like porn to me.
Perfectly by the aristocratic socialist MP, Tony Benn.
I'm old now, and...
I mean, I like this guy then.
The older I get, the more I realise every single generation has to fight the same battles again and again and again. There's no final victory, and there's no...
See, okay, look, I had like a radicalizing moment when Trump won the election. I remember I was sitting in a call with one of my buddies who does show up in the channel a lot. In fact, he's the biggest content supporter here. He's also, you know, he's been one of my good friends for about 12 years at this point. He said, I was telling him one time, I was like, bro, what the fuck do I do? Nothing means anything. Like, how is it that MAGA can win through lies? Remember, I'm asking him these things because he's conservative. Like, my entire friendship, I knew him. He was liberal, and I feel over time he became a little more radicalized. Not like became radicalized into like, you know, like becoming like alt-right or anything like that, but he became more radicalized against liberalism. Like, he's still classically liberal, you know, he still believes that we shouldn't hurt other people or anything like that. You know, he's just your everyday working guy who's just seen people abuse the system for fucking years, and it natally impacts his job. So like over time, he started pushing back against that system. So I'm asking him questions, like, just because I've hit a wall. Like, I was like, there's no way in the world people would vote for Trump. It just can't how? He did January 6th. We know, based off of his language and the things that happened on that day, that he has some culpability for what happened. Now, the degree of the culpability might be an interesting point of conversation, but like, electors plot, there's no way to defend that. And the fact that Republicans have to try, and they come up with Hawaii as like a response to that, as if they're like the same thing, is fucking crazy to me. And then you're like, well, let's look at the facts of the matter on both of these cases, in both of these situations, and they're clearly not analogous. They're like, well, no, it's the same. Does nothing mean anything? Like, we've already supposed to have figured this shit out. Right from wrong. Like, this isn't like on a spectrum here where we can point out, like, Trump null and voided 7 states of their rights. Full stop. That has never happened in another election ever. And they bring up Hawaii when the state sent both of them as a, like, depending on which one won the recount. One, by the time January 6th happened, the recounts were done, the court cases were settled, everything was handled. So already the parameters are way too different. But one of them was sent by the state. In Hawaii, the state certified, sent 2 different electorates, or electors, in case the recount pointed to the other one winning. That was done through the state. Donald Trump sending 7 unofficial electors broke the law. One, if you're a constitutionalist, you cannot be okay with that. The federal government is not allowed to direct the state on how to run its election. All a federal government can do is pick the date and the time the election has to be done. Other than that, the election is the responsibility of the state. And if you're someone who defends states' rights, you should never argue for the other. So 1, Trump has already done wrong if you're a constitutionalist. 2, knowing and avoiding these people of their individual rights should go against any liberal, any libertarian, or any conservative that believes that the state should actually give people the right to do their own fucking shit. That's built into the Constitution. How the fuck can they defend this? The only way they can defend it is by saying they don't know about it, or they go off to a whataboutism saying that, well, it happened once in this other election. Again, we can also look at the fact that Trump has never conceded the 2020 election. To this day, he still says he won that election. This never happened in the last 100 years of the left. The left has never done this. The most contentious one we had was Al Gore when he said, it went to the Supreme Court, and though I disagree with the Supreme Court, I will back George W. Bush. He conceded. It took him a little time, but he conceded. Hillary Clinton conceded like the next day. Kamala Harris conceded the next day. Like, these are not the same. Oh my God, sorry.
Final defeat.
This right here is where I personally separate from, say, communists and real far left people. They will point to like the 1900s, right, where people are working in these brutal factories for pennies, living in slums, and then from incredible hard-fought battles politically, by the 1950s, these same types of people were given free social housing, free healthcare, free education, and it was great. It led to 30 years of the longest continued economic growth we've ever had. We drastically reduced inequality. There was very few economic collapses. However, this incredible progress was completely reversed.
Socialists don't like people to do things for themselves. Socialists like to get people dependent on the state.
That's dumb.
You'll never.
That's not true either. What? Maybe I won't like Thatcher.
Build a great society that way. We were the first country to attempt and to succeed in rolling back the frontiers of socialism, which is the first cousin to communism.
By the 70s, when Thatcher came in, the wealthy classes managed to undo a lot of this progress, stripping back welfare states, privatizing publicly owned assets. And the communists will argue that the reason this happened is because we didn't go full communist. And like, you know, I agree with them. However, I personally don't believe that there is an eternal solution. I just personally don't believe it. On some level, no matter how much you achieve, how much you raise living standards, how much you structure your democracy to be as representative and democratic as possible, ruthless actors will still find a way to give themselves more power and control.
My head's gonna blow up.
The problems of the past are fixed, the younger generation forget the struggle that it took to get there.
True.
And you can see this.
Which is so crazy. That's why it makes me so mad when, like, the far left trans community attacks people that like trans content. Like, the fact that you have a slur for someone like me, like a, what is it called? No. Fuck, dude. I forgot what the slur was. Anyway, they call me a chaser. Can you believe that? Can you believe the trans community, the far left trans community has an insult for people that like trans content as an attack vector? It's so crazy. Because you know who also did that? Like the super religious extremists that like told you that you were the F word. They called you a lot of bigoted things. when you were openly gay about stuff. They treated you like subhuman trash. And then now, because I'm more of a white cis male, but I still find trans women attractive. And so instead of like, hey, I'm an ally, they call me a chaser, a tranny chaser is what they call it. You're like, you know that's a slur, right? Like, you know that like what you're saying is like, I'm attracted to this individual. It's not something that I can control. Like, I have an attraction to a trans woman. That doesn't make me like some kind of monster. Now, I understand the argument they're making that like, you know, trans women aren't a fetish and that they should be far more, you know, you should see them more as a person than as like a sex object. But that's also true with women. But like attacking someone for their an attraction to somebody that they can't control seems fucking like it's no different than like the homophobic arguments of the past. She sold off our railways and energy industries. She sold our social housing stocks. That's crazy that you guys went into social housing. I'm not one of the guys that'll probably agree on that one, but I do agree that like, yeah, like our railways should not be privatized or the energy industry. I don't think that we should do these things for profit. There are numerous levels of sectors of our society that could be taken back from the private sector, and I think that would be fine. I think YouTube or the social, the social media apparatuses should probably end up doing the same thing. They should actually be taken from the private sector and be put to like a state sector that has to be neutral, you know?
On the other side, when you flip over to like right-wing libertarian attitudes to capitalism, many of the American right sort of follow this idea, like Ben Shapiro. But then in Britain, we have like with the Reform Party, Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage, who often talk about removing the welfare state. They criticize disability benefits a lot. Some of them want to privatize the NHS. This ideology, this sort of libertarian ideology, completely forgets the reason why these things exist in the first place. Wait a second, why does it exist? Isn't it just one big waste of money?
Well, first of all, the number of people who will suffer is likely to be very, very small. Private charity, private efforts will provide support for the vast majority of people who would be poor in the absence of some kind of support.
Then why the fuck did we make them to begin with? Probably because the private fucking enterprises weren't stepping in to do their job. This is such a stupid, like, this is where Republicans lose the plot so fucking much. They believe because they're Christians and that they are willing to help their neighbor that the society by itself is going to do the same thing. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. We left people by the wayside. We still leave people by the wayside today with our expanded fucking social programs. The thing is, we need more of them. Holy fuck.
And when government does it, it creates an air of entitlement that leads to more and more demand for redistribution until everyone becomes a ward of the state.
No, what the fuck? One of the dangers of having the government hand out money to people is that it will eventually make maybe like a two-tier system of governance that like, because I'm for capitalism, so I want people to be able to produce things and work on things and like, you know, private properties and, you know, private entities and private enterprise. I'm for all of that. And for people that get stuck living paycheck to paycheck under a government system, I feel like their quality of life would be lesser than that of someone that works. But there should be a difference between someone that works and then someone that doesn't. Someone who works should be able to afford more things, but all of their basic essential things should be covered. Like, I'm sorry, if you want to live on, you know, Social Security, or you want to live in, you know, like off of disability or something, or not even want to, you have to. You may not be able to afford to go like on a, you know, a fucking cruise every year for vacation. Like, I feel like that's okay. Like, they might be able to save up for a cruise. It might take them a few years, and they should do that. But like, yeah, like there should be a difference of level of, you know, like what you can do with your life. If you don't have, like, you're not out here like producing and like building things, but none of the essential things should be on that list. Like, you shouldn't have to get the new Xbox if you live on disability. Like, you should find a way to do that. And like, there's already like ways that we can do that in our society. Like, you know, if you can join a moderating community or something, and you can go mod for a channel, and that channel can make enough revenue, it can actually pay you for what you're doing, and then you can use that for like extra things. But all of your base needs should be met. You should have a full fridge. You shouldn't go hungry. You should have your medical needs taken care of by the state, 100%. And I mean, I would have to look at it. I don't know enough about the housing crisis or whatever to talk about it. But like, let's say housing is considered a human right, then you should all have like an effective little plot of land with like maybe it just has a yurt on it or whatever, or a tiny home. Boom, you got a home, you got a full fridge, all of your medical stuff is taken care of. You know, you have a cell phone that you can communicate. You should have internet provided to you by the state, because the internet is how you can communicate with the world. And then they should be able to leave you to your devices and keep the checks coming in. And then at that point, if you want to go do extra shit, like buy like really fancy, crazy, over-the-top shit, then you can do some way to do that. Get a part-time job, like, you know, like stocking shelves one day a week or whatever it is. There are ways that you can incentivize and further improve your life, like, if you're capable of doing that. But these are also the same fucking monsters that say that we shouldn't even have retirement. So like, these people just want people to work until they die. I'm sorry, after you've worked for 50 fucking years, you should be able to retire. I don't know why they want to work until you become nothing but dust and bones. Like, these people are fucking sick in the head sometimes. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Well, look, let's talk about that. So let's say we have some bloody libertarian revolution, and we create the Free State of Britannica.
Getting in my car and cruising up to town is out of reach for me sometimes. I just have to deal with finding something to do at home. Why do you think I'm addicted to YouTube? Well, yeah. Well, that's why I also say that, like, you know, Ren offers like a vehicle of escape for people that listen to his music. Because some people are literally bedridden and they can't leave the house. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, these people should have like all of these basic needs met. A yurt? I love that you think social housing might involve yurts in the UK. Bro, fuck you. I would live in a yurt tomorrow. I was looking at different type of tiny homes that I wanted to live in after I left Ohio. Mainly because my dad owns a little bit of land up in Alaska. I was thinking about going out there and slapping a yurt on that bitch and just being done with it. You know what I mean? Or like a container home. Fuck yeah, dude.
Sponsored by Meta. In this amazing libertarian utopia, we all go out and we make our own little businesses. I open a little shop selling gamer goo. You open a gallery displaying NFTs. And like, you know, we still have a government because we're not complete anarchists, but it's a very small government. There's no welfare programs, there's no free healthcare, there's none of this stuff. All there is a few politicians to stop monopolies forming, because even libertarians understand that monopolies are bad. And whilst it's all going great and we're all trading and doing our thing, a guy appears, right? His name is Shelon Crust. Shelon invents a brain chip that can cure your existential loneliness. Amazing! What a great innovation! What a genius! The market should reward him for his incredible contributions to humanity. And so, Shelon becomes incredibly wealthy.
But you're trying to do good things and you're a billionaire. I mean, yeah, that seems a little bit like either superhero or supervillain. You have to choose one.
And because he owns this chip, he's able to spread his ideas on his platform and push them to everyone. And he starts pushing some ideas of how society should function. Weird, different ideas with like strange hand signals and stuff.
Yep.
Okay. And what Shelon does, because he's so wealthy, he actually manages to find a very charismatic politician. And that politician is called Ronald Rump. And
the thing is here, I think that Rump played Elon, not the other way around.
He becomes the president. And all of a sudden, Shelon starts bending the laws to suit him. The government, who are meant to be like, you know, not involved in the economy, they start imposing tariffs on Shelon's competitors. He even manages to make the politicians agree to taxing the people, and those taxes go to funding his big projects. And very quickly, Shelon just starts building this non-competitive monopoly. But wait a fucking sec, hang on a second. In our libertarian economy, you're not meant to do that, it's against the rules. Shelon doesn't give a fuck about your lame little rule book, and he's made enough money and has enough power to do whatever he wants.
This is... The UK has a much higher population density. We're not giving out little plots of land. They tend to be apartments and apartment blocks. And yes, you do pay a reduced rent to the government. Yeah, I'm fine with all that. Hell yeah, that should be good.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And what's worse, right, is because you made the government so small and so weak, you actually stripped away all of its powers to protect the people from Shelon's red pill rage. And very quickly, Shelon starts exploiting the working class. And bada bing, bada boom, well done, you recreated the 1900s.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
Which I
you see, this is
disgusting.
the big problem, right, with libertarian theory, is that built into libertarian theory is this belief that cultural values alone and market competition are enough to guide morality of individual people to not...
And that's why libertarians are bullshit. Sorry.
Exploit each other, as opposed to having heavy rules and regulations. But I mean, just look through history. Look at every civilization ever. History shows us that powerful, rich business people exploit workers wherever they can, unless the state steps in to stop it.
You have secure.
One of the main purposes of government is to dictate its companies that operate on its sovereign, within its sovereign borders. I can look at their Rory Barnhouse from somewhere warm. No! There's one out here. We went for a walk, I think 2 days ago around the school here in town. And there was one of those Borealises outside. Yo, that shit is gorgeous, bro.
Security cameras right behind you at all times that are looking at you 24/7. And if you don't meet standards or the rates, you're out the door. You're just disposable.
Even Margaret...
Would that be regulation? Yes. I have said this from day one. I am for regulations on corporations. Like, yes, I'm a social democrat that wants to heavily regulate corporations. Yes.
Thatcher, the icon of neoliberal philosophy, in her dying days, she regretted some of the forces that she unleashed through neoliberalism.
Some of the arrogant displays of wealth jarred very much with me and with the Prime Minister.
The capitalists have given Margaret Thatcher a bad name because she did not believe in excess. She believed in responsibility.
In a system with no rules, power will always win. And power doesn't care about your cute free market fantasy. It cares about control and domination.
The free market has...
God, I hate this guy.
...never existed. It is a figment of the imagination of people. The market is a system that favors the rich, which is why the rich love markets.
So, like, with all that in mind, that's the very extreme libertarians and the very extreme communists. It leaves me in this weird place where I, in one part of my brain, understand and accept that we do have the logistical and technical ability to literally create a utopian world, to give everyone what they need. But unfortunately, I believe that despite that, human nature stops us from achieving it. Self-interested individuals...
I've always said that, what was the issue? Humans, baby.
Will do what they can to break anything good that we have and benefit themselves. And that applies to even what I advocate for, the system of social democracy. Even if you achieve it, it will eventually become undone. I think you even see this starting to happen in some of the Scandinavian countries, where there's more privatization happening and stripping back of their welfare state. I just think you have to build a state that protects us from that as much as is possible.
There is no destination called justice or democracy, and if you catch a train driven by the right man, you'll get there. Every generation has to fight it.
Exactly. Alright, I'm liking this Jimmy guy so far.
All of that understanding brings us to now, 2025, where we're in like this very weird time politically. So whilst wages have stagnated for the last 15 years, houses now cost 10 times the average.
My brother, the one I never met, works for Amazon warehouse and he says it's bad. He drives forklifts and pickers. And every time he sends me a Snapchat on break, it's like he's in prison. Yeah, dude. My buddy, my league son, Ty, he just started working at Amazon, and I let him know, I was like, bro, you're going to a cutthroat industry that if you miss too much days off, you're fired. Your production numbers are too low, you're fired. Like, I remember when I got a job when I was working at Freightliner. Look, I come off as someone who is like a staunch capitalist, and I am. I believe that the capitalist system and framework is really good. I believe that we should always put our best foot forward when doing something. I believe that wholeheartedly. And even though I sound like I hate workers, I'm usually the one that fights for workers the most. That's why it gets me in a lot of trouble at work. And every major job I've had, one of the main reasons why I become one of the main, what's up, Sputnik? One of the major reasons why I give a hard time to like the whole idea of like worker co-ops and stuff like that, or any of that stuff, is because I've seen a lot of workers like do a lot of dumb shit for a very long time. But every major contention point I have at a job is usually defending one of my workers. When my company comes out and does something evil to my worker, I'm the loudest mouth in the room going, this is bullshit. And my boss will be like, simmer down, I'm your boss. And I'll be like, suck my dick. How about that? How about we fucking handle this issue right now? And they'd be like, oh, well, you know, we'll talk about it. I'm like, dude, we've been talking about it for 6 months. Either you give my guy a fucking raise or we don't open the doors tomorrow at this building. Suck my dick. They don't like that. And, you know, I've done that multiple times. When I was working at Freightliner, I walked in and they were like, hey, Will, we need to talk to you. And we go into the office. They're like, hey, man, this technician, we think he made a mistake. I'm like, cool, man. I'll go talk to him and let him know we won't let that happen again. They're like, no, we're going to fill out the paperwork and we're going to dock his paycheck. And I'm like, what? Well, you know, he didn't put like the oil filter away, or he didn't drain it correctly, and it like made a little spill on like the carpet or something, or whatever, something fucking ridiculous. I'm like, so why are we docking his paycheck? Did it cost us any money? Well, no. And I'm like, okay, well here, I'll go grab the carpet cleaner myself, and I'll go clean this little fucking spot out of this person's truck. And they're like, well, no, you got to learn a lesson. I was like, you don't have to go after their money to teach them a lesson. We can just go, hey, man, don't do that again. Stop fucking around. Like, why are we charging our technicians? Especially sometimes when a part can fail and it's not the technician's fault. Like, sometimes you put a starter in, and the starter, because it's got electrical components, and it was manufactured probably by a machine, something could be wrong with the starter. That happens all the time in the industry. You'll go buy a part from a parts vendor, install the part, and the part was a dud to begin with. And now the tech has to lose their ass because now they have to redo the job a second time. And now you want me to like also take money from them? They already lost money. The starter took an hour to install. Now they have to reinstall the starter. They're losing money already. Why are we also knocking their paycheck? Like, what the fuck world is this? Like, well, bro, this is the way it is. I'm like, yeah, this is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. And, you know, they're like, whoa, you know, I'm your boss. Like, I don't give a fuck who you could be Jesus himself. Like, we should not try to hurt someone who's coming to our business. They work here so that they can make money. Let's take money away from someone who's living paycheck to paycheck. What the actual fuck? And then you wonder why you can't keep and retain employees. I participated in 5 things of like retention shit at that company. And I kept telling them, I was like, we need to stop attacking our technicians. Technicians understand they work in a rare industry. They're a rare commodity. They can fucking go anywhere. We are desperate for more technicians. Stop attacking technicians. Stop lowering book time. Stop making it harder to maintain like their job. Stop making it, well, we want you to be at 120% productivity while we have no business coming in and their productivity is dropping because we have no means to increase their productivity. And then we might get at the end of the year be like, look, your productivity for the end of the year is 70%. You need to improve. Dog, they went through 2 months where we didn't have customers because we raised our fucking door rate 4 times. Then that's their fault, you fuck. Sorry.
Average annual salary, all the while corporations are making record profits whilst people can't afford heating. The middle class is shrinking, the poor are getting poorer. Despite all this, society seems to consider the most important problem of our time is which bathroom does a trans person take a shit in?
You don't agree with gender neutral.
By the way, Sputnik, his lightning moment for like de-radicalizing from the right was mine too. It was both destiny. That's fucking wild, bro.
Lose. No, not at all. I think they're extremely dangerous.
And bro, I'm not judging. I was one of these culture warriors. I was deep in all this stuff. I was one of them. But how did that happen?
I wasn't. Bro, I never abandoned my leftist values while I was in the culture war. I, for some reason, agreed. Well, dude, like my thought leaders in the culture war were never Sargon of Akkad. They were the amazing atheist who was a leftist. You know what I mean? My thought leaders in the culture war were Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins. Never Ben Shapiro. I liked some of Ben Shapiro's stuff, but I was always on the left. Brother. So like again, the intellectual dark web was almost entirely left-leaning other than Ben Shapiro. Now, at the end of it all, there's only one of them that are still fucking on the left, and that's Sam Harris. My original thought leader, my original good boy. I love Sam Harris. I'm watching the TYT attack him viciously for 3 fucking years. Holy shit. Sam Harris has been my goated individual for fucking years.
Get a little bit interesting. And it all started in 2008.
But we are underway, and I do mean underway.
We're essentially down by 4-5%. Down over 16%, 18%, 21%.
43%.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go. They're focused on the Dow.
I remember that day, dude. That's fucking wild.
After the financial crash, where big banks committed financial terrorism, gambling on people's homes and crashing the economy, this resulted in mass unemployment, rising inequality, and the destruction of working class people's savings. When I was growing up, they referred to this as the credit crunch. The biggest financial crash that has happened since the Great Depression, they had branded it like it was a breakfast bar.
Oh, cool. Go, no doubt.
This crash led to the taxpayer bailing out the banks. In America, it was up to $700 billion. In the UK, it was £137 billion.
Get your fucking numbers up, UK. What the fuck? But this is also the problem of using, like, because the biggest problem was America, dude. America just fucked that up so hard. And that's one of the big things that made a lot of lefties mad, was that Obama ultimately said these businesses are too big to fail. I still agree with what Obama did. He saved so many jobs, so many lives. But fuck, dude. What fuck, dude?
With a £1 trillion safety net to protect the banks from collapsing. And so, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Lehman Brothers, the banks who tanked the global economy were saved by taxpayer money, whilst the working class saw the greatest cuts they'd seen in generations via austerity. And people...
That's why I will say Ford is kind of a gangster-ass company. Because Ford did not... they didn't go under when it was happening. What Ford did was they took out a massive loan. And then when everything crashed, they used that loan to live through that, like... was it Ford? I think it was Ford, yeah. They've done that universally, because like even during this, when this happened, they also had to bail out the automotive industry. And Ford was like, I think the only one in America they didn't have to bail out from the American car manufacturers.
People noticed this pretty quickly. People were starting to wake up to the fact that unregulated capitalism as it currently existed is fucked. Public rage was brewing, and the ruling class was starting to get scared that real change might occur that would upset the current order in which they benefited from. And so in 2011, we start to see the people organizing, and we see Occupy Wall Street. Suddenly, people aren't just pissed off and protesting, they're now naming names. The 1% becomes a mainstream concept.
1 in 7 children in the United States suffer from hunger. At the same time,
this broke so many people's head.
we're giving billions and almost $1 trillion to Wall Street just for bailouts. We need an economy for the people and by the people, not by the rich and for the rich.
Then this eventually led and evolved into the populist movement that now people like Donald Trump can suck these people in.
Were noticing that the politicians that they had to choose between were being funded by the same banks that just broke the economy. All the while, this left-wing populist movement was starting to grow, and they were demanding things like higher taxes, stronger labor rights, and universal healthcare. And so the ruling class realized that they needed a distraction.
Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. Tonight, the truth about social justice and distorting its meaning. No. We're going to correct its meaning.
Around the mid-2010s, something weird started to happen to the left. Social justice movements started to explode. We'd see Me Too, Black Lives Matter, increasing LGBT.
God, I was against every single one of these.
EQ activism. And this movement starts to grow, and you see it in things like university and corporate HR departments, where they would start to implement diversity and inclusion initiatives. And some of this was very well intended, and some of it was purely performative.
Remember summer 2020, when our social media was filled with those little black boxes? Now this was irritating, as I could tell that these were people that had no intent on creating justice or true change, but they only wanted to appease their conscience.
From here, the liberal media starts to jump on board. You start seeing men's razor blades telling you that young boys having a little wrestle is toxic masculinity.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
I remember that ad. That shit was cringe as fuck.
Cream tubs were talking to about racism. Nike run Black Lives Matter adverts whilst also simultaneously paying children to work in sweatshops. An era of what would be dubbed corporate woke washing started to gain a lot of momentum and kind of defang the economic left-wing movement of Occupy Wall Street. After George Floyd was murdered, big corporations would come out making these statements about racism, donating to charities, etc. But, they were very quiet in perhaps supporting any economic policies like higher minimum wage, stronger unions, enhanced.
Oh no, he's gonna make arguments for like the TYT view of thinking. The donor class! I'm about to lose my mind.
Social welfare programs, things that might help the living conditions of people like George Floyd. Instead, these big businesses started to focus on
God, that commercial was fucking cringe.
Pushing identity politics as the main leftist discourse.
God, I hate identity politics. Dude, he's fucking on fire right now. Bro. God damn, bro.
And to average people, you could see it. You could see there was a hypocrisy. If you're not going to improve the living conditions that create many of these social problems, then it kind of came across as empty and hollow, performative, so to speak.
And that's what helped push a lot of people to the center. And then the people that were in the center ultimately got pushed to MAGA. And now they're doing the same shit that they used to criticize. Holy fuck.
And so it created a reactionary right-wing movement.
You have talked about this woke mind virus. Yes. You should explain why you don't think it's hyperbole to say things like it's pushing civilization towards suicide.
2016 onwards, YouTube explodes with SJW cringe compilations.
Oh my God. But it's been going on so much longer than that. I think this guy doesn't have the best understanding of what was going on. This shit happened in 2009. Where we saw Atheism Plus try to indoctrinate or inject dogma into atheism. In order to be an atheist, you also had to be a feminist. In order to be an atheist, you also had they started being an atheist just means you don't believe in God and you don't see the evidence for God. That's it. There should be nothing else attached to it. Richard Dawkins used to talk about this a lot and how that woke bullshit injecting it into atheism was not good.
Whilst it seemed quite organic, various think tanks funded by billionaires were actually funding these anti-woke content creators, politicians, and policies.
Oh God, you sound like fucking Hassan. Where are these woke people? Hey, billionaires, can I get Can I get like a livable wage to do this? I will. Dude, where's BTC? BTC, I know you running Chorus, whatever the fuck it's called. I'm a liberal content creator, man. Can I get $800 a month? Holy fuck.
Things like the American Principles Project, the Clement Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the Stanford Review, Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News, The Sun, The Times, New York Post. All of these people would weaponize wokeness as the biggest existential threat to society.
David, am I overstating the fact that we're beginning to see the end of woke?
These people adopted the battle way later. Sargon of Akkad, the Amazing Atheist, Chris Ray Gun, the Armored Skeptic, Shoe on Head were in these trenches 10 years ago, before Fox News even started talking about woke. They were still just bitching about immigrants back then. And no one initially, while I'm behind, what do you think of the Jimmy Giant so far? I'm listening to you now and 2 hours ago at the same time. I like him so far, but if he says he supports Hassan, I ain't gonna be able to do it, dude.
The militarization of the Me Too movement and cancel culture?
The oil billionaires Dan and Faris Wilks, they would pump big money into things like PragerU and Daily Wire, who would push people like Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Jordan Peterson, etc. Eventually manifesting itself in Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire, being the financial backing force of J.D. Vance, who would of course become vice president.
Some religions view the body as a temple, and some religions almost invite the pollution. I don't
like what he's saying here. They didn't back these people so they'd push particular ideology or idea. They backed these people because they probably already agreed with what they were doing. And these people were effective communicators at those ideas. There's a difference in someone paying you for having an opinion or someone paying you to say an opinion. Like if someone wants to support something on YouTube because they like what an artist is doing, that's just them supporting an opinion they agree with. Or supporting not necessarily their opinion, but their artistic free expression to do something. Just because someone is giving you a paycheck does not necessarily mean they are paying you to say a particular thing. Like, they might have just supported J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance is a calm, articulate person who can talk his way through something, even if what he's saying might be disgusting. But like, to those people, they like what he's saying. They like the content of what he's putting out there. Like, come on, man.
Woke thing is inviting the pollution.
And so with all this financial muscle, the anti-woke industry became big business. The media becomes fully addicted to this culture war. YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter rewarded outrage content. And suddenly, every fucking influencer was making videos about woke college kids.
Imagine being a parent and seeing your child in a video like this, looking deranged, screaming at a speaker.
Leading to this once united working class movement being divided into two camps. Right-wing people believing that wokeism is the root of all problems, and left-wing voters convinced that fascism was the root of all problems.
And they're both fucking ridiculous.
Rather than the economics that created this condition.
No, sorry. They don't believe fascism is the problem. They believe the corporations are. So if you make an argument against the corporations, you're making an argument among the radical left that believes that all of everything in our life compiles down to the donor class. When so far we're not seeing any evidence of that, especially in the Trump presidency. Like, no.
And all the while we were fucking fighting each other, the actual elite were just laughing their fucking asses off because no one was talking about them anymore. You can see this concept.
That's not true, Hassan. And the TYT has been bitching about them for 20 years. Hassan's been bitching about them for 5 years. And they are some of the most popular, influential people in YouTube and Twitch.
Of like wealthy billionaire class deliberately trying to push the blame onto something else, depicted perfectly in this post from Elon Musk, where he tries to shift the blame for society's economic problems onto certain billionaires, but obviously not him.
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them.
The culture wars successfully derailed the populist left movement, Corbyn was crushed by the media, Bernie Sanders was crushed by his own party, and the mainstream left of the Democrats and in Britain, the Labour Party, became these hollow parties with no actual backbone. And it just felt like the leaders were just puppets put in front of us, making the conditions for some kind of outsider to win support because, well, at least he's different to what we've got now.
The forgotten men and women of America will be forgotten no longer. That is the heart of this new movement. Hillary called them deplorable. They're not deplorable.
But you see, it gets even deeper than all that. So after that 2008 financial crash, right, where everything went wrong, capitalism basically failed, the US Federal Reserve dropped interest rates to 0%. For the next decade, mega corporations, investment banks, and asset managers like BlackRock and Vanguard had access to virtually unlimited capital at 0% interest. Free money, basically, which they used to expand their control over the economy. Companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Tesla were able to expand their businesses aggressively whilst they didn't have to make profits. Amazon, for example, weren't profitable for years. It just kept borrowing at a near zero cost, undercutting all of their competition until it just monopolized online retail. And many of these tech startups that dominate the world now did exactly the same thing.
Not one wealthy company on the planet Earth that is cash free, that does not use debt. I don't want to get out of debt. I want to create wealth. And the way to create wealth is through debt.
BlackRock and Vanguard started buying up entire neighborhoods of houses, outbidding regular people who needed homes. They turned houses into financial assets. As they dumped more money into it and the supply didn't keep up with the demand, it drove house prices to the moon, like we can see now, to the point that now young people are never going to be able to afford a house.
It's the largest investor on planet Earth with over $9 trillion in assets. That's a pile of cash equal to about 1/10 of a year's global economic activity.
BlackRock and Vanguard combined manage over $17 trillion of assets, an amount that is larger than the entire GDP of China.
No one deserves to have that much money, right? I mean, that's not like, I think if you do something that's good,
So not only were these bankers not punished for destroying the entire economy, it was the opposite. They were rewarded. They were given free money to buy everything up. Meanwhile, for regular people, our wages stagnated, house prices soared, and the cost of living kept rising. So yeah, that's pretty heavy, right? It's all very, very interesting. But I want to answer the final question, the most important question. Am I woke? Short answer, no. I wouldn't say so. I don't think so. Probably if you meet me in person, I'm not going to lead every conversation with my pronouns. I have close friends from different cultures and we'll probably take the piss out of each other's culture. Probably, if I see a lady on an airplane and she's trying to pick up her bag, I might offer to help her. Truly a bigot. But jokes aside, that doesn't mean that I don't think transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, racism, all the isms and schisms, that I don't think that they are incredibly important topics. They are. Women still earn less than men for the same jobs. And when they
fuck up, no they don't.
Try and ask for more money, they tend to get penalized for doing so, whilst men tend to get rewarded for that same behavior. 77% of young people who are LGBTQ+, who when asked for what was the cause of their homelessness, cited that family rejection, abuse, and being asked to leave the family home was the reason. And like in my country, we had anti-immigrant riots that swept all over our country based on racist lies.
Like in America, it's already illegal to pay someone less money to do the same job. Now, the way that they can make that equation is because they also start adding in unpaid labor from being a home taker or a parent or a mom. If you work at the same business, let's say Bob and Sally go get a job, the same level of experience, Bob and Sally are going to make the same amount of money. Now, the individual habits of each person can change how much money they make. Let's say Bob is willing to stay a few hours after work a few times a week. That means on a paycheck, Bob is going to look like he's willing to make he's going to make like 15% more money. That's not because they're not being paid the same. It's because the individual choices Bob makes as a person that works there is going to give him more money. By and large, women work less overtime. Women care more about their own personal lives. Men are more willing to sacrifice personal time, especially time with children and family, to make more money. Now, that's just not the way it's always going to be, especially with more and more women, you know, climbing the socioeconomic ladder and becoming CEOs and bosses and like employers and stuff like that. More and more women are starting to accept more of a male role that used to be traditionally male. But right now, it is illegal to pay a woman and a man that do the same level of work different prices. It's illegal. It's called discrimination. You're not allowed to do that. No, I've never met a business that does that. If the starting wage is $15 an hour for a lube tech, doesn't matter if it's got tits or a dick. Doesn't matter if they have both. You're getting paid $15 an hour starting wage. Like, what the fuck? Now, if you add in different factors to the equation, things can change, such as like hours worked outside of the job. But I would argue that has nothing to do with the job. So that isn't a meaningless calculation. Doesn't matter what you do outside of work. Your job is only responsible to pay you for what you do at work. Jesus Christ.
And the fucking guy who nearly led the Tory party and is still in their party refers to immigrants as importing alien cultures. Like, he says it like it's a fucking normal thing to say. These are incredibly real and very important topics that unfortunately, due to the culture war, have been commodified into like entertainment, where we seem to be going backwards on these things.
What was the woke conversation that we were having? And I'm just going to throw it out there because there were so many about going back and forth, the right versus the left, when we just snuck in Roe v. Wade. Like, what's being snuck in right now?
And so all this leaves me with a question, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Me. And like, look, I am just a guy. I'm just a guy. I'm not educated, but I do like want to try and help. I want to do my best to help. I've been blessed with this incredible platform, an incredible audience of you guys, and I also have the luxury of time and energy to focus in on trying to help. So my goal right now is to try and play my part in shifting the public discourse onto wealth inequality. The reality is right now, the middle...
Oh, then yeah, me and you are not allies, bro. Because that means you're going to just constantly, try to give power back to the proletariat? No, thank you.
Middle class are shrinking. The poor are getting poorer. Wealth inequality is absolutely fucking all of us over.
The growing gap between rich and poor Americans is one of the biggest challenges facing the country. Get this, the richest 1% controls more wealth now than at any time in more than a half century.
Why it gets me pissed is because it's literally stealing my generation's hope for a good future, a fulfilling life, the ability to buy a house, to have a family. This meritocracy we live in just is mental. You have to work so unbelievably hard to get the bare minimum.
I work, my wife also works, but what we make as income is probably not enough. It's just minimum wage, so it doesn't cover the bills, the rent, and every other thing we need to pay for.
Look, I'm gonna be fucking honest, right? I have 500,000 subscribers. I make good money. I do well. I went down the whole route of like grind set, self-improvement, dog eat dog, all of this stuff. I did all that. And I succeeded, right? I made something. It worked for me, right? But all I realistically got for it at the age of 30 is a mortgage on like an average size flat and an okay car. Don't get me wrong. I am true.
Shut the fuck up. You're probably a millionaire, dude. I can't stand these fucking cunts.
Truly blessed with what I have, and I'm very happy. But what I have materially is what the average family would have had many years ago, earned on one wage whilst having 3 kids.
Get the fuck out of here. My girlfriend built an entire home with 3 kids off of working like less than, like at the poverty line. There's no way you had fucking 500,000 subscribers. You have made and sold businesses and have made videos that have millions of views, and you only could afford a fucking... No, I don't buy this shit at all. This is a fucking LARP. This is a fucking grift. This guy is a snake. Nah, dude.
Working as a milkman, but... I'm not a pessimist. I truly believe we can fix this. The more people we switch on to this message, the more that we can fight well.
Because he talked about selling businesses. Do you know how much money you can make off of a video that has 1 million views? Do you know how much money you can make off of one Ren video probably makes Ren enough money to where he doesn't need to work anymore. Yes.
Wealth inequality. So, here is my plan. Currently, I am in talks with a publisher about potentially writing a book. We'll see where it goes, but the idea is to distill all of these ideas, these important bits of education that people need to understand, into a simple book that you can learn, digest, and share with your friends and family to get them on side.
Like, this guy's just doing the grift. He's just doing the same tech bro grift that they all did. I made my own business. I built my things up. You know, except with going to the right, he's going to the left. What the fuck, man?
Secondly, I want to start connecting our movement together with live streaming. I did an awesome conversation with Gary's Economics. You can check that out below. But I'd like to do more of these interviews and more streaming. But I struggle to get the time because I spend so much time writing and editing. So I want to hire more solid, well-paid writers and editors to buy me some more time to focus on these bigger projects that I think will be impactful. So obviously I've started a Patreon and a YouTube join, right?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I'll be super appreciative if you can support. It will massively help what I want to do. Maybe documentaries, films, all that kind of shit that I'd love to do. So I'm going to throw a few sweeteners in it. I'm going to make some exclusive videos and posts just for people on that. I'll also put my scripts that are going to have all of like my sources, as well as links to all the archive videos that I often use in the video. And I'll make some rooms on the Discord just for you guys to chat, like exclusive rooms. So yeah, I really want to work with you guys to help fucking push back. So I'll stop begging now. I massively appreciate your support. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
You still didn't answer shit. Well, yeah. Look, I'll tell you this right now. Anyone that doesn't know what it's like to be a working class individual, I don't give a fuck about their opinion on economics. Everything this guy just said, I don't believe at all. I know so many people that have made a successful living being poor as fuck. Like, I used to make $12 an hour 5 years ago. And I could afford everything I needed. Like, no. I can't stand, like, the whole conversation about wealth inequality. Yes, we need to put more rules and regulations on businesses. But no, I'm not going to sit here and attack the rich just because they're rich. Now, I'm not going to ask a rich person's opinion on, like, the state of affairs or the government or what it's like to be a working class Joe when they have no fucking idea. Like, if this guy had the free time to go start a parkour business and uploading videos on YouTube, he was coming from, like, a very privileged position. I do not believe you. YouTube typically pays $5,000 for 1 million views. Okay. Okay. I get like 100 views to 200 views and they make like 30 cents. Mathematically, that doesn't even track. Like, actually, let's go look. You just go look right now. I can go grab a random video. What's a video that got a lot of views? Okay, this one. Monetization. No, there's got to be a way. Analytics, here we go. I made 63 cents off of this video that has, where should it tell me? It doesn't scale directly. So 63 cents, let's just say 233 views. It's right there. Okay. Calculator. Just look it up. What is this? Or no. Fuck, man. Me and math suck ass. So let's say off of 200. No, yeah, okay. So we would divide. You're doing meaningless maths. Okay, I like to do meaningless math. 233 divided by 0.63. Whoops, did that wrong. Okay. Let's do this then. How much does a YouTube video make with 100K? YouTuber make at 1 million views. YouTube with 1 million views can earn anywhere from a few $100s to tens of thousands of dollars, with a common estimate of 1,000 to 6,000 from ad revenue alone. The actual earnings vary seemingly based on factors like video niche, finance and tech pay, more audience location, viewer engagement with ads, and other monetization stuff. The CPM cost per mile or mil is what the advertisers. I get Carla's point. Income is not linear against views, but it also varies a lot by content, as it depends on how much ads like the content. In the US, I've started doing that myself. Takes about 45% of the ad share. It's also based off of watch time, all that other stuff. Okay, so if you're making what, and then also what's the average? What is the average? Because I know it's like a. Now, what I'm saying I can't verify because I just heard a YouTuber talking about it. But like when you let's say when you not average income, but like let's say you get an ad read, average cost for an ad read, I think it's like $4,000 to $10,000 on YouTube. No, god damn it, dude. Yeah, because I know Destiny talked about it one time where he said he got a sponsorship from they tried to Raid Shadow Legends reached out to him and told him they were going to give him $5,000 to do a single ad read in one of his videos, and every YouTuber's already doing that. I've seen you assume that people are far richer than they actually are. There's no reason to assume the guy's lying. What are you talking about? The guy has almost 1 million subscribers and he has how many videos? $1.2 million views, 290,000, 518,000, 386,000. This guy is probably making enough money to successfully live off of just ad revenue. And then he also has a Patreon. He also has a Buy Me a Coffee. He also is getting sponsorship deals directly. It is not safe to assume that anything this guy says is an actual opinion anymore. Like, no thank you. Sorry. Why would I listen to this guy's opinion on socioeconomics or any of that shit when he's so above the fucking any of the stuff that he's talking about? Because he has an income? Because he is... Yes! Isn't that his whole thing? This guy's a millionaire or a fucking super rich person that doesn't live under the weight of the system that he's critiquing. He has no idea what he's fucking talking about. Like, yes! It's like when Hassan, who is a literally millionaire, you know, he has like $300,000 fucking car, he lives in a $4 million home, wants to talk about that shit. How come income doesn't negate the problem? That's a logical fallacy? Okay, I'm okay with speaking from a fallacy. I'm not going to trust his opinion on these things because he has no idea what it's like to do that. He came from a sword art. He does know about being poor. Because he's talking about the ground level of being poor today. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, what it's like to actually be poor today. That's why he has to show videos of people at a Walmart talking about how they can't afford to live. And I call bullshit because I could afford to live off of $12 an hour. $600 every 2 weeks, less than $2,000 a month, and I could afford a fucking entire apartment a building, with no problem whatsoever, while grocery shopping and all that stuff. No, Again, millionaire just means living $1 million in assets. I'm one, but I'm not rich. No, I got you there. That's why, like, when people talk about how rich, like, Elon is, he's not really as rich as he says. A lot of his value comes from his stock portfolio, and a majority of that is tied to Tesla stocks. Like, he only blew up in the last few years. He's worked minimum wage jobs most of his life. Okay, but then he's still talking about those issues today when he doesn't know what it's like to be that today. He's talking about stuff on the ground level right now, and he doesn't know what that's like. What's because he had a decent income for a couple of years? Do you know how much a house costs in the UK? No, and I don't care. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I'm not gonna go to my, like, Joe Rogan for medical advice on what I should do. You know, and I'm not gonna go to a doctor that hasn't practiced medicine in 10 years about medical advice either. Like, I'm not gonna listen to a guy who is rich enough to where he doesn't have to deal with any of the issues that he's equating to anymore. The issues haven't changed that much in 5 or 20 years. I missed the start of this video. I know the point you're arguing, though. Yeah, like, I'm just not, like, it's the same argument that, like, Destiny makes. Destiny says the richer he became, the more that he saw the difference between inequality of those that don't have money and those that do. Having money gives you a better safety net that when you make a mistake, you don't end up homeless or dejected by society. If someone won the lottery, does that suddenly make their opinion on being poor invalid? You can never mention any of the lessons you've learned working in the automobile industry because you're not doing that right now. That none of your life experience counts? Yes. If I'm telling you that Tire Choice is doing something in a particular way, I have no way to verify that information. You shouldn't listen to that. When I'm talking about selling things or like a way that you can communicate with people that have learned through experience, that's one thing. That doesn't mean it's a universal truth for all things. Yes, yes, everything I say you should take with a grain of salt. Nothing in what I say should be construed as fact. Yes, yes, Carla, good job, you got there. Yes, that's important. None of your personal experience equate to fact. Thank you. I've been trying to say that for years. In everything I do, personal experiences are not fact. What do you think has changed in the last 5 years? What hasn't changed in the last 5 years? What hasn't changed? Like 5 years ago, we didn't have AI. Like, so many of the surrounding situations have changed. Like, our housing market happened the way that it has because we have this massive overflux of boomers retiring and living in like 4-person homes. Well, that will never fucking leave them when there's no reason for them to be there. They just stay there in a home that is like having a negative effect on society when they could sell that home and a family of like wanting to start an actual family again could buy that home. Like, holy fuck, man. Like, there has been massive changes in the last 5 years that are doing due to wealth inequality. We're also seeing more and more specialized jobs that more people can't enter into. Anecdote is not evidence. That is true. That isn't the last 5 years. That was an issue 20 years ago. We had AI taking out jobs 20 years ago? Brother. Brother. Bro. No. And sorry, dude. I'm never gonna like stake my my opinion on something. At least when like someone like Destiny comes out and makes a statement about wealth inequality now, he's talking about just how we had automation taking jobs in the 70s, man. Yeah, but that's just another layer to the argument. Things have changed and evolved since then. Because we never thought that like the thinking aspect of the jobs would be removed from us. But now we're seeing that even our comprehension and thinking forms are now being removed outside of just our body. Like, this is another evolution to that automation argument. Yes. But also, more importantly, again, to see him do so one radical shift to another radical shift, that makes me feel like he's just a grifter now. Like, how do you go almost becoming a Republican or a MAGA populist dipshit, and now you're just going to go full-on socialist dipshit? No, thank you. No, thank you. We can put and impose like This is just getting silly. You were agreeing with almost everything the guy was saying, and now you're like, what? He has an income? Nothing he says counts? No, because his attack on all this has to do with just big business. That's my problem. At the very end of the video, all he cares about is the corporatization of things. Corporate this, corporate that. He's doing the same thing that he used to do as a libertarian when he was saying government this, government that. Yes, he's perfectly encapsulating my problem with people like him. Yes. He traded one boogeyman for another boogeyman. People haven't changed. Economics have changed. The systems haven't really changed. His argument is that he's never really right. He was getting sucked in, and then he realized the lies. Yes, and then he got sucked into the lies on the other side, where everything is like big business problem. Like, dude, that's my problem. The fucking horseshoe. Like, literally, you can replace the entire horseshoe. People like Hassan Piker and that line of thinking are going to attack big business, and they're going to do it nonstop. Over and over again. Every problem comes down to the donor class, comes down to money in politics, comes down to the donor class that like literally is like hampering all fucking things whatsoever. Meanwhile, the reason why we have the 5-day work week is because a business owner like fucking Henry Ford or whatever his name was wanted people to spend money and buy his cars. So he gave him time off from work. You could do all of this from a capitalist framework without fucking losing your mind, dude. Holy shit. Sorry. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, if you replace big business with government, now you're a Republican. All you did was switch the enemy. Holy shit. They make the same arguments. They talk about fascism and control. Like, unfettered capitalism going well equality equals social unrest revolution. Or we could change path. I'm not arguing for unfettered capitalism. I'm for restricting and restrictions on capitalism, but that doesn't mean we get rid of capitalism in the process. And like the idea that like, nah, bro, nah, man, nah, dude. And again, I'm not going to listen to a potential millionaire without losing your mind. Jesus Christ, dude, nah. Like, all he traded was government for big business. He learned nothing in the process, and he's just going to become radicalized down that pipeline. And soon he'll be sucking Hassan Piker's cock. And then we're just going to have another unhinged lefty that says and does the most unhinged shit around. Because he was dumb enough to be almost radicalized by the right. He's going to be dumb enough to be radicalized by the right. Or he was almost dumb enough to be radicalized by the right. He's going to be dumb enough to be radicalized by the left. I can't remember the end of the video, but as far as I know, he never said communism hate capitalism. I understand, but his talking points are the exact same ones that communists use to justify communism. And he also said that the reason why things went to shit is because communism didn't go far enough in the 70s or the 60s or whatever it was in the UK. The man is just a communist. He's going to LARP as someone that's moderate, and then eventually he will just go full communist. They all do. It's the same thing that happens every time, and I'm not buying into it. Your enemy cannot just be big business. If your enemy is big business, that means anytime big business does something good, you're not going to see it and you're not going to defend it. It's the same thing. Weren't you dumb enough to almost be radicalized by the right? Yes. You know what's crazy? I never went to the right protest. I never showed up at the right. I never showed up and did crazy shit for the right. I never went out and defended the right. I defended freedom of speech. And the thing is, one side, the left, used to attack freedom of speech. The right then came out as champions of freedom of speech. And then guess what happened? The right got in power. My ideas and opinions haven't changed. I defend freedom of speech. Now the right is attacking freedom of speech. Through all of this, I have been consistent all the way through all of these movements. None of my opinions have changed. I haven't shifted on any demographic. I haven't gone through some crazy revolution. I defend free speech. And I've stayed consistent through that, all the way since 2009. I didn't switch sides. The political paradigms kept shifting around me, and I stayed the exact same. So yes, when I say this guy's a dipshit, because he almost went right-wing, but then he radically changed all of his opinions and views, that's the problem. No, he said the balance of socialist spending funded by higher taxes was destroyed, and the wealth gap has gone crazy ever since then. The UK wasn't communist post-war, a big with the... I'm using his own thing. He said the big criticism at the time was that communists didn't finish his thing. And he says, and I actually agree with that. Direct words from his mouth. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. Look, we need to put more regulation on big business. We need to break up monopolies. We need to make it harder for businesses to attain certain wealth. I'm also for increasing the tax rate for big businesses and getting rid of all the tax loops or tax holes that they can like get their way out of all these things. I'm for all of that. But my attack vector isn't going to be against big business constantly. I'm also going to get involved in the culture war and talk about how these things exacerbate these problems and spread out. You know what I mean? Like how they could end up indoctrinating and forcing people into like certain ways of thinking. Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he also said he's pro-capitalism. So like, you know, he's pro-capitalism. However, we also know that socialism and like the Vanguard Party, which leads into the fucking communism, they're willing to hide their power level all the time. So now when I start people hearing, say, communist talking points and communist rhetoric and communist arguments, I am not inclined to believe what they're saying. We had someone in the chat earlier who was like literally saying that he got radicalized through hip hop and he wants to tear down the entire system that we have. And then it's okay to be racist against white people because slowly you get more radicalized as you keep going. And then eventually you're over here saying that it's okay to call people crackers because white people aren't allowed to be racist. And no, thank you. I'm going to stay right on my path. And when I start hearing crazy divisive rhetoric, I'm going to start saying, nah, fuck that shit. That shit's trash. But anyway, it is 3:53. I got to take a shower. I smell like ass. And my girlfriend should actually already be home because she's in here talking in the chat, so she probably hears me in here losing my mind. But I mean, I like everything he said up until, you know, his whole war is going to be against the rich. And it's like, okay, Hassan, thank you so much. We have also other issues that we can deal with, you know, but yeah, sure, we should just attack the rich. Hell yeah, buddy. Anyway, I love you guys. Socialism is not communism, totally different. Communism is authoritarian. Thanks for watching. Hang on, back to your watch journey. Breathe. Anyway, I love you guys. And I also like that his lightning rod moment was the same as mine, where I was like, yeah, dude, I knew these motherfuckers were up to some shit when they're like, you know, Destiny going on and arguing against red pill shit. Because like, as soon as I heard Andrew Tate start talking bad about women, I was like, nah. We could talk about empowering men without like demonizing women. What the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, that's why I started hating feminism to begin with, because it felt like sometimes in order to lift up a woman, they felt the need to attack a man. And then you see Andrew Tate doing the same shit. Like, all these bitches. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Tell guys to go to the gym. Shut the fuck up. Why are you attacking women? Like every like self-help guru gives their audience through talking about self-help, and then they look for an attack vector to go after people. It's so wild. It's so wild. But anyway, I subscribe to the young man. I'll watch more of his content. But yeah, I don't that last part of that thing was dog shit. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. See you in the next video. Stay beautiful, stay classy, stay sexy. Oh, well, I bought potatoes, by the way. Well, actually, I didn't buy them. My girlfriend forced herself to buy them. The game. Yeah! I also got to learn about fucking Canadian politics, bro. There's like so many. I'm like, dude, this is gonna be a rough battle, bro. That's what I'm saying. Wednesdays are gonna be like research streams. Anyway, love you guys. Be safe.